Chapter 347. Yi Xing was silent. Like Gu Tianshang, his cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the star vortex realm because of the destruction of his sect. His state of mind had sublimated, and he had broken through. Although this had greatly increased Yi Xing's cultivation speed, Yi Xing and Gu Tianshang had the same idea. If the Falling Star sect was not destroyed, and if Master Lin Fenghua and sect leader Lu Tianyuan were not dead, Yi Xing would rather not break through. Sigh. Yi Xing was touched and sighed. Zi Shanho patted Yi Xing's shoulder again and said, "The sect has been destroyed. You are the only hope of the Falling Star sect. The future of the Falling Star sect is in your hands. You must be strong and pull yourself together." Yi Xing nodded. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and said, "My family?" Although Yi Xing had burned Yun Zhanfei's body to ashes and left a false impression that Yun Zhanfei had killed him, the other party might not believe it. If the other party knew that he was not dead but couldn't catch him, then his family might be in danger. Although Yi Xing's feelings for the Ye family and his parents were very faint, or even close to none, he didn't want the Ye family to suffer because of him. The Ye family was his starting point in the Star Continent. Yi Xing only wanted the Ye family to develop better and better. Zi Shanho comforted Yi Xing and said, "Chu Jingyue told me that Hua Tianshu had betrayed the sect. After the sect was destroyed, I went to your family immediately and brought your parents here. As for the entire Yi clan, because there are too many people, there's no time, and there's no need for that. You've already left your clan, and you're a disciple of the Falling Star sect. Even if the Dong Fu sect wants to force you, they will only target your parents, not your clan." The East Rising Star sect was one of the 6 southern sects, while the Ye family was only a small family in the Falling Star Kingdom. There was a world of difference between the two. For a family like the Ye family to have such an accomplished warrior like Yi Xing, other than their own family members, the rest of the family members were not close. The East Rising Star sect knew that they couldn't use the Ye family to force Yi Xing out. Using a Rising Star sect to deal with an ordinary warrior's family was simply lowering their status. The only possibility was that the Dong Fu sect had captured Yi Xing's family and used them to force Yi Xing. However, that wouldn't have much of an effect, as the chances of the Dong Fu sect doing something like that were very low. However, Zishan Ho eliminated that possibility and immediately brought Yi Feihong and Lu Yi to the Star Crystal Mine to protect them. Yi Xing was surprised. Chu Jingyue? Did she escape? Zishan Ho nodded. Because she is Hua Tianshu's disciple, she managed to escape the calamity. The moment her sect was destroyed, she escaped on a black-feathered eagle and came to Zishan County to tell me the news. Otherwise, I would have been encircled by Hua Tianshu's men and died. Now, Chu Jingyue isn't doing well. Hua Tianshu has taken her life essence. She's now pale as if she's 70 or 80 years old. I'm afraid she won't live for more than a few years." Yi Xing was shocked. How could this be? Zishan Ho sighed. I heard from Chu Jingyue that she's practicing a technique called the art of marrying beauty. This technique should be a kind of evil technique. It's very smooth to practice, but there's a disadvantage. After practicing it, one's life essence will be sucked away. Hua Tianshu must have practiced a beauty cultivation technique that can restrain the art of marrying beauty. She absorbed Chu Jingyue's life essence just to preserve her appearance. Hua Tianshu again. Yi Xing's heart surged with an extremely strong murderous intent towards Hua Tianshu. Yi Xing said, "Where is she now? I'll go see her." In Yi Xing's heart, Chu Jingyue was one of his few friends. She was much more important than Yi Feihong and Lu Ao. Yi Xing only wanted to hear the news of Yi Feihong and Lu Ao's safety. He didn't want to meet them, but after hearing news of Chu Jingyue, he couldn't help but want to visit. Zishan Ho waved his hand. She definitely doesn't want to meet you now. You'd better not go see her. Yi Xing frowned. How can she be cured after losing her life essence? Zishan Ho said, this isn't an injury, but the loss of her life essence. Even a pill that can revive the dead can't save her. However, some heavenly treasures that can prolong her life and replenish her life essence may be able to restore her youth. However, this is the same as the pill that can revive the dead. It only exists in legends and is something that can only be encountered but not sought. Yixing said, "Sigh. This can only depend on luck. If I encounter a heavenly treasure that can prolong her life in the future, I'll try to get it and help her." Not to mention his friendship with her, just the fact that Chu Jingyue had informed Zishan Ho immediately after the sect's destruction allowed Zishan Ho to escape from Hua Tianshu's revenge. Moreover, she had also allowed his cheap parents to safely arrive at the Star Crystal Mine. Yixing had to do his best to repay her kindness. These things will depend on the future. Let's talk about it later. Gu Tianshang interrupted their conversation and said to Yixing, "Now, your first task is to increase your cultivation and quickly break through to the astral realm. Increase your strength and drive the East Fu sect out of the Falling Star Kingdom as soon as possible. Then rebuild the Falling Star sect." Yixing nodded and said, "I understand, but cultivation can't be rushed. I've just broken through to the 8-star Martial Saint realm. No matter how much I cultivate, it's hard to increase my cultivation in a short time. I'm going to cultivate martial skills and increase my strength first. In 3 months, the Young Hero Assembly held by the 9 sect alliances will begin. I want to represent the Falling Star sect and fight for a good ranking." Both Gu Tianshang and Zishan Ho laughed. Gu Tianshang said, "I can guarantee that your cultivation will reach a higher level very soon." Zishan Ho nodded at the side. Yixing asked in surprise, "Why?" Gu Tianshang said, "There are joys and sorrows in life. Today, the sect's destruction is heartbreaking. However, what happened today is not all bad. There is also a good thing." Yixing looked at Gu Tianshang and Zishan Ho in surprise. If it could be called a good thing at this time, then it must be a great thing. Gu Tianshang said, "Today, there was another discovery in the star crystal lode. In the depths of the lode, there are higher quality star crystals. Below that, there is a middle-grade star crystal lode. In the middle-grade star crystal lode, there is a higher quality star crystal spiritual milk. Originally, I planned to distribute the star crystal spiritual milk to the 10 elite disciples who entered the Azure Cloud ancient land. Now, only you have returned. Moreover, you are the hope of reviving the Falling Star sect. All the star crystal spiritual milk in the middle-grade star crystal lode belongs to you. It will allow you to increase your cultivation at the fastest speed and rebuild the Falling Star sect as soon as possible." Yixing's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Middle-grade star crystal lode?" Star crystals were divided into low, middle, and high grade. One high-grade star crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade star crystals. One middle-grade star crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade star crystals. In the Azure Cloud region, high-grade star crystals were a legend. Middle-grade star crystals were extremely precious. Setting up a level 3 array and restoring astral energy would require a lot of them. In the entire Azure Cloud region, no one had heard of a middle-grade star crystal lode. The middle-grade star crystals in the hands of the top 10 sects were all exchanged from other places in the True Shen domain. For the 6 sects in the southern part of the Azure Cloud region, the middle-grade star crystals of the enlightened masters and elders of the sects were probably only a few thousand. Even the richest sect only had tens of thousands of middle-grade star crystals. However, a mid-grade star crystal vein would contain an enormous amount of mid-grade star crystals. There would be at least 1 million mid-grade star crystals. In other words, a middle-grade star crystal lode was worth more than 100 sects of the same level as the 6 southern sects. One could imagine how much wealth this was. Not to mention the 6 southern sects, even the 4 northern sects were worth less than half a middle-grade star crystal lode. It was no wonder that Gu Tianshang said that it was a good thing when the Falling Star sect was going through a calamity. It was indeed a great thing. Even the 9 upper sects might not have a middle-grade star crystal lode. The Falling Star sect had a middle-grade star crystal lode, so it would not lack financial resources to rebuild the sect in the future. What it lacked was strength. As long as it had the strength to rebuild with the financial support of the middle-grade star crystal lode, the Falling Star sect would definitely develop rapidly and become the overlord of the Azure Cloud region. Compared to the value of the entire medium-grade star crystal lode, The star crystal spiritual milk that was produced along with the load was something that could only be found by chance, but it didn't shock Yi Xing as much. After all, Yi Xing had seen star crystal spiritual milk before. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Chapter 348. The low-grade star crystal vein was located between 100 and 1,000 meters underground. 1,000 meters underground was the mid-grade star crystal vein. As for how deep it was, it had not been explored yet. The star crystal spiritual milk produced by the mid-grade star crystal load was about 1,000 meters underground. However, Yi Xing had to walk a few miles to get to this place. The star crystal spiritual milk was located in a natural underground hall. It was very spacious, more than 10 zhang high, and almost 100 meters wide. When the miners excavating the low-grade star crystals found the star crystal spiritual milk in the center of the hall, they reported it to the person in charge of the star crystal vein, Gu Tiansheng. Lin Dongxing and Zhang Maoxing were perfected persons who were in charge of the star crystal vein. Gu Tiansheng was only a half-step perfected persons, so his position was lower than theirs. However, the formation of the star crystal vein was completely controlled by Gu Tiansheng. Therefore, Gu Tiansheng was the real person in charge of the star crystal vein. The two perfected persons were responsible for guarding the star crystal vein. Therefore, they only reported the mid-grade star crystal vein to Gu Tiansheng. When Gu Tiansheng heard about it, he immediately blocked the news. At the same time, he also sealed the hall where the mid-grade star crystal vein was located and sent his trusted subordinates to guard it. No one was allowed to enter. Now, Gu Tiansheng had let Yi Xing absorb the star crystal spiritual milk. After bringing Yi Xing here, he naturally dismissed the guards. Yi Xing looked at the star crystal spiritual milk in the center of the hall. The amount was about the same as the low-grade star crystal vein, but the quality was one level higher. The star crystal spiritual milk in the low-grade star crystal vein allowed Yi Xing to break through from a half-step martial saint to a 2-star martial saint. It seemed that the star crystal spiritual milk here could help him break through to the 9th-level star spiral realm, or even higher. Yi Xing withdrew his gaze from the star crystal spiritual milk pool and said, "Master, Elder Gu, there are many things I haven't fully comprehended yet. I may need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. If I don't come out, you don't need to worry." Zi Shanho nodded. Gu Tiansheng said, "You can cultivate in seclusion for as long as you want. I'm waiting for you to soar to the sky." After Zi Shanho and Gu Tiansheng left, Yi Xing did not rush to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk pool. He had just broken through to the 8-star martial saint realm today. Although his mental state was strong enough to continue improving his cultivation, and he could use the star crystal spiritual milk to replenish his energy and make another breakthrough, it was too fast. After all, his foundation was unstable. Moreover, when Yi Xing's state of mind was sublimated, Taoist connotation was added to his body. He had a lot of enlightenment, but he didn't fully understand it. He had to strengthen his comprehension while he still had the feeling and completely transform it into his own. Otherwise, if too much time passed, the feeling would disappear, and it would be extremely difficult to comprehend anything again. His greatest gain during these few days was that his comprehension of thought force had once again increased by a level, and it had attained the 4th level. Zi Shanho's power of heart was only at the 3rd stage. When Yi Xing fought with Yun Zhanfei, his power of heart was also at the 3rd stage. 9th stage of heart force. The first 3 levels were of 1 grade and were relatively easy to raise. The middle 3 levels were also of 1 grade and were much more difficult to raise than the first 3 levels. The last 3 levels were of 1 grade and were extremely difficult to raise. Yi Xing's heart force broke through from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. This was a qualitative breakthrough, a huge breakthrough. This meant that Yi Xing's archery had reached the level of 4 transformations. As his attainments in archery improved, Yi Xing's attainments in the 4 symbols archery technique also improved. Although he had yet to practice archery, his intuition told him that his 4 symbols archery technique had reached the consummate realm. The power of thought was closely related to a cultivator's martial attainments. With the 4th stage of heart force, It was not difficult for Yi Xing to cultivate the four symbols archery art to perfection. This also included the dark spirit spear art and heavenly bat footwork art that had long reached perfection. Yi Xing stopped comprehending. The fourth stage of heart force was an extremely high level of comprehension among astral realm sages. Yi Xing was only an 8-star martial saint. He had only reached this level by chance. Now that he had passed the state, it was impossible for him to continue improving his comprehension of heart force. Yi Xing was not in a hurry to cultivate martial arts. Instead, he sat down beside the star crystal spiritual milk and absorbed it, preparing to break through to 9-star martial saint. Although Yi Xing had only broken through to 8-star martial saint for a short time, the battle with 1-star martial saint Yun Zhanfei had allowed him to completely familiarize himself with the cultivation state of an 8-star martial saint. After 5 days and 5 nights of comprehension, it was also very beneficial to his consolidation of cultivation. Although his cultivation foundation was not very stable now, it was enough for him to break through to 9-star martial saint. The Young Hero Assembly would be held in 2 months. At that time, Yi Xing would be facing the younger generation of the entire True Xian domain. Many of them would be true human realm geniuses with great strength. Yi Xing knew that it would be difficult for him to compete with the younger generation of true human realm geniuses with just the cultivation of an 8-star martial saint. Therefore, he had to improve his cultivation. Yi Xing used the black hole astrology and the high-grade falling star art to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk. His cultivation increased rapidly. The quality of the star crystal spiritual milk was different, so the speed of absorption was very different. When Yi Xing was a half-step martial saint, it only took him a little more than 2 hours to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk in the low-grade star crystal vein. Now that he was an 8-star martial saint, it took him a whole day to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk around him, but he had only absorbed 1/3 of the total amount. After a whole day, Yi Xing's cultivation finally had a qualitative breakthrough. The star vortex in his dantian expanded and reached the limit of the star vortex realm. The strength of the star essence in his body continued to increase. The higher the strength of the star essence, the closer it was to the star essence. It would be easier to transform it into star essence in the future. 9-star martial saint, the last stage of the celestial vortex realm. Yi Xing had never dared to dream of reaching this stage in the past. Now, he had already reached this stage before he was even 18 years old. Some dreams and goals seemed very far away at first. However, after a period of time, when one looked back, one would realize that one had unknowingly reached or even surpassed one's dreams or goals. At this time, when one thought about the past, one would realize that it was silly to be confused and worried about the future. When Yi Xing thought about the past, he became even more confident. Since he could reach his goal now, then one day in the future, he would definitely reach his current goal and become the most powerful warrior in the star continent, reaching the peak of the martial Tao. After breaking through to the 9-star martial saint, Yi Xing continued to absorb the star crystal spiritual milk. The next realm breakthrough was from the star vortex realm to the astral realm. The half-step enlightened being in between was just a transitional stage. It could not be considered a cultivation breakthrough. Therefore, Yi Xing could consolidate his cultivation to the half-step enlightened being in one fell swoop. He could stop cultivating before the next cultivation breakthrough and wait until he had completely adapted to the half-step enlightened being's cultivation before breaking through to the astral realm. Breaking through to the astral realm is easier said than done. I'm afraid that even if I absorb all the star crystal spiritual milk here, I still won't be able to break through. I'll just absorb it boldly. Let's talk about it later. Yi Xing observed the amount of star crystal spiritual milk and thought to himself. 2 days later, not a drop of star crystal spiritual milk was left. All of it had been absorbed by Yi Xing. Yi Xing's cultivation had stabilized to the half-step enlightened being. Moreover, half of the astral energy in his body had been transformed. He was at the peak of the half-step enlightened being. Thanks to Yi Xing's continuous cultivation, the high-grade falling star incantation had risen another level, reaching the 4th layer. This caused Yi Xing's astral stars to be extremely condensed and of extremely high quality. Compared to enlightened one-star's astral stars, they were only inferior in terms of quantity. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Yixing was confident that with his current strength, he would not be inferior to Yun Zhanfei in a head-on battle. If he used all his trump cards, he would be able to kill Yun Zhanfei in a matter of minutes. This was not blind arrogance, but genuine confidence. He had fought Yun Zhanfei head-on before, so he was clear about Yun Zhanfei's strength. In terms of martial arts, he was not inferior to Yun Zhanfei. In terms of astral energy, he was not inferior to Yun Zhanfei. Moreover, Yixing's comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was far superior to Yun Zhanfei. Other than the fact that his astral energy was inferior to Yun Zhanfei's and that he could not fight for a long time, he surpassed Yun Zhanfei in all other aspects. Chapter 349. Yun Zhanfei is much stronger than Watanabe Ing. Amongst the one-star true masters, he should be relatively strong. My current strength surpasses Yun Zhanfei's by a great deal. Sweeping away the one-star true masters shouldn't be a problem. I just don't know if I can fight a one-star true master without revealing the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation. Yixing muttered to himself as he stood up, feeling the surging strength in his body. My heart force has reached the 4th level. It won't be difficult for me to cultivate the 4 symbols arrow art, dark spirit spear art, and heavenly bat steps to the boundary of perfection. Moreover, I can also cultivate the astral flame fist to a higher level. If my martial arts attainments can take another step forward, then even if I don't use the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation, I should be able to sweep away a 2-star true master. In the following time, I will cultivate martial arts with all my strength and increase my strength. With a thought, Yixing lifted his hand and the high-grade spirit weapon, the Black Dragon Spear, appeared in his hand. But in the blink of an eye, the Black Dragon Spear was put away by Yixing. The Dark Spirit Spear art was immensely powerful. In particular, with the Dark Spirit Spear art at the perfection boundary, just how powerful would a single spear thrust out be? This was an underground cave. If Yixing were to use this move with all his strength, the entire hall would collapse. Yixing's current strength was enough to contend with an early true master. At this degree, he couldn't casually cultivate martial arts anywhere. Yixing left the underground hall and returned to the surface, finding Zi Shanhou and Gu Tiansheng. What? You want to go out adventuring so soon? Just what degree has your cultivation reached? I can no longer see through it. As Zi Shanhou and Gu Tiansheng heard Yixing's words, they were both startled. Yixing released his cultivation. He nodded and said, I need a spacious place to cultivate martial arts. The space here is too small and there are array formations all around. It's not suitable for me to cultivate here. Moreover, the Young Hero Assembly is just around the corner. This place is very far from Nine Heavens City, so I have to leave early. Therefore, I won't return here after I leave this place. I will first find a place to cultivate my martial arts, then head straight to Nine Heavens City. When I return, the Dongfu sect will be doomed. Gu Tiansheng said worriedly, the true mystic region is very big. It has a circumference of 1,000,000 miles. Even a true human rank flying mount would take 10 days to half a month to reach the Nine Heavens City. The journey is very long, and you are only a half-step true human rank. It is very dangerous for you to travel alone. I don't think you should participate in the Young Hero Assembly. You are absolutely safe here. It doesn't matter if your cultivation is slow. With your potential, you will grow sooner or later. It won't be too late to rebuild the Meteor Fall sect when you have full confidence. Zi Shanhou also nodded and said, Yixing, you are the hope of the safety first. Yixing shook his head and said, if a warrior hides in a place to cultivate, not only will his cultivation speed be slow, it will also be difficult for him to achieve anything. Only by growing through experience can he become a true expert. There is something I need at the Young Hero Assembly, so I must go. Master, Elder Gu, don't stop me. Although I am alone, I have my own means to protect myself. Most of the true human rank experts can't do anything to me. Yixing was eyeing the Young Hero Assembly's first prize, the Resurrection Pill. Although he felt that with his half-step true human rank cultivation, The chances of him winning the first place were not high. He still had to work hard. Moreover, Yixing also wanted to see the outside world and compete with the young geniuses of the true mystic region. The world was very big, and if one wanted to become a true expert, they had to go out and explore. If one wanted to become a powerhouse in this world, they had to at least get to know this world and understand the martial artists in this world. If one didn't even understand the outside world and only knew how to cultivate bitterly in one place, how could one become a powerhouse if one didn't even know how strong one was? Yixing had made up his mind, so Gu Tianshang and Zi Shanhou didn't stop him. They told Yixing to be careful outside and gave him a large amount of mid-grade star crystals to let Yixing leave the star crystal lode. Yixing left the star crystal lode after dusk. He traveled in the night without anyone noticing. Even if someone was watching outside the star crystal lode, they wouldn't be able to find him. After he was far away from the star crystal lode, Yixing dispersed the dark aura and a pair of black wings grew out from his back. Whoosh! Yixing spread his wings and flew as fast as lightning towards the depths of the Blue Cloud Mountain Range. The night of the Blue Cloud Mountain Range was the world of demonic beasts. Beasts roared continuously and Yixing often saw the silhouettes of demonic beasts in the sky. To Yixing, the Blue Cloud Mountain Range was like his back garden. No matter how many demonic beasts there were, he was not afraid. Firstly, Yixing had a flying spirit tool and could fly in the sky. If it wasn't a flying spirit tool, no matter how many demonic beasts there were, they wouldn't be able to touch him. Secondly, Yixing had the eyes of Blue Cloud. Unless it was a mid-rank 3 demonic beast or above, it wouldn't be a threat to Yixing. Instead, it would be controlled by Yixing. Thirdly, if Yixing used his Blue Cloud wings to escape, even a mid-rank 3 demonic beast wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Therefore, in the Blue Cloud ancient land, be it day or night, Yixing was very safe. Yixing came to the depths of the Blue Cloud Mountain Range for 2 reasons. Firstly, there was no human habitation in the Blue Cloud Mountain Range, which was suitable for Yixing to practice martial arts. Secondly, Yixing wanted to find a demonic beast equivalent to a 3-star venerable and use his eyes of Blue Cloud to control it as his pet. Although Yixing had a flight-type spiritual artifact, the flight-type spiritual artifact consumed his celestial essence and energy. Moreover, the journey to the 9 Heaven City was very long, and it wasn't something that could be reached in a day or 2. Therefore, Yixing preferred to ride on a demonic bird. Although it wasn't slow, it was much easier. There weren't many demonic beasts equivalent to a 3-star venerable in the Blue Cloud Mountain Range. The closer one was to the center, the easier it was to encounter one. Yixing flew for a few hours and reached an area deeper than the old site of the Blue Cloud sect before stopping. The area where Yixing was located was a rare flatland in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. It spanned several li in radius and the view was vast. Regardless of whether it was practicing spear arts, light martial arts, or archery, it was an ideal location. What surprised Yixing was that he didn't find a single monster beast in this area. This place is suitable for practicing martial arts. I'll cultivate my martial arts here to the boundary of perfection and then look for a flying mount. Yixing thought to himself. Whoosh! After a long time, Yixing used his black feather wings and shot into the skies. He flew dozens of miles before finding a 3rd-level monster beast. Using his eyes of Blue Cloud to control it, he brought it to the flat area. This was a black-armored iron bull, equal to a 1-star venerable. The reason Yixing brought this monster beast here was to have it stand guard at his side. Whether it was resting or practicing martial arts, Yixing didn't want to be disturbed. Although there weren't any other monster beasts here, Yixing still had to be on guard. With a 3rd-level monster beast black-armored iron bull standing guard, it would save him a great deal of trouble. With the black-armored iron bull standing guard at his side, Yixing took a nap. After dawn arrived, he ate some food from his storage ring and then took out the black dragon spear. Using the black hole star avatar, he began to practice the dark spirit spear arts. Now Yixing had a half-step true master cultivation and 50% of his celestial essence had been transformed into astral energy. When he used his spear, the spear shadows that erupted turned from energy to astral light. The power behind them was terrifying. With every move he used, the air in front of him would surge. Sand and stones would fly into the air, and wind blades would tear through the air, emitting whistling sounds. Bang! In particular, the dark spirit spear arts was even more terrifying. With a thrust of Yi Xing's spear, the earth would shake and a layer of the ground would rise up for dozens of meters. Wherever the spear point pointed, a massive crater would appear from the impact of the terrifying strength. Only in this desolate and uninhabited place could Yi Xing completely let loose. When he practiced the dark spirit spear arts, he had to display his full strength. Only like this could he thoroughly comprehend the dark spirit spear arts and fuse it with the power of his mind, reaching the boundary of perfection. After practicing the dark spirit spear arts 10 times, Yi Xing began to gasp for breath. He switched to practicing the heavenly bat steps to adjust his physical strength and celestial essence consumption. The first day quickly passed. Yi Xing could feel that whether it was the dark spirit spear arts or the heavenly bat steps, he had increased his attainments in both. His comprehensions were becoming increasingly profound. The next day, Yi Xing continued to practice. When he used the dark spirit spear arts, the earth trembled and rumbling sounds filled his ears. The fourth level of heart force had an extraordinary effect on increasing one's martial arts attainments. By noon, Yi Xing's dark spirit spear arts had successfully broken through to the boundary of perfection. Moo! Yi Xing was overjoyed. At this time, the black-armored demon bull guarding the edge of the plains suddenly cried out. Chapter 350. The black-scaled demonic bull cried out in warning. Someone or a demonic beast was coming this way. Yi Xing looked towards the direction of the black-scaled demonic bull. After a short while, a demonic bird crossed a mountain ridge and appeared in Yi Xing's field of vision, arriving in the sky above the plains. Yi Xing looked into the distance and his face changed. His eyes suddenly shot out a beam of light. This demonic bird was a level 2 overlord demonic beast, red-tailed eagle, which was equivalent to a half-step enlightened master. What made Yi Xing's face change was not the red-tailed eagle, but a 2-star enlightened master standing on the back of the red-tailed eagle. In the depths of the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, in the heart of the demonic beast territory, it was a coincidence to see a human martial artist. What was even more coincidental was that Yi Xing recognized this 2-star enlightened master. 10 days ago, the Falling Star sect was attacked by several enlightened masters, and this person was one of them. Yi Xing remembered very clearly that he was together with the Flying Cloud sect's Yun Zhanfei. At that time, the enlightened masters and elders of the sect all transmitted the names of these enemies to Yi Xing. This person was the Flying Cloud sect's elder, Chou Buohong. Yi Xing never expected that in just 10 days he would meet one of his enemies, Chou Buohong, in the depths of the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. After a trace of surprise, Yi Xing's eyes naturally flashed, revealing his killing intent. Chou Buohong rode the red-tailed eagle and quickly flew over. When he saw Yi Xing, his expression was also surprised, but then he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. In these 10 days, the Flying Cloud sect was pressured by the Sun Moon sect, East Supporting sect, Blood Spectre sect, and Wind God sect to hand over Yun Zhanfei. Otherwise, the Flying Cloud sect would compensate Yun Zhanfei for the treasures he took from Yi Xing. On Yi Xing's body, there were 2 high-grade spirit weapons. One was suspected to be a high-grade flying spirit weapon. Its value was at least equal to a top-grade spirit weapon. The Falling Star sect's sect master's ring was a middle-grade storage ring. Its value was no less than a high-grade spirit weapon. The Flying Cloud sect couldn't afford it even if they lost all their property. Therefore, these days, the Flying Cloud sect was burning with anxiety, looking for Yun Zhanfei everywhere. At the same time, the other sects were also looking for Yun Zhanfei in the Qingyun region. However, there was no news of Yun Zhanfei. Therefore, they suspected that Yun Zhanfei was still hiding in the Qingyun mountain range. For this reason, the Flying Cloud sect dispatched many Taoist masters and elders to search the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. However, how vast was the Azure Cloud Mountain Range? Looking for a person inside was equivalent to looking for a needle in a haystack. Every Taoist master of the Flying Cloud sect was responsible for searching a very large area. Yi Xing's current location was within the area that Chou Buohong was in charge of searching. Today, Chou Buohong was searching not far away when he was attracted by the commotion caused by Yi Xing practicing the dark spirit spear arts. He flew over on a red-tailed eagle. However, instead of Yun Zhanfei, he saw Yi Xing. How could he not be shocked? Seeing Yi Xing, Chou Buohong instantly understood that the person who was burned to ashes should be Yun Zhanfei. Their previous judgment was completely wrong, ridiculously wrong. However, after the shock, Chou Buohong's mood quickly turned into pleasant surprise. Yi Xing didn't die. This meant that Yi Xing's treasures were still on Yi Xing's body. Furthermore, Yun Zhanfei's mid-grade flying spirit tool was also on Yi Xing's body. Looking at Yi Xing, Chou Buohong's eyes were filled with joy as if he was looking at a big treasure. Chou Buohong didn't want to share this big treasure with others. Therefore, when he saw Yi Xing, he was filled with pleasant surprise and didn't use the communication pearl to inform others. Like Yun Zhanfei, he wanted to take all the treasures on Yi Xing's body. 2 high-grade spirit weapons, a high-grade flying spirit tool, a mid-grade storage ring, and a mid-grade flying spirit tool. With these treasures, he could leave the Qingyun region and live a comfortable life in other places. He could even use these treasures to exchange for heavenly treasures that could increase his cultivation. Even if his potential was exhausted, he could still forcefully become a 3-star sage or even a 4-star sage. In the Star Land, strength represented status. If he became a 4-star sage, he would be a middle sage. How glorious would that be? As for whether he could kill Yi Xing, Yun Zhanfei didn't even consider it. Even if Yun Zhanfei died in Yi Xing's hands, Chou Buohong was still confident that he could kill Yi Xing. He was a 2-star sage, his strength was far from Yun Zhanfei's. Moreover, Chou Buohong didn't believe that Yi Xing killed Yun Zhanfei with his true strength. Yun Zhanfei must have underestimated his opponent. Moreover, Yi Xing must have used some kind of forbidden artifact or array disc that could threaten a sage's life. If Yi Xing killed Yun Zhanfei and used up those treasures, Chou Buohong didn't believe that Yi Xing would have more. Treasures that could kill a sage were extremely precious. Even Chou Buohong, a 2-star sage, didn't have them. Therefore, even if Yi Xing had more, it would only be by chance. It was impossible for him to have more than one. The red-tailed eagle stopped 1,000 meters away from Yi Xing. Chou Buohong stared at Yi Xing coldly. Yi Xing also stared back at him coldly. Both of their eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. They both thought of each other as a dead man. Before his dark spirit spear art reached the transformation stage, Yi Xing was already fearless of a 2-star sage after using all his trump cards. Now that his dark spirit spear art had reached the transformation stage, its power was incomparable to the perfect stage. It was comparable to an upper stage spiritual martial art. As for a 2-star sage, it was extremely difficult to cultivate an upper stage spiritual martial art to the initial stage. Yi Xing believed that even if there was a gap in cultivation, he could make up for it with his martial attainment and comprehension of the heaven and earth. Even if he did not use his 2 trump cards, the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole constellation, Yi Xing had absolute confidence to fight against a 2-star sage. On the red-tailed eagle, Chou Buohong looked down at Yi Xing from above and said, "Kid, you are not dead. The person who was burned to ashes was Yun Zhanfei. You purposely tore your clothes and scattered them nearby so that we would think that you were dead. We would think that Yun Zhanfei had taken all your treasures and ran away, so that we would shift our attention to the dead Yun Zhanfei. Then, we would not be able to find Yun Zhanfei to prove it. Kid, you are so scheming." Yi Xing looked at Chou Buohong coldly and said, "Isn't this the result that you want? Why are you pretending to be dissatisfied?" Chou Buohong laughed and said, "That's right, this is the result that I want. Kid, you are a smart person. You know what the result will be if you fall into my hands. I will give you a chance to end it quickly so that I don't have to do it myself." Yi Xing laughed coldly and said, "I'll end it myself? Are you an idiot? Don't tell me that I can't beat you down from that damn bird. Then I will slap your mouth and break your limbs. Finally, I will use my spiritual weapon to pierce your heart and make a big hole in your body. Or, I will also give you a chance to end it quickly so that I don't have to do it myself. You know what the result will be." Cho Buhong narrowed his eyes and the corners of his eyes twitched. Yi Xing was more unyielding than he had imagined. Although he knew that Yi Xing would not commit suicide because of his words, he would at least be afraid. However, he could not see the slightest trace of fear from Yi Xing. As a 2-star sage, he did not have the slightest bit of prestige in front of an 8-star martial saint. This made Cho Buhong very unhappy. At this time, with Yi Xing's astral energy locked down, Cho Buhong was unable to see through his specific cultivation. However, 10 days ago, Yi Xing had just broken through to 8-star martial saint. Cho Buhong naturally thought that Yi Xing was still an 8-star martial saint. He never imagined that Yi Xing had already used the star crystal spirit milk produced in the middle-grade star crystal vein to rapidly increase his cultivation to a half-step true sage. Moreover, he was a half-step true sage with 50% astral energy transformed. Of course, even if Cho Buhong knew that Yi Xing was a half-step true sage, he still had no fear. A half-step true sage could jump ranks and fight a 2-star sage? In Cho Buhong's life, in the history of the Clear Sky region, there had never been a monstrous genius with such a heaven-defying combat strength. You are courting death. Cho Buhong leapt down from the red-tailed eagle's back. He took out a middle-grade spirit spear and pointed it at Yi Xing, coldly saying. Yi Xing grasped the black dragon spear in his right hand and pointed it at the sky. You dare to use your spear in front of me? Die! Cho Buhong roared out in anger. In that instant, the middle-grade spirit spear in Cho Buhong's hand erupted with a brilliant light. With a flash of light, the air was torn apart and the spear thrust towards Yi Xing. Thank you, brothers, for your monthly votes. Chapter 351. Medium-grade spirit martial art, Gale Spear Art. Cho Buhong's Gale Spear Art had already reached perfection. This was a spirit martial art that emphasized speed. Moreover, Cho Buhong's comprehension of the potential of the wind was extremely profound. This increased the speed of the Gale Spear Art. With a thrust of his spear, the distance of 1,000 meters was like a ruler. Although Cho Buhong was confident in himself and looked down on Yi Xing in terms of strength, because Yun Zhanfei had died under Yi Xing's hands, Cho Buhong didn't relax his tactics. Instead, he remained vigilant, attaching great importance to this battle. In this spear strike, Cho Buhong had used at least 80% of his strength. Let alone a half-step true master, even a 1-star true master would be frightened out of their wits by this spear strike. But Yi Xing was not an ordinary half-step true master, nor was he someone a 1-star true master could compare with. In particular, speed. In this aspect, any early true master could forget about gaining an advantage in front of Yi Xing. Dark Spirit Spear Art. The black dragon spear in Yi Xing's hands moved. In an instant, a dark spear light shot out. He used the Dark Spirit Spear Art and thrust out his spear. Cho Buhong's spear was fast, but Yi Xing's spear was even faster. The two spirit spears were like two needles against each other, their spear points thrusting together. Bang! A terrifying astral collision emitted explosive sounds. In that instant, a mass of energy rapidly spread out in all directions. Yi Xing and Cho Buhong's bodies shook at the same time. They were sent flying back 100 meters by the impact of this energy before falling to the ground. The medium-grade spirit spear in Cho Buhong's hands buzzed and trembled. As for the black dragon spear in Yi Xing's hands, it remained motionless, completely silent. One was a medium-grade spirit spear and the other was a high-grade spirit spear. In a collision of equal strength, it was clear which was stronger and which was weaker. The black dragon spear had dissolved the impact of the collision. Yi Xing's arm hadn't been impacted by the other's strength. But Cho Buhong's arm had been impacted by Yi Xing's spear, causing his arm to feel numb from the shock. Cho Buhong stared at Yi Xing. His eyes were filled with shock as he exclaimed. He said, "Half-step true master? This was impossible. You just broke through to 8-star martial sage 10 days ago. In just 10 days, how could you break through again and become a half-step martial sage?" Yi Xing's eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he said, "Impossible? Whether you believe it or not, the truth is the truth, just like your life. Even if you don't want to believe it, You can't change the fact that you will die today. Cho Bohong's eyes burned with anger as he shouted, hiding your cultivation, you must have hidden your cultivation before. No wonder you were able to kill Yun Zhanfei. It turns out that you are a half-step enlightened being, and your strength is not any weaker than a one-star enlightened being. However, in front of me, Cho Bohong, your strength is not enough. Ooh, instantly, Cho Bohong's aura surged. He circulated his astral energy to the limit, wanting to go all out against Yi Xing. Before this, Cho Bohong thought that 80% of his strength would be enough to kill Yi Xing. However, through the exchange just now, he had already tested out Yi Xing's strength. If he didn't go all out, there was no hope of killing Yi Xing. Facing Cho Bohong's surging aura, Yi Xing's expression was indifferent as he said, a 2-star enlightened being is only SOSO. You are much weaker than I thought. Did you think that I went all out just now? I only used 60% of my strength to play with you. Yi Xing's aura also skyrocketed. The grand force of wind, the grand force of fire, and the grand force of darkness, the 3 grand forces of heaven and earth, caused Yi Xing's aura to be even stronger than Cho Bohong's. Cho Bohong's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of astonishment. A half-step enlightened being could actually release such a terrifying aura. This was simply more terrifying than most of the 2-star enlightened beings he had met. At this moment, cracks began to appear in Cho Bohong's confidence in winning. He regretted not notifying the other enlightened beings. If he were alone, it would be difficult for him to swallow up all the treasures on Yi Xing's body. Now, Cho Bohong wanted to notify the others, but Yi Xing wouldn't give him the time. He shouted, you also want to try my spear. Dark Spirit Spear Art, Flash of Light. This spear was the Manifestation Realm Dark Spirit Spear Art. It had reached perfection. With the minute wind force added on, its speed reached the extreme. With the minute fire force and darkness force added on, its might was terrifying to the extreme. With a whoosh, a light flashed and the black dragon spear arrived in front of Cho Bohong. Compared to Cho Bohong's Gale Spear Art, this spear was much faster and much stronger. As this spear arrived, Cho Bohong's heart tightened. A cold sweat dripped down his back as he felt a fatal threat. Cho Bohong's figure was like a bolt of lightning. He drew backwards, the medium-grade spirit spear in his hands thrusting forwards. Bang! 2 spears collided. With a loud explosive sound, energy exploded outwards. Cho Bohong's body shook and his retreating speed doubled as he shot backwards for over 1,000 meters. As for Yi Xing, he only paused for a moment. He didn't take half a step back. He used the heavenly bat steps and his figure flashed like a bolt of lightning. The black dragon spear erupted with a brilliant dark spear light once more as it thrust towards Cho Bohong. Dark Spirit Spear. Yi Xing shouted out loud. He used the Dark Spirit Spear Art's ultimate killing move. The dark spear light shot forwards, occupying Cho Bohong's entire field of vision. The Manifestation Realm Dark Spirit Spear Art contained the rhythm of the Tao. Its moves were like divinity, possessing an unfathomable might. Even if it was a 1-star enlightened being whose cultivation was higher than Yi Xing's, in front of Yi Xing's spear, they still wouldn't have the strength to resist. They would instantly die. Cho Bohong was a 2-star enlightened being. Beneath the spear, he also felt an intense sense of death. However, the strength of a 2-star enlightened being was far from what a 1-star enlightened being could compare with. In front of this spear, a 1-star enlightened being had no ability to resist. A 2-star enlightened being. Cho Bohong bit down on the tip of his tongue. The pain caused him to instantly awaken from the illusion of divinity. However, the black dragon spear was already close to his throat. Cho Bohong didn't have time to use his spear skills to resist. He could only instinctively block with his spear. Clang! The black dragon spear's spear point ruthlessly struck the middle-grade spirit spear shaft, emitting a loud explosive sound. A terrifying strength instantly sent Cho Bohong flying backwards. Cho Bohong spat out a mouthful of blood as he shot backwards for over 1,000 meters. Whoosh! As Cho Bohong was still retreating, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into a star surrounded by a hurricane. This was a wind attribute astral image. Its star force surged, and from its intensity, it could be considered a high-grade astral image. Cho Bo-hong had used his astral image, but he didn't launch a counterattack against Yi Xing. Instead, he followed the strength of Yi Xing's spear and fled into the distance. Beneath the cover of the Hurricane Astral Image's wind star force, Cho Bo-hong's speed doubled. Astral wind turned into wings and he rapidly glided through the air. His speed was at least twice as fast as when he rode the red-tailed eagle. At the same time, Cho Bo-hong took out the speed communication bead. Yi Xing's strength was far too formidable, causing him to be frightened out of his wits. As for Yi Xing's treasures, he no longer had the courage to take them all for himself. He had to notify the other enlightened beings so that they could besiege Yi Xing. How could Yi Xing give Cho Bo-hong the chance to notify the others? His lips curled up and a pair of blue wings instantly sprouted from his back. These weren't wings condensed from astral essence, but a true flight-type spirit artifact. Moreover, they were a top-grade flight-type spirit artifact, the Azure Cloud Wings. At this time, Yi Xing was striving to stop Cho Bo-hong as quickly as possible. Naturally, he had to erupt with his maximum speed. With a flap of the Azure Cloud Wings, Yi Xing instantly turned into a beam of light, vanishing from where he stood. Cho Bo-hong's speed was fast enough, nearly reaching the speed of a third-level monster bird. But, compared to Yi Xing's speed when he used the Azure Cloud Wings, he was far too slow. He was at least twice as slow. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing crossed several miles and appeared behind Cho Bo-hong. The black dragon spear in his hands emitted an intense dark spear light that ruthlessly stabbed towards Cho Bo-hong's back. Cho Bo-hong grasped the medium-grade spirit spear in one hand and the speed communication bead in the other. He had already activated the Azure Cloud stars to activate the speed communication bead. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill from behind him. His heart trembled as he felt the aura of death. At this time, Cho Bo-hong didn't have time to speak. He quickly looked behind him and his hair stood on end. He saw that Yi Xing's black dragon spear had already pierced towards his back. Cho Bo-hong's astral essence erupted to the limit. His body was covered in a layer of flames and his astral essence was already burning. His speed erupted as he wanted to avoid this spear. But even so, Cho Bo-hong's speed was still inferior to Yi Xing's spear. In that instant, an icy chill penetrated his heart. Cho Bo-hong didn't feel any pain. But as he looked down, he saw that the spear point had pierced through his chest. Chapter 352. As Cho Bo-hong saw the spear point in his chest, he realized that he had been pierced through by this spear. Because this spear was too fast, even though it pierced through Cho Bo-hong's body, he didn't feel any pain. It was only at this moment that he saw the spear point pierce through his chest, dripping with blood. Only then did he feel the intense pain that came from his body. Cho Bo-hong opened his mouth wide and cried out in fear. But his throat wasn't able to emit any shrill sounds. All he could do was emit a hoarse roar. The black dragon spear had pierced through Cho Bo-hong's heart. This was a fatal wound. Cho Bo-hong's vitality rapidly faded away and he didn't even have the time to cry out. Blood gushed out from Cho Bo-hong's mouth. In just several breaths of time, his head tilted to the side and he died. In the skies, Yi Xing's blue cloud wings spread open behind him. He calmly stood in the void, grasping the black dragon spear and thrusting forwards. The spear point pierced through Cho Bo-hong's body, fixing his corpse in the air. Even as Cho Bo-hong died, his eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. When he fought Yi Xing, he didn't lower his guard because he underestimated Yi Xing. But it couldn't be denied that he had underestimated Yi Xing far too much. It was because he underestimated Yi Xing that he thought Yi Xing was only a genius of the younger generation, someone who hadn't stepped into the sage realm yet. It was impossible for him to be a match for a two-star sage like him. Thus, when he saw Yi Xing, he didn't notify anyone. Instead, he wanted to kill Yi Xing and take all the treasures for himself. Ultimately, this had led to his own death. In truth, Yun Zhanfei dying under Yi Xing's hands was a very bad omen. This should have caused Cho Bo-hong to place more importance on Yi Xing and avoid a one-on-one battle with Yi Xing as much as possible. Unfortunately, Chou Buohong was attracted by the treasures and wanted to take all of Yi Xing's treasures for himself. Thus, he made an irrational move and naturally had to bear serious consequences. Yi Xing put away the black dragon spear and Chou Buohong's corpse fell from the skies. The black dragon spear shook and a cold light flashed on the spear point, leaving not a single drop of blood on it. When Yi Xing landed on the ground, he retracted his azure cloud wings and collected Chou Buohong's storage ring and mid-grade spirit spear. With a wave of his hand, he burned Chou Buohong into ashes with the star fire. Chou Buohong, you're not the first, and you won't be the last. East Fu Sect, Flying Cloud Sect, Blood Spectre Sect, Divine Wind Sect, and Sun Moon Sect. Just you wait. It won't be long before I uproot all of you. This is the price you have to pay for attacking my Falling Star Sect. Seeing Chou Buohong turn into ashes, Yi Xing said coldly. In the distance, Chou Buohong's red-tailed eagle flapped its wings and flew away. Yi Xing took out the purple firmament bow and a purple gold arrow. With a single shot, the arrow cut through the void for several miles and instantly struck the red-tailed eagle's head, instantly killing it. Yi Xing waved his hand towards the distance. The third-level monster beast, the black-armored iron bull, quickly ran over to the red-tailed eagle's corpse and began to enjoy its meal. Yi Xing continued to practice his martial arts. The dark spirit spear art had already reached the manifestation boundary. What he needed to practice next was the heavenly bat steps and the 4 divisions arrow art. Wind potential had a great effect on the cultivation of the heavenly bat steps. In addition to the 4th level of heart force, it didn't take long for his attainments in the heavenly bat steps to reach the manifestation boundary. With the heavenly bat steps reaching transcendent perfection, Yi Xing was no longer constrained by the situation. Every step he took had a terrifying speed. Speed was his advantage to begin with, and now it had risen to another level. As for the 4 symbols arrow technique, because Yi Xing's heart force was closely related to the art of archery, it was a piece of cake for him to cultivate it. In less than 2 days, he had reached the transformative stage. When one's martial arts reached the manifestation boundary, they were no longer constrained by the moves. Each of their moves contained unpredictable power. Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art, heavenly bat steps, and 4 divisions arrow art had all reached the manifestation boundary. Compared to when he had just reached the half-step enlightened person, his strength was incomparable. After reaching the manifestation boundary of the 4 divisions arrow art, Yi Xing continued to practice the upper-tier spiritual martial art, Flame Dipper Fist. As an upper-tier spiritual martial art, the Flame Dipper Fist was much harder to practice than middle-tier spiritual martial arts such as the Dark Spirit Spear art. However, Yi Xing had the help of the Super Brain. His body had already formed the Star Dipper and he also had the 4th level of Heart Force. Thus, he was able to practice the Flame Dipper Fist very quickly. 3 days later, Yi Xing stopped practicing the Flame Dipper Fist. His attainment in the Flame Dipper Fist had far surpassed the small success stage. He was only 1 step away from the greater success stage. However, the greater success stage of the upper-tier spiritual martial art required too much of the Star Dipper. It was not that Yi Xing could not comprehend it, but his cultivation was too low. At the half-step enlightened person level, it was basically impossible for him to break through that last step. Thus, he could only give up for now. As long as Yi Xing's cultivation broke through to the Star Dipper realm, the greater success stage of the Flame Dipper Fist would follow naturally. Yi Xing sat on the ground and took out a big piece of frost python meat from his storage ring. He pierced it with a lower-tier spiritual sword. Then, he waved his hand and ignited the star fire on the ground. He placed the frost python meat on top of the star fire and started to roast it. In the past few days, Yi Xing had been practicing martial arts and eating the dry food he had brought with him. Today, after he had finished practicing all the martial arts, Yi Xing's appetite had been aroused. He was preparing to roast some frost python meat for a big meal to reward himself. Yi Xing's star fire was extremely tyrannical. The frost python meat could not come in contact with the star fire directly, or else it would be burned to ashes. It could only be roasted on top of the star fire and let the heat slowly roast it. Not long after, oil dripped from the frost python's meat, emitting an appetizing aroma. The frost python meat was a natural top-grade ingredient. It did not need any seasoning. When roasted, it was already an exceptional delicacy. Soon, the frost python meat was roasted until it was golden and shiny. The aroma assailed the nostrils. Yi Xing was already salivating when he smelled the aroma. Whoosh! Yi Xing waved his hand and put away the starfire. The frost python meat had been completely roasted. Looking at the roasted frost python meat, Yi Xing's eyes lit up. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and prepared to enjoy the delicious meal. Smells so good, good food. Yi Xing was about to eat when a voice suddenly came from behind him. It was mixed with the sound of someone sniffing. Yi Xing heard the voice and his hair stood on end. He turned his head and saw that a bearded man with long hair and a bare upper body had appeared behind him at some unknown time. This man looked like a barbarian. He had a strong body and was 2 meters tall. His 2 arms were like a normal person's thighs. His muscles bulged like dragons. His entire person was filled with a sense of wildness and power. Whoosh! Yi Xing instantly shot up. Like a flash of light, he rushed forward several hundred meters. This barbarian-like strong man had actually appeared behind Yi Xing without making a sound. This made Yi Xing's hair stand on end. The black-armored iron bull didn't sound a warning. This meant that it didn't notice the barbarian's arrival. This barbaric man was able to evade the black-armored iron bull's vigilance, and was even able to silently appear behind Yi Xing. If he didn't make a sound, Yi Xing wouldn't have been able to detect him. This caused Yi Xing to be extremely shocked and scared. What kind of cultivation did this barbaric man have? If this barbarian had wanted to harm him, he could have launched a sneak attack from behind and killed Yi Xing in an instant. Yi Xing turned around and looked at the barbarian from afar. He asked, "Who are you?" The barbarian cracked a smile. "Ah, you don't have to be afraid. I don't have any evil intentions. If I did, you would have been dead before you could even sense my presence." The barbarian spread his hands, indicating that he was talking about something big. Even so, Yi Xing was still scared. He used his superbrain to scan the barbarian, but he couldn't detect his cultivation. The barbarian saw that Yi Xing was very vigilant. He said, "I was cultivating in seclusion in the dark canyon, comprehending the power of darkness. I smelled the fragrance of your barbecue. Ha! It's too fragrant. My favorite thing in this life is delicious food. Although I only smelled the fragrance, I can guarantee that the barbecue in your hand must be a peerless delicacy." After saying that, the barbarian realized that he hadn't answered Yi Xing's question. He said, "I'm He Biao. You can call me He Biao. I want to eat the peerless delicacy in your hand. Of course, I won't eat it for free. I'll use my collection of peerless wine to exchange with you. How about it?" He Biao raised his hand and a dark green bottle appeared in his hand. It was about 3 inches tall. Yi Xing looked at the dark green bottle and thought, how much wine can such a small bottle hold? He Biao saw Yi Xing's expression and said, "Don't look down on my wine bottle. Even if it's a house full of wine, it can still hold it all. I'm about to leave the Qingyun region and expand the map to the entire true Xian domain. The 9 great sects and the sects in other regions have a lot of new settings and new characters. Then I have to use the plot to connect these new settings, sects, and characters. It's very troublesome and I'm stuck in a very miserable situation. Moreover, some readers said that the plot isn't good recently. This made me even more flustered. I don't know what to write next. Sweat. Yesterday and today, I've been thinking hard about the plot for the next 2 days. Now, I've finally straightened it out a little. How is it going? When it's done, please verify it. I'll update 1 chapter today. I won't use the previous chapters to make up for the missing chapters. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Adding chapters is adding chapters. Making up for the missing chapters is making up for the missing chapters. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Your support is the motivation for me to work hard. Thank you. Chapter 353. Yi Xing was shocked. The green wine bottle in He Biao's hand was actually a spatial treasure. Storage rings were the most common type of spatial treasure. The only spatial treasure Yi Xing had ever seen was a storage ring. However, The storage ring space was not big. A low-grade storage ring space was only 1 meter in length, width, and height. It could not store many things. A mid-grade storage ring was 100 times more precious than a low-grade storage ring. Its space was also 100 times larger. It was about 5 meters in length, width, and height. It could store a large room's worth of things. He Biao said that the green wine bottle in his hand could store a room's worth of wine. A room must have more than one room. The space was probably bigger than a mid-grade storage ring. It was very extraordinary. Of course, Yi Xing's superbrain could not detect He Biao's cultivation. This was enough to prove that he was not an ordinary person. It was normal for him to have extraordinary treasures on him. During the grand tournament of the 10 sects, Yi Xing was able to scan the cultivation base of the 4-5 celestial enlightened masters of the northern 4 sects. It was obvious that He Biao's cultivation base was higher than the northern 4 sects' sect leaders. According to Yi Xing's inference, He Biao was at least a high-level enlightened master. He could be called an esteemed master. In the entire True Shen domain, an esteemed master stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. Of course, an esteemed master was Yi Xing's lowest estimation of He Biao. He Biao's cultivation should only be higher. He might even be a venerable. However, Yi Xing obviously did not believe that this savage He Biao in front of him was a venerable. Not to mention in the Qingyun region, even in the entire True Shen domain, venerables were legends. Yi Xing did not believe that he would meet a venerable in the Qingyun mountain range. He Biao did not have any malice towards Yi Xing. This made Yi Xing feel relieved. His expression changed from panic to calmness. Yi Xing tossed the roasted frost python meat over to He Biao and said, "There's no need for Senior to exchange wine for this frost python meat. If Senior insists on exchanging, then why don't you tell me where Dark Gorge is? I want to comprehend the force of darkness as well." Yi Xing heard an important point from He Biao's words. He Biao said that he comprehended the darkness force in the dark canyon. Yi Xing's grand force of wind and grand force of fire had long since stepped into the initial stage of force, the advanced stage. This was especially true for the grand momentum of wind, which was already quite a distance away from the realm of intricacy. Only Yi Xing's dark force was still at the first level of force, which was still a bit away from the subtle realm. If Yi Xing could comprehend the dark force to the minute subtlety realm, then the dark spirit spear art as a dark martial art would definitely have a huge increase in power. Yi Xing's strength would also increase by another level. Yi Xing was not someone who liked wine. He naturally wanted to comprehend the power of darkness more than coveting the fine wine in He Biao's hands. He Biao took the frost python meat and put it in front of his nose to smell it, revealing a look of enjoyment. After sniffing a few times, He Biao revealed a very satisfied expression and said, "Good meat, ha! Exceptional meat." While talking, He Biao took out a dagger. With a swoosh, he cut the frost python meat into 2 halves. He Biao threw half of it to Yi Xing and said, "I'll bring you to the dark canyon. I'll also give you the fine wine to drink. One person happy is not as good as 2 people happy. Come, let's drink fine wine while eating good meat." Yi Xing took a step forward. Several hundred meters were like a square foot. He arrived in front of He Biao in 1 step and said, "Deference is no substitute for obedience. Many thanks, Senior." To He Biao. "I'm called He Biao. Within the 4 seas, all are brothers. Meeting is fate. Don't call me Senior, Senior. Let's drink wine together and eat meat together. We're brothers. Just call me He Biao." He Biao was clearly someone who did not care about status and seniority. Otherwise, in the martial arts world, based on cultivation and seniority, he was at least a high-level true master. In front of Yi Xing, he could totally be considered a senior. While talking, He Biao took out a large container. It was a wine cup as white as jade. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on the wine cup. It looked very noble. The white jade wine cup was more than 4 inches tall. It was more than an inch taller than the dark green wine bottle. However, He Biao picked up the dark green wine bottle and poured it into the wine cup, filling it to the brim. It could be seen that the dark green wine bottle was indeed a spatial treasure. The space inside was much larger than the size of the bottle. He Biao handed the wine cup filled with fine wine to Yixing and said, "Come, come, come. This is my collection of exceptional wine-drunken immortal wine. It was brewed by a master winemaker over 100 years. Good meat must be accompanied by good wine. What's your name? Let's drink." "I'm Yixing." "Many thanks, brother He Biao." Yixing took the wine cup. As an earthling, he did not have a strong sense of hierarchy. Since He Biao did not consider himself as a senior, Yixing naturally would not insist on being a junior and treat him as an equal. When one was outside, one should eat less of other people's food and drink less of other people's wine. Yixing had been in the Star Continent for almost 2 years. He naturally knew this. However, he took the wine cup from He Biao and did not hesitate. Instead, he directly drank a mouthful of wine. With He Biao's strength, if he wanted to harm Yixing, he did not need to use underhanded methods like poisoning the wine. He could just do it directly. Yixing would not be able to resist at all. Therefore, Yixing did not have any suspicions. He drank the wine in a free and easy manner. As the wine entered his mouth, it slid down his stomach. Yixing's heart was immediately filled with an extremely comfortable feeling. His mind shook, and in an instant, Yixing's perception suddenly increased by a large level. He could clearly sense the movement of the wind, the movement of the grass, and the movement of the insects around him. Yixing had only experienced this feeling in the dark world because of the black hole astrology. But now, just by drinking a mouthful of wine, he actually reached such a state. It could be seen that the wine he drank was indeed extraordinary. Yixing let out a long breath and praised, "Good wine. This wine actually has such an effect. It's much more precious than my frost python meat." The frost python meat was only delicious. In terms of benefits, it could not be compared to the Zui Xian'er wine. Although the frost python meat was a priceless treasure, this was only relative to foodies who focused on taste. To the vast majority of cultivators, the Zui Xian'er wine had such a miraculous effect and was much more precious than the frost python meat. Even though Yixing was also a foodie who liked good food and paid attention to taste, he also thought that the Zui Xian'er wine was more precious than the frost python meat. He Biao also drank a mouthful of the Zui Xian'er wine and then ate a big mouthful of the frost python meat. His eyes suddenly lit up. That feeling was as if his soul had been upgraded. After swallowing the frost python meat, He Biao's expression was still in a state of excitement. After a while, he said, "Good meat, it's really good meat. He Biao, have never eaten such good meat in my life, ha." "Yixing, you're wrong, very wrong. Although the Zui Xian'er wine is good, compared to this meat, it's a far cry, ha." For He Biao, although the Zui Xian'er wine was precious, he had a lot of it and had drunk a lot of it. It no longer had the effect of increasing his perception like the first time he drank it. Therefore, although the Zui Xian'er wine was good, in He Biao's eyes, it was just a good wine that he could drink at any time. But the frost python meat was different. The first time he ate it, the feeling of eating it was almost like his soul had been upgraded. It was refreshing to the extreme. For a foodie who paid attention to taste, this was simply a priceless treasure. He Biao was a foodie who paid attention to taste. The frost python meat to Yixing was like the Zui Xian'er wine to He Biao. It was something that could be eaten at any time. Therefore, they naturally felt that the other's food was better. Yixing drank the Zui Xian'er wine while eating the frost python meat. He also felt as if his soul had been upgraded. Compared to just eating the frost python meat, it was indeed much more delicious. Moreover, with He Biao accompanying them, the two of them drank and ate while chatting. They felt incomparably happy, and it was much more refreshing than when they were eating alone. Just as He Biao said, it was better to have 2 people happy than 1 person happy. Yixing swallowed a piece of frost python meat and drank a mouthful of the Zui Xian'er wine. Then, he burped loudly and said, "Brother He Biao, are you from the 9 great sects?" According to Yixing's knowledge, only the 9 great sects of the true Xian domain had high-level star realm masters. 9 great sects? You mean the 9 great sects of the true Xian domain? He Biao, who was eating the frost python meat, was stunned. He immediately reacted and shook his head. I'm not from the true Shen domain. My sect is the Dark Star sect. It's located in a very distant place. Today, my wife went to the hospital for a checkup. I only have time to write at night, so I can only maintain 2 chapters. The missing chapter will be filled tomorrow. The Heavenly Arrow God will also welcome its first ban. My brain is getting worse and worse. A few days ago, I decided to go to the hospital today. I had already forgotten about it last night. I sleep late, usually after midnight. I also wake up late in the morning. Today, my wife woke me up at 7 in the morning. I don't even know why I woke up so early. Damn, I was scolded. Thank you brothers for your support. I saw your comments in the book review section. Also, thank you rich readers for your support. In the last few days of this month, I will work hard to explode. Chapter 354. The Dark Star sect was definitely famous in the Star Continent. It was a superpower that could rival the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the Qingyun region was too small compared to the entire Star Continent. Not many people knew about the Dark Star sect even though it was the ruler of the Star Continent. The number of people who knew about it was even fewer. If it was some perfected masters who had ventured outside, they might know about the Dark Star sect. However, Yixing didn't know much about the Star Continent. He didn't even know about the Great Yuan dynasty, so how could he know about the Dark Star sect? Therefore, when Yixing heard about the Dark Star sect, his expression was normal. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, without any ripples. Yixing drank a mouthful of Zuixian or wine and said, "Since the Dark Star sect is very far from here, why did Brother He Biao come to the Qingyun mountain range to cultivate? I was in the Qingyun region, but I didn't know about the Dark Canyon in the Qingyun mountain range to participate in the Dark Force." He Biao swallowed a piece of frost python meat and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, the Qingyun mountain range and the Dark Star sect are quite close. The founder of the Dark Star sect once walked out of here and later founded the Dark Star sect." Yixing's expression froze and he said, "Your esteemed cult's founding ancestor must be an extremely powerful figure, right? Has there ever been such a strong person in the Azure Cloud mountain range? When did this happen?" He Biao was at least a perfected master. In Yixing's opinion, the sect he came from was at least at the same level as the 9 great sects of the true Xin region, or even higher. The founders of the 9 great sects were at least peak perfected masters, or even legendary honorables. Therefore, it could be inferred that the founder of the Dark Star sect was at least at this level. The Qingyun mountain range was desolate and uninhabited. However, 1,500 years ago, there was a superior 1-star sect in the Qingyun mountain range. Yixing couldn't help but wonder if the founder of the Qingyun mountain range was an expert who walked out of the Qingyun mountain range and founded the Dark Star sect. He Biao said, "The founder of our Dark Star sect is naturally powerful. About 2,000 years ago, our founder walked out of the Green Cloud mountain range. However, he did not stay in the Green Cloud mountain range. Instead, he traveled the world. 100 years later, he established the Dark Star sect. 2,000 years ago, the Azure Cloud sect still existed." Yixing was even more certain that the founder of the Dark Star sect was an expert from the Azure Cloud sect. However, what he did not expect was that the Dark Star sect was a power that could rival the Great Yuan dynasty. It was a 3-star power, far from what the Blue Cloud sect, a 1-star power, could compare with. A powerhouse from the Blue Cloud sect could establish a 3-star sect? This wasn't completely impossible. If this expert was a king-grade genius, after walking out of the Emerald Cloud sect, he would travel the world and eventually become a king who stood at the peak of the entire Star Continent. It would be reasonable for him to establish a 3-star sect. However, this was only a theoretical possibility. For a king-grade genius to appear in a 1-star sect, not to mention 10,000 years, it would be hard to come by even in 100,000 years. Moreover, if an expert from the Emerald Cloud sect stepped onto the peak of the Star Continent, became a king of a generation, and established a 3-star sect, then the Emerald Cloud sect, as the place where he came from, would definitely benefit from it. With the help of a king-grade genius and a 3-star sect, the Emerald Cloud sect could easily become a 2-star sect. However, 1500 years ago, when the Emerald Cloud sect was destroyed, it was still a 1-star sect. This did not make sense. If Yi Xing knew how powerful the Dark Star sect was, he would definitely deduce that the founder of the Dark Star sect did not come from the Emerald Cloud sect. However, he now thought that the Dark Star sect was a power on the same level as the Emerald Cloud sect. Yi Xing did not get to the bottom of the matter. He believed that the relationship between the Emerald Cloud sect and the Dark Star sect was not shallow. Mentioning the destroyed Emerald Cloud sect was obviously impolite. Yi Xing did not continue to ask He Biao, but He Biao asked Yi Xing, "Which sect are you from? At such a young age, you have the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. Even in the entire star continent, you are considered pretty good. In the true Xian domain, you should be a first-rate genius." Yi Xing's heart trembled. Those who had seen the world were indeed different. He was not even 18 years old and was already a half-step perfected person. This had already far surpassed the younger generation of the Emerald Cloud sect. Even in the entire true Xian domain, there were very few who could be compared to him in the younger generation. Even if they could beat him, they would definitely be over 20 years old. At his age, there was probably no genius in the true Xian domain who could reach the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. However, according to He Biao, among the geniuses in the entire star continent, Yi Xing was only considered pretty good. Of course, He Biao was only talking about cultivation. He was not clear about Yi Xing's strength. In terms of strength, to be able to kill a 2-star perfected person before the age of 18, he was also a first-rate genius in the entire star continent. "I am a disciple of the falling star sect." Sigh. When Yi Xing mentioned that, his face suddenly revealed a disappointed expression. He then told He Biao about how the falling star sect had been annihilated by the other sections. He Biao sighed and said, "Whether it is a sect or an individual warrior, it is a cycle of life and death. When there is life, there is death. No matter how powerful a warrior or a sect is, there will be a day when it will be annihilated. The world of warriors is so cruel. In order to survive in this world, we can only follow the rules of this world. If someone kills your family, you will kill him. If a sect destroys your sect, you will destroy that sect. Yi Xing, we will drink wine and eat meat together. We are brothers. If you have any difficulties, I can help you. However, you have to take back your dignity. You have to avenge your hatred." Yi Xing nodded and said, "Of course. Brother He Biao, I have already drunk your wine. If you take me to the Dark Canyon, it will be the greatest help to me. In 2 months, the Young Hero Assembly will be held. The reward for first place will be something I need. I have to increase my strength as much as possible to participate in the Young Hero Assembly." He Biao was puzzled. "You are indeed a top genius in the true Xian domain. However, you are still too young. It is not easy to get first place in the Young Hero Assembly. I wish you good luck." After drinking the wine and eating the meat, He Biao stood up and clapped his hands. "Come with me to the Dark Canyon. I hope you can gain something." The Dark Canyon was only a few dozen miles away from the place where Yi Xing practiced martial arts. Yi Xing followed He Biao and soon arrived at the Dark Canyon. This was a canyon that was about 1,000 meters long and dozens of meters wide. Although it was daytime, the canyon was dim and it was difficult to see the bottom. Perhaps this was where the name of the Dark Canyon came from. Yi Xing scanned with his super brain and saw through the darkness of the canyon. He saw the bottom of the canyon, which was about 100 meters deep. The power of darkness in the Dark Canyon is very strong and of a very high level. How much you can comprehend will depend on your perception. You drank the drunken immortal wine for the first time. It should have a great effect on your perception and perception. Before the effect of the wine wears off, it is the best time to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. He Biao stood beside the Dark Canyon and said to Yi Xing. Then he jumped into the Dark Canyon. He Biao's voice came from the bottom of the canyon. "I am going into seclusion to comprehend. Don't disturb me. You can leave whenever you want." He Biao was attracted by the fragrance of the frost python meat. His heart itched and he stopped comprehending. All his previous efforts were wasted. Now that he was full, he was ready to go into seclusion to comprehend. He hoped to comprehend the power of darkness to perfection as soon as possible. Yi Xing also entered the dark canyon. He sat cross-legged and sensed the aura of darkness around him. With He Biao beside him, Yi Xing did not use the black hole astrology. Instead, he relied on his own perception to comprehend. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, soon more than 10 breaths passed. Yi Xing could not sense the slightest bit of the power of darkness. It was as if this was an ordinary canyon. If He Biao had not brought him here, Yi Xing would not have known that this was a suitable place to comprehend the power of darkness. However, because of He Biao's example, even if Yi Xing could not sense the power of darkness, he continued to calm his mind and focus on comprehending the aura around him. Time ticked by. An hour had passed, but Yi Xing still hadn't sensed the power of darkness. However, Yi Xing's heart was as calm as still water. He continued to sense it. Since He Biao could comprehend the power of darkness here, there must be something. After nearly 2 hours, Yi Xing finally gained something. Chapter 355. When Yi Xing sensed the darkness around him, he felt as if he had entered a world of darkness. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched them out. This scene was similar to Yi Xing using the black hole astrology. However, the world of darkness created by the black hole astrology was like Yi Xing's sense of touch. Yi Xing could clearly sense everything within a radius of 10 miles in this world of darkness. But now, the world of darkness was like a prison. It sealed off Yi Xing's vision and senses. Yi Xing couldn't see or sense anything in the darkness around him. What a terrifying darkness! Yi Xing was startled. He immediately understood that the reason he couldn't sense the darkness wasn't because there wasn't any in the canyon, but because the darkness in the canyon was too high level. With Yi Xing's level of comprehension of the darkness, it was very difficult to sense it. In the clear sky area, Yi Xing's understanding of the force of darkness was absolutely one of the best. Even he found it difficult to sense the force of darkness in the dark canyon. Naturally, other martial artists, even Dao masters of the older generation, wouldn't be able to sense it. Therefore, the martial artists in the Clear Sky region didn't know that there was a dark canyon in the Clear Sky mountain range where one could comprehend the darkness. Perhaps someone had come to this canyon before, but to the martial artists in the Clear Sky region, this was just an ordinary canyon. No one would care about it. Yi Xing was overjoyed. With his perception, as long as he comprehended the darkness, it was impossible for him to gain nothing. The darkness in the canyon was so high level. It was very likely that he would be able to comprehend the darkness to the minute subtlety realm here. As time passed, Yi Xing's senses slowly seeped into the surrounding darkness. Yi Xing's understanding of the dark force had reached an extremely profound level in the first stage. He was not far away from the second stage, which was the hyperfocus realm. This would be of great help to him in comprehending the dark force in the dark canyon. Time passed day by day. Yi Xing's comprehension of the dark force in the dark canyon increased day by day. Compared to the speed of martial arts cultivation, Yi Xing's comprehension of the dark force was extremely slow. However, the comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth obviously could not be discussed together with the cultivation of martial arts. The difficulty of the two was on a completely different level. Many true masters below the 7th level of the astral realm could train their upper-class spiritual martial force to the great completion. However, very few could comprehend the heavenly force to the subtle realm. Especially for a special heavenly force like the dark force, it was even more difficult to comprehend. Compared to Yi Xing's cultivation, Yi Xing's comprehension of the dark force could be described as advancing at a tremendous pace. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. As Yi Xing's understanding of the force of darkness grew deeper and deeper, Yi Xing's sensing range in the surrounding world of darkness grew wider and wider. 10 days later, he could sense 5 meters away. 20 days later, he could sense 10 meters away. 25 days later, Yi Xing's comprehension of the force of darkness finally showed a qualitative improvement. His mind moved, and his entire body emitted a strong qi of darkness. His force of darkness had broken through the small completion and entered the subtle realm. Yi Xing's sensing range in the surrounding world of darkness suddenly increased and extended to 30 meters away. Within 30 meters, the darkness was like Yi Xing's sense of touch. It was clearly sensed by Yi Xing. In the middle of the canyon, He Biao was surprised when he sensed the qi of darkness emitted by Yi Xing. The force of darkness has reached the subtle realm? Good kid, he is only a half-step true master, but he can comprehend the force of darkness to this extent. He is even more monstrous than I expected. Yi Xing's comprehension of the force of darkness was beyond He Biao's expectations. He Biao thought to himself, even in the Dark Star sect, there are only a handful of geniuses who can comprehend the force of darkness to the subtle realm when they are only half-step true masters. Such a monstrous genius is actually hidden in a small place like the Qingyun region. I wonder how strong he is and what his potential is. Could he be a true dragon? He Biao opened his eyes and his eyes lit up. Originally, he wasn't interested in the true Xian region's young hero assembly. However, because of Yi Xing, he was interested. It's still early. I will go and take a look when the young hero assembly begins. He Biao thought to himself and closed his eyes again. He continued to comprehend the force of darkness. His force of darkness was only one step away from perfection. However, this last step was extremely difficult to cross. With my cultivation, the force of darkness has already reached the subtle realm. It is extremely difficult to improve it further. There is only a month left before the young hero assembly. I should be on my way. Yi Xing thought to himself. He did not disturb He Biao and left the dark canyon. From the black-armored Iron Bull's consciousness, Yi Xing found out about the nearby territories of some powerful demonic beasts. About 1,000 miles away, there was a demonic beast equivalent to the 3-star venerable, the silver-winged demonic condor. The silver-winged demonic condor was the descendant of the golden-winged demonic condor king. It was a rank 3 demonic beast. After reaching adulthood, most of the demonic beasts would become early rank 3 demonic beasts. Only a few of them could grow into mid-rank 3 demonic beasts. If its wings turned golden, it would become a golden-winged demonic condor. It could grow into a high-rank 3 demonic beast, equivalent to a high-rank star venerable. As for the golden-winged demonic condor king, it was a rank 4 demonic beast, equivalent to a human honorable. If it was a mid-rank 3 silver-winged demonic condor, Yi Xing would not dare to provoke it. However, this silver-winged demonic condor was an early rank 3 demonic beast. Its strength was equivalent to the 3-star venerable. Under the attack of Yi Xing's eye of clear cloud, it naturally could not withstand it. In just a few dozen breaths of time, it was completely subdued by Yi Xing riding on the silver-winged demonic condor. Yi Xing ordered it to fly towards the star crystal vein. The silver-winged demonic condor's flying speed was slightly faster than the purple flame monarch condor. The distance of several thousand miles was covered in less than half a day. Yi Xing did not enter the star crystal vein. Instead, he observed from afar. Seeing that the star crystal vein was still in the hands of he was relieved. He rode on the silver-winged demonic condor and flew towards the north. That was the direction of the 9-sect alliance's headquarters, 9 Heaven City. On the way, Yi Xing inquired about the news when he passed by a city. More than a month after the 10-sect grand tournament ended, the Clear Sky region had undergone great changes. First, it was the Falling Star sect that was destroyed. This was something that Yi Xing naturally knew. However, half a month after the Falling Star sect was destroyed, the Spirit Moon sect also suffered a calamity. They were annihilated in a single night, and it was said that there were only a few survivors. The martial artist who annihilated the Spirit Moon sect left behind 4 large words on the mountain gate of the Spirit Moon sect. Diyuan invincible, demon star must die. It was said that the annihilation of the Spirit Moon sect was related to the strongest force in the entire star mainland, the Diyuan dynasty. The reason seemed to be related to the Virgo constellation that appeared briefly in the Spirit Moon sect. This was the first time that Yi Xing heard news about the Diyuan dynasty. At the same time, he also remembered the Diyuan dynasty in his heart. This was because the Virgo constellation martial artist that the Deyuan dynasty was looking for, Yixing knew that it was none other than Wei Qingxian. Sage Yanyu had told Yixing that Wei Qingxian had caused a great commotion when she broke through to the martial saint realm and awakened her Virgo constellation. She was then taken away by a king on the grounds of safety. It seemed that the king had already predicted this outcome. The Spirit Moon sect would not be able to protect the peerless genius Wei Qingxian. Why would the Deyuan dynasty want to kill Wei Qingxian? Could it be because Wei Qingxian possesses a constellation? If that's the case, then I possess the Sagittarius constellation. Wouldn't that make me a target for the Deyuan dynasty? Yixing thought that if he revealed his Sagittarius constellation, he would probably end up like Wei Qingxian and be listed as a target for the Deyuan dynasty. What he did not know was that in reality, he was the true target of the Deyuan dynasty. He was the demon star that the Deyuan dynasty had mentioned. Sai, the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect were annihilated within a month. The world of martial artists is indeed cruel. If one does not have enough strength, one would be in a precarious situation. Yixing was touched, and his desire to become stronger grew even stronger. Other than the annihilation of the Spirit Moon sect, the Flying Cloud sect did not have it easy either. Because of Cho Buohong's death, the Flying Cloud sect came up with another explanation. Yun Zhanfei was dead, but Yixing was not. The Sun Moon sect and the other sects believed this explanation. However, they did not believe it verbally. Under the pressure of the Sun Moon sect and the other sects, the Flying Cloud sect had to compensate a large amount of star crystals and spirit weapons. Under the intervention of the Tian Luo sect, the Sun Moon sect withdrew their hands from the 6 southern sects. The East supporting sect was unable to take down the Falling Star sect's final fortress. The southern part of the Azure Cloud mountain range was temporarily peaceful. However, Yixing knew that this peace would not last for long. When he returned, the Azure Cloud region would be turned upside down. Chapter 356. The silver-winged demonic eagle was flying high up in the sky. Yixing sat on the eagle's back. Since he had nothing to do during the journey, he was comprehending the knowledge of arrays that Venerable Qin Yun had left in his mind to improve his attainment in arrays. Even if it was only flying during the day, the silver-winged demonic eagle could travel close to 100,000 miles in a day. On the second day, Yixing left the Qin Yun region. At night, Yixing would sometimes stay in a hotel in the town to rest. He would ask around for directions to ensure that he was not going the wrong way. Sometimes, he would hide in the wings of the silver-winged demonic eagle and make do for the night. 10 days later, Yixing finally arrived at his destination, Nine Heaven City. Nine Heaven City was the biggest city in the True Xian region. Although the 9 high sects were not located here, the headquarters of the 9 Sect Alliance was located in Nine Heaven City. The 9 Sect Alliance controlled the entire True Xian region. No sect in the True Xian region dared to disobey their orders. Above them, the 9 Sect Alliance obeyed the 2-Star Empire and the 2-Star Empire obeyed the 3-Star Empire. In the Star Continent, there was only one dynasty, and that was the Great Yuan dynasty. In theory, an order from the Great Yuan dynasty could be passed down through the layers, and it was sufficient to command the entire world. Of course, this was only in theory. In reality, there were sects in the Star mainland that the Great Yuan Empire could not command. For example, the Dark Star sect. If the Dark Star Church didn't listen to the Great Yuan dynasty's orders, there would naturally be other sects that followed suit. However, one thing was for sure, the sects that didn't listen to the Great Yuan dynasty's orders were all hidden forces of the Star Continent. They couldn't openly appear in the world. Even a sect as strong as the Dark Star sect that fought against the Great Yuan Empire could only live in the shadows. They did not dare to reveal their stronghold to the public. Otherwise, they would be destroyed by the Great Yuan Empire. The Dark Star sect's martial artists had to hide their identities when they traveled the world. If they were exposed, they would be killed by the Great Yuan Empire. The 9 high sects of the True Xian region were all open forces that obeyed the Great Yuan Empire's orders. As the headquarters of the Nine Sect Alliance and the biggest city in the True Shen region, Nine Heaven City was extremely majestic. It covered a radius of 1,000 miles and had a population of over 100 million. Yi Xing stood on the back of the silver-winged demonic eagle and looked at Nine Heaven City from the sky. The Nine Heaven City was divided into the inner city and the outer city. The 300 miles radius of the inner city was where the Nine Sect Alliance's headquarters were located. It was shrouded by a formation, and other than the 9 high sects martial artists, no one else was allowed to fly in the sky. The outer city surrounded the inner city, and the area was much larger. More than 90% of the city's population was in the outer city area, and it was divided into 4 districts: north, south, east, and west. The eastern district was a super big market. There were businesses owned by the various sects of the true mystic domain. There were weapon pavilions, elixir pavilions, array pavilions, and other shops that sold weapons, elixir pavilions, array discs, as well as all kinds of material stores. There were also various markets such as auctions, caged battle arenas, slave markets, and so on. The South District was a place of accommodation and entertainment. There were inns, hotels, restaurants, tea houses, brothels, and other buildings everywhere. The west side of the city was where some of the local sects and sects of the Nine Heaven City were stationed. Needless to say, there were some small sects, and many of them were one-star sects. The stronger ones were even comparable to one-star sects. The North District was the slums. Some of the Nine Heaven City's local residents and wandering martial artists lived in this district. It was a mix of good and bad people. Yi Xing rode on the silver-winged demon eagle and flew directly into the South District. At the center of the South District, there was a 7-story inn that was dozens of meters tall. Yi Xing looked at the entrance of the inn. 7 Treasures Inn. Outside the 7 Treasures Inn, there were a few waiters, and all of them were martial sages. In the Fallen Star Kingdom, martial sages were legends to ordinary martial artists. In most of the cities, there were no martial sages. Even in the county cities, there were very few martial sages. Most of them were ordinary martial artists, and there were even some who had not stepped into the martial Tao. However, in the Nine Heaven City, everyone that Yi Xing saw was at least a Star Vortex Realm martial artist, and all of them were martial sages. In the Nine Heaven City, Star Vortex Realm martial artists were called Star Marquis, and martial sages were the names given to Star Vortex Realm martial artists in the remote Qingyun region. Young hero, do you want to stay or have a meal? This inn provides first-class accommodation and food service. We also have professional demonic beast caregivers to take care of your pet beast. Seeing Yi Xing and the silver-winged demon eagle walking up, one of the waiters outside the 7 Treasures Inn walked out and welcomed Yi Xing. At this time, there were other martial artists who came to the 7 Treasures Inn, and the other waiters also went up to welcome them. If it was in the Fallen Star Kingdom, martial sages would be scared half to death if they saw a grade 3 demonic beast. However, although this waiter took a few more glances at the silver-winged demon eagle, his expression was very calm. It was obvious that he had seen many grade 3 demonic beasts, so it was not strange. Accommodation. Yi Xing nodded to the waiters. The waiters bowed and said, "Young hero, please come in. Your demonic beast, please follow me. I will bring it to the demonic beast area. For the sake of the other guests in the inn, demonic beasts are not allowed in the food and accommodation area. I hope young hero can understand." Yi Xing patted the silver-winged demon eagle and gestured for it to follow the waiters. He walked directly into the 7 Treasures Inn. The first floor of the 7 Treasures Inn was a spacious hall. On both sides of the hall, there were many tables with many martial artists seated. Most of them were Star Vortex Realm Marquises, but most of them were high-level Star Vortex Realm Marquises. Yi Xing booked a superior room at the front desk. There was still about a month before the Young Hero Assembly began, so Yi Xing booked it for a month. The accommodation in the 7 Treasures Inn wasn't cheap. The superior room cost 500 low-grade star crystals a day. In addition to the care of the demonic beast, it cost 600 low-grade star crystals a day. A month would cost 18,000 low-grade star crystals, and the food would be calculated separately. In the Qingyun region, if an ordinary half-step perfected one stayed in the Seven Treasures Inn for a month, their hearts would bleed. However, to Yixing, this was nothing. He had received 300,000 low-grade star crystals as a reward during the 10-sect tournament, and all of them were with him. Moreover, Lu Tianyuan had given him the sect master's gift, which contained a few thousand mid-grade star crystals. Before he left the star crystal mine, Zishan Ho and Gu Tianshang had given Yixing tens of thousands of mid-grade star crystals. 10,000 mid-grade star crystals were equivalent to 1,000,000 low-grade star crystals. Yixing wasn't an ordinary wealthy person. His wealth was equivalent to that of an ordinary sect. Among the astral realm perfected ones, there were only a handful of perfected ones below the 4-star level who were wealthier than him. Esteemed guest, your room is number 707. You are staying in this inn. You can head to the 2nd floor for your meal. The beautiful receptionist at the front desk of the inn said as she received Yixing's low-grade star crystals. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Yixing. Yixing nodded and went up to the 2nd floor. The rooms were from the 3rd floor onward. The 1st and 2nd floors were for dining. However, compared to the 1st floor, the decorations on the 2nd floor were obviously more elegant and luxurious. Moreover, there were many private rooms on the 2nd floor. The tables in the hall on the 1st floor couldn't be compared to them. Yixing wasn't in a hurry to go to room 707. Instead, he sat down by a window on the 2nd floor. He ordered a gourd of good wine and a few good dishes, and started to enjoy them alone. As it was his first time here, Yixing was unfamiliar with the 9-heaven city. There were many guests on the 2nd floor of the inn, and many of them were astral realm perfected ones. Yixing wanted to listen to the news and broaden his horizons. Inns and restaurants had always been places for people of the underworld to chat. If one wanted to listen to news, this place was the best place to go. Yixing condensed his astral energy in his ears, and his hearing was extremely sensitive. As long as he listened carefully, he could hear what the other party was talking about as long as they didn't intentionally lower their voices. After listening carefully for a while, Yixing realized that most of the martial artists in the inn were talking about the Young Hero Assembly. The most relevant thing about the Young Hero Assembly was the younger generation geniuses participating in the Young Hero Assembly. When talking about the younger generation geniuses of the True Shen region, they would definitely talk about the Earth Profound ranking. There are new geniuses in every generation. The new generation will surpass the old. The number of perfected ones in this generation of the True Shen region's younger generation is more than 20. It can be said to be the most in 1,000 years. Last year, there were only 10 perfected ones on the Earth Profound ranking. This year, there were 10 more perfected ones. More than 20 perfected ones appeared on the Earth Profound ranking in the same generation. Such a grand event only happened 1,000 years ago. I heard that other regions are also producing young geniuses. The Great Yuan dynasty allowed the entire continent to hold a competition among the younger generation. They have mobilized the martial Dao fate of the entire continent. Indeed, every 1,000 years, there will be a golden age. The current era is a golden age for the entire star continent. The plot transition is not easy to write. Today, I can only update twice. The plot of the 9-heaven city is unfolding. I will definitely update 3 times tomorrow. Thank you for your support and understanding. Chapter 357. Yixing found out that the 9 sect alliances had gathered the younger generation of the True Shen region for the Young Hero Assembly because of the Great Yuan dynasty's order. Through the discussions of the crowd, Yixing also gained a rough understanding of the star continent. The star continent was extremely vast. Just the land area alone was hard to describe. It was more than 100 million miles. Moreover, the star continent wasn't an entire continent. It was a collective name for the 5 continents, separated by a vast ocean. The 5 continents were called the Middle Sky Continent, East Divine Continent, South Divine Continent, West He Divine Continent, North Tranquil Continent. Among them, the Middle Sky Continent was the largest. Its area was comparable to the other 4 continents combined. It was the most powerful region in the Star Continent. The ruler of the Star Continent, the Great Yuan Dynasty, was located in the Middle Sky Continent. The Great Yuan Dynasty occupied half of the Middle Sky Continent. Its area was larger than any of the other 4 continents combined. As for the other half of the Middle Sky Continent, it was the territory of the 12 affiliated empires of the Great Yuan Dynasty. These 12 affiliated empires were all upper-rank empires. Any one of them could dominate a region in the other 4 continents. Compared to the Middle Sky Continent, the East Divine Continent was much smaller and more fragmented. Unlike the Middle Sky Continent, which only had 1 dynasty and 12 empires, it was divided into 108 regions and countless countries. The East Divine Continent was divided into 36 major regions and 72 minor regions. Regions with 2-star sects were called major regions. Regions with 1-star sects were called minor regions. The true Xin region was one of the 72 lower regions. Within the region, there were no 2-star sects with honorable realm experts. As for the other 3 regions, no one talked about them in detail. Yi Xing estimated that the situation was similar to the East Divine Continent. A year ago, Yang Gang from the Tiangang sect was the only one on the Earth Profound ranking. He was a 3-star spiritual master, and he was ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking. This year, Meng Ji and Bai Tsang, who were ranked 2nd and 3rd on the Earth Profound ranking, had also broken through to the 3rd level of the Star Realm. I wonder if Yang Gang will be able to keep his first place on the Earth Profound ranking after the Young Hero Assembly. The Boundless Sects Meng Ji and the White Bone Gates Bai Tsang are both disciples of the 9 great sects. After breaking through to the 3rd Star Enlightened Master Realm, their strength must have improved greatly. However, Yang Gang is also a disciple of the 9 great sects. He reached the 3rd Star Enlightened Master Realm a year earlier than the 2 of them. Keeping the first place on the Earth Profound ranking shouldn't be a problem. Currently, there are only 3 3-star Enlightened Masters on the Earth Profound ranking. Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Bai Tsang's top 3 positions should be unshakable. However, many new Enlightened Masters have risen this year. I'm afraid that the top 10 positions of the Earth Profound ranking will change quite a bit. In my opinion, the one with the biggest change should be the Earth Fiend sect's genius disciple, Shi Wenxie. He was originally ranked 10th on the Earth Profound ranking. Although the Earth Fiend sect is not one of the 9 superior sects, it is still a first-rate force in the 9 heavens city other than the 9 sect alliances. When Shi Wenxie was a 1-star Enlightened Master, he was already invincible among his peers. He even defeated a 2-star Enlightened Master once. Furthermore, his ranking on the Earth Profound ranking even surpassed the Golden Sword sect's 2-star Enlightened Master disciple, Mu Ziyue. I heard that Shi Wenxie's cultivation has already broken through to the 2nd level of the Astral Realm and became a 2-star Enlightened Master. I wonder how many 2-star Enlightened Masters from the 9 great sects are his match. Is this true? Shi Wenxie broke through to the 2-star Enlightened Master realm? It should be true. Then that's terrifying. Shi Wenxie's battle strength is heaven-defying. I'm afraid that there are very few Enlightened Masters who are his match. I estimate that Shi Wenxie will very likely rush to the 4th place on the Earth Profound ranking. Over the years, the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking has always been occupied by the disciples of the 9 great sects. The other sects rarely have a genius who can enter the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking in the past 100 years. When Shi Wenxie was a 1-star Enlightened Master, he was already able to enter the 10th place on the Earth Profound ranking. This is already very impressive. If he rushes to the 4th place, TSK, this should break the record of the Earth Profound ranking in the past 1,000 years. Actually, other than Shi Wenxie, there's another person who is also very frightening. His ability to challenge those of a higher level is even greater than Shi Wenxie's. Furthermore, he's extremely young, not even 20 years old. I know who you're talking about. Is it the genius disciple of the Golden Sword sect, Mu Xiaoyue? Yes, it's Mu Xiaoyue. He's not even 19 years old, but he's already half a step into the Enlightened Master realm. Furthermore, his sword arts have reached perfection. He's comprehended the grand force of metal to the minute realm. He has defeated many one-star enlightened masters and is known as the #1 genius of the true Shen region in the past 1,000 years. His reputation as a genius is even above Shi Wenxie's. His battle prowess is indeed more heaven-defying than Shi Wenxie's. If Mu Xiaoyue breaks through the astral realm and becomes a one-star enlightened master, with his battle prowess, he might be able to defeat a 2-star enlightened master. That's a sure thing. Furthermore, I've received news that Mu Xiaoyue has already broken through the astral realm and become a 1-star enlightened master. His ranking on the Earth Profound ranking should skyrocket and rush into the top 10. He might even trample the few 2-star enlightened masters on the Earth Profound ranking under his feet. Tisk Tsk? A 19-year-old 1-star enlightened master. Looks like Mu Xiaoyue will shine in this young hero assembly. I wonder if he can defeat Shui Yan of the Fire Cloud sect when he's still a 1-star enlightened master. Shui Yan's cultivation is at the peak of the 2nd level of the astral realm and he's ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking. Mu Xiaoyue has just broken through to the 1-star enlightened master, while Shui Yan is at the peak of the 2nd level of the astral realm. He's not far from breaking through to the 3-star enlightened master. Shui Yan is the strongest among the younger generation of the 2-star enlightened masters. Mu Xiaoyue's chances of defeating him are not high. If Mu Xiaoyue can really defeat Shui Yan, then he can compete with Shi Wenxie for the new 4th place on the Earth Profound ranking. Yi Xing focused his astral energy into his ears. While he was pondering, he not only heard the reason why the young hero assembly was being held, but he also heard the news of many young geniuses in the true Shen domain. Currently, among the young geniuses in the true Shen domain, the 3-star enlightened masters, Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Bai Cong, were the strongest. They occupied the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places on the Earth Profound ranking. Furthermore, Yang Gang was in the Big Dipper sect, Meng Ji was in the Boundless sect, and Bai Cong was in the White Bone sect. They were the 3 strongest sects in the true Shen domain's 9 high sects. However, the cultivators in the inn were not talking about Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Bai Cong. Instead, they were talking about Shi Wenxie and Mu Xiaoyue, the 2 geniuses who could fight above their level. Shi Wenxie was a disciple of the Earth Fiend sect. Although the Earth Fiend sect was not one of the 9 high sects, it was a top 1-star medium sect. It was a local force in the 9 heaven city. In the true Shen domain, other than the 9 high sects, the Earth Fiend sect's strength could be said to be one of the best. Although they were both 1-star medium sects, the Azure Cloud region's 4 northern sects, the Tian Luo sect and the Dark Nether sect did not even have a 6 stars enlightened master. The Sun Moon sect and the Blue Thunder sect only had 1 6 stars enlightened master each. As for the Earth Fiend sect, they had as many as 3 6 stars enlightened masters. The Earth Fiend sect's strength was stronger than the 4 1-star medium sects of the Azure Cloud region combined. Shi Wenxie was invincible in the astral realm. He even had the battle record of challenging someone above his level. The sect behind him was also very powerful. Naturally, he was very famous. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the astral realm this year. During the Young Hero Assembly, there would probably be many 2-star enlightened masters who were ranked higher than him on the Earth Profound ranking. Naturally, he would be the talk of the town. However, the most talked about person was not Shi Wenxie, but Mu Xiaoyue of the Golden Sword sect. As the saying went, there was always someone better than you. There was no better genius, only the most talented. Mu Xiaoyue was a monstrous genius of the younger generation who was even more talented than Shi Wenxie. He was known as the #1 genius of the true Shen domain in the past 1,000 years. Before the age of 19, Mu Xiaoyue had already become a half-step enlightened master and had defeated many 1-star enlightened masters. A half-step enlightened master defeating a 1-star enlightened master. This kind of battle record was even more shocking than Shi Wenxie's. Moreover, Mu Xiaoyue was 19 years old and had already broken through to the astral realm to become a 1-star enlightened master. Shi Wenxie had only broken through to the 1-star enlightened master when he was 20 years old. He was now 22.5 years old and had only reached the 2-star enlightened master realm. In terms of cultivation, Shi Wenxie was superior to Mu Xiaoyue because of his age. If they were in the same age group, Shi Wenxie would be inferior. As a result, Mu Xiaoyue naturally became the hot topic of the Young Hero Assembly. This Young Hero Assembly was related to the change of the Earth Profound ranking. All the warriors of the True Shen domain wanted to know how Mu Xiaoyue, the number 1 genius of the True Shen domain in the past 1,000 years, would shine in the Young Hero Assembly. Chapter 358. Apart from Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Bai Tsong, who stood in the top 3 of the Earth Profound ranking, as well as Shi Wenin and Mu Xiaoyue, who had heaven-defying battle prowess, Yi Xing had more or less heard some news about the other young geniuses. Yi Xing already knew a lot about the geniuses at the top of the Earth Profound ranking. There was no need to talk about the top 3. Shui Yen, ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star enlightened master, a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, one of the 9 great sects. Nan Xinyue, 5th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star enlightened master, and a disciple of the Flying Rainbow sect, one of the 9 high sects. Du Feiyun, ranked 6th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star spiritual master, and a disciple of the Flowing Wind sect, one of the 9 great sects. Shi Du, ranked 7th on the Earth Profound ranking, a 2-star spiritual master, and a disciple of the Spirit Snake sect, one of the 9 great sects. Mu Xiaoyue was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation. All of the martial artists on the 2nd floor of the inn gradually shifted the topic of discussion to Mu Xiaoyue. There were endless debates about whether Mu Xiaoyue could defeat Shui Yen, who was currently ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking. Shui Yen is definitely no match for Mu Xiaoyue. A youth with a sword on his back fiercely slammed his fist on the table. His expression was somewhat excited as he said, "Mu Xiaoyue is a monstrous genius of the true Xian region that hasn't appeared in 1,000 years. His swordsmanship has reached perfection. Now that his cultivation has broken through to the astral realm, who among the 2-star enlightened masters can match him? How could Shui Yen have the qualifications to be his opponent? If the two of them were to fight, Mu Xiaoyue would definitely be able to defeat him with a single strike." Mu Xiaoyue was a sword Dao powerhouse, and so was this young man with a sword on his back. It was obvious that he worshipped Mu Xiaoyue very much. When he heard some people say that Mu Xiaoyue was inferior to Shui Yen, he became excited. The Fire Cloud sect was ranked 4th among the 9 high sections. It was only inferior to the Heavenly Dipper sect, Boundless sect, and Whitebone sect. As a genius disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, Shui Yen naturally had no lack of warriors fawning over him. The sword-bearing youth had said that Mu Xiaoyue could defeat Shui Yen with a single sword strike, which made many people dissatisfied. A middle-aged man at the 1st level of the astral realm said, "What does a brat know? He only knows blind worship." Mu Xiaoyue is indeed powerful. When he breaks through to the astral realm, he can defeat many 2-stars enlightened masters. However, young Master Shui Yen is only 1 step away from breaking through to the 3rd-star enlightened master. He is the strongest 2-stars enlightened master. Mu Xiaoyue is definitely not a match for young Master Shui Yen. This middle-aged man was a rogue cultivator who did not belong to any sect. He had worked as a waiter in the 9 Heaven City and received benefits from the Fire Cloud sect. Later on, he broke through to the astral realm and became a perfected person by chance. He then became a guest elder of a small sect in the 9 Heaven City. Among the martial sages in the 9 Heaven City, he could be considered a legendary figure. There were many ordinary people in the 9 Heaven City who didn't belong to any sect. They relied on their own efforts and luck to make a name for themselves. Some of them became high-level star marquises, some became half-step enlightened masters, and some even became enlightened masters with a lifespan of 200 years. Countless ordinary martial sages in the 9 Heaven City treated the achievements of these rogue enlightened masters as their lifelong goal. However, Although this one-star enlightened master was a legendary figure among the rogue martial sages in the Nine Heaven City, he was nothing compared to the cultivators in the world of sections. The Fire Cloud sect and the Golden Sword sect were existences that he looked up to. However, he had received benefits from the Fire Cloud sect in the past, so his words naturally sided with the Fire Cloud sect. At the same time, he did not smear Mu Xiaoyue's name. He was sure that Mu Xiaoyue was a genius, but he did not think that Mu Xiaoyue could defeat Shui Yan. That's right. Shui Yan is at the peak of the second level of the astral realm. Although Mu Xiaoyue is powerful, he has just broken through to the astral realm. He shouldn't be a match for Shui Yan. On the second floor of the inn, many cultivators were saying this. They believed that Mu Xiaoyue was powerful, but they did not believe that Mu Xiaoyue was so powerful that he could defeat Shui Yan. When his idol was questioned, the young man became even more agitated. His face turned red. The young man stood up and said loudly, "I saw with my own eyes that Mu Xiaoyue defeated a 2-star enlightened master when he was a half-step enlightened master. Now that Mu Xiaoyue has broken through to the astral realm, even Shi Xiangxie is no match for Mu Xiaoyue, let alone Shui Yan. This is getting more and more ridiculous. A half-step enlightened master defeated a 2-star enlightened master? Ha! Young man, you must be joking. You mean that Mu Xiaoyue has broken through to the astral realm and can fight with a 3-star enlightened master? What nonsense! Young man, you're way too stupid. You're daydreaming right now." The young man's words did not gain the approval of the cultivators. Many of them roared with laughter. There were even some martial artists who had remained neutral in the debate between Mu Xiaoyue and Shui Yan, but at this moment, all of them were laughing at the sword-bearing youth. A half-step enlightened master defeated a 2-star enlightened master? What a joke! None of the cultivators believed the young man's words. They all thought that he was bragging. But there was one exception. Yi Xing's eyes lit up as he looked at the young man. Others might not believe that a half-step enlightened master could defeat a 2-star enlightened master, but he did. If what the young man said was true, then Mu Xiaoyue's strength should be much stronger than what everyone thought. If a half-step enlightened master could defeat a 2-star enlightened master, then it was entirely possible for a 1-star enlightened master to defeat a 3-star enlightened master after breaking through to the astral realm. In Yi Xing's heart, Mu Xiaoyue was an opponent on the same level as Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Baicong. In this young hero assembly, Yi Xing's goal was to obtain the resurrection elixir as the reward for first place. Naturally, he wanted to compete with the strongest young geniuses in the true Shen domain. Yi Xing knew very well which of the younger generation were the most powerful geniuses in the true Shen region. Who is boasting shamelessly and insulting my senior brother Shui Yan? Just as the cultivators were mocking the young man, a woman's voice came from the stairs. Following the voice was a scorching aura. The voice was extremely angry. All the cultivators on the second floor of the inn looked towards the stairs. If the person addressed Shui Yan as senior brother, then she was definitely a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. A disciple of one of the 9 high sects that could travel outside was no ordinary person. Some of the cultivators glanced at the young man. The person who came was a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. With an angry voice, the young man was probably going to suffer. Don't. Footsteps were heard. A few seconds later, 2 beautiful women walked up to the second floor. The eyes of the cultivators on the second floor lit up. The woman walking in front was wearing a fiery red short skirt. She looked to be in her early 20s, and her 2 slender white legs were exposed. The woman behind her was wearing tight black clothes with a few black spiders embroidered on it. She looked to be a few years older, but her figure was even hotter. The exquisite curves of her body were perfectly outlined, especially the clothes that covered her chest. There was a palm-sized tear in it, and her towering breasts pushed the tear open, revealing 2 snow-white hemispheres. The 2 beautiful women were at the first level of the astral realm. The woman in the short skirt in front had a terrifying aura that emitted a scorching aura. The person who spoke was obviously her. It's her, the other genius disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, Yan Lin. She is ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking and is also an incredible genius. She is also one of the participants of this Young Hero Assembly. In the inn, someone recognized the woman in the fiery red short skirt and exclaimed softly. As for the woman in black with her chest exposed, more people recognized her, the Black Widow of the Earth Fiend sect. She is a vicious woman. Although she is over 25 years old and has stepped down from the Earth Profound ranking, she was once ranked in the top 20 of the Earth Profound ranking. The Fire Cloud sect disciple, Yen Lin, glanced sharply at the cultivators on the second floor and said, "Who is the one who insulted my senior brother Shui Yen? Stand out." All the cultivators looked at the young man with a sword on his back. Some were gloating, and some were sighing. The young man with a sword on his back walked out and said, "I was the one who said it, but I did not insult Shui Yen. I was telling the truth. When Mu Xiaoyue was a half-step enlightened being, he really defeated a 2-star enlightened being. I saw it with my own eyes. Shui Yen he really is not Mu Xiaoyue's opponent." The young man with a sword on his back stuttered. His forehead was covered in sweat. Obviously, under the pressure of Yen Lin's powerful aura, the young man with a sword on his back was nervous. Yen Lin stared at the young man with a sword on his back. She squinted her eyes and revealed a terrifying aura. "Where are you from? Which sect?" Chapter 359. The young swordsman was startled and said, "Azure River Region, Eternal River Sect." Hearing the young swordsman's reply, Yen Lin's expression turned cold. Although she was emitting a hot aura, it made people feel a chill. Yen Lin glanced at the black-clothed beauty who'd walked over to her side and said, "A mere disciple of a low-rank first-star sect dares to speak rudely to senior brother Shui Yen? Senior brother Shui Yen isn't someone you can criticize. Black Widow, teach him a lesson." "No problem, Yen Lin. Haha." Black Widow swayed her slender waist, the 2 snow-white hemispheres in front of her chest shaking. She walked towards the young swordsman and said, "Kid, you just insulted my Earth Fiend sect's senior brother Sherwenxia. Tell me, how should I punish you?" The young swordsman was not even 20 years old, but he had the cultivation of an 8-star martial saint. In an inferior 1-star sect, he was definitely a genius among geniuses. However, no matter if it was Yen Lin or Black Widow, they did not put this genius in their eyes. An inferior 1-star sect was not worth mentioning when compared to the Fire Cloud sect and the Earth Fiend sect. Many warriors showed pity in their eyes. This young swordsman could be the most monstrous genius in his sect in the past few hundred years, or even in history. But now, they had angered the disciples of the Fire Cloud Martial School and the Earth Fiend Martial School. If the martial school behind them was a 1-star martial school, perhaps Yen Lin and the Black Widow would give them some face. But for a 1-star martial school, the 2 of them did not care at all. The young swordsman obviously did not expect that he would get into trouble because of speaking the truth. Although the Black Widow who was walking towards him was very beautiful, and the 2 snow-white hemispheres in front of her chest were very attractive, he did not have the slightest intention of admiring them. Instead, he felt a little scared. The young swordsman could not help but take a step back and said, "I was speaking the truth. I did not mean to offend Shui Yen and Sherwenxia. If my words made you angry, I will apologize to you. Sorry, I really did not mean to offend you. Sorry." Black Widow walked to the front of the young swordsman and patted his shoulder, saying, "Look at how scared you are. Am I so scary? I dote on you." As she spoke, the Black Widow's palm slid down the arm of the sword-carrying young man. The corners of her mouth curled up, and her lips suddenly turned dark purple, revealing a devilish smile. At the same time, the Black Widow's fingernails turned dark purple and suddenly grew by more than an inch. Then, with a smile on her face, the Black Widow grabbed the arm of the sword-carrying youngster. Her 5 black-purple fingernails pierced into the arm of the sword-carrying youngster. The youth with the sword on his back suddenly screamed miserably. His arm suddenly emitted a burst of black gas. The Black Widow was indifferent to the screams of the swordsman. She still had a smile on her face and said, "Scream louder, scream louder. If your voice satisfies me, I will let you go." Looking at the screaming youth with a sword on his back and the smiling Black Widow, all the warriors on the second floor felt a chill in their hearts. Many martial artists shuddered, not daring to look again as their hearts trembled. Killing someone is nothing more than a nod of the head. He only said a few words that made you unhappy. Moreover, it might not have been a lie. The punishment you gave him should be enough. Yi Xing said as he saw the youth with the sword on his back scream miserably and a black gas appear on his face. He couldn't stand it any longer. Many martial artists looked at Yi Xing. If he dared to speak out at this time, wouldn't he be inviting trouble? Some martial artists secretly praised him for his courage, and some martial artists coldly snorted, calling him an idiot. The Black Widow looked at Yi Xing with a smile and said, "Yo, it's a handsome young man. Do you also want me to dote on you?" As her voice fell, the Black Widow flung her hand and the youth with the sword on his back flew in front of Yi Xing. Bang! The table in front of Yi Xing was smashed into pieces by the youth with the sword on his back. Wine and dishes spilled all over the floor. Whoosh! A sword light flashed. The arm of the youth with the sword on his back was instantly cut off from his shoulder. Yi Xing didn't support the youth with the sword on his back. Instead, he took out a spirit weapon treasure sword and instantly slashed out. The arm of the youth with the sword on his back had already turned a deep purplish black. He had been deeply poisoned. Even the body of the youth with the sword on his back had turned black. His entire body began to emit a black gas. His eyes had turned white and he wasn't far from death. Yi Xing immediately took out a detoxification spirit pill and fed it to the youth with the sword on his back. The youth with the sword on his back had been poisoned in his arm. The Black Widow's poison was extremely potent. If the arm wasn't cut off, Yi Xing's detoxification spirit pill wouldn't have been able to cure the poison in the youth's body. However, with the arm cut off, the source of the poison was gone. Yi Xing's detoxification spirit pill immediately showed its effect. The black gas on the youth's face dissipated and his condition improved at a speed visible to the naked eye. The smile on the Black Widow's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold intent. Her eyes were like the eyes of a venomous snake as she stared at Yi Xing. "You dare to save someone that I, the Black Widow, want to kill?" The Black Widow's voice was bone-chilling and revealed a murderous intent. Yi Xing was still different from the martial artists of the Star Continent. Among the martial artists present, some were gloating and wouldn't save the youth with the sword on his back. Although some were lamenting in their hearts, they didn't dare to save the youth with the sword on his back. In short, they didn't save him. However, Yi Xing had to speak up when he saw someone he couldn't stand. When he saw someone on the verge of death, he had to save them. This was his personality as a human from Earth. If he chose to be weak and numb because of that little bit of fear in his heart, this wasn't Yi Xing's personality. On Earth, Yi Xing had lived an upright life. On the Star Continent, he was going to live an upright life. Yi Xing ignored the Black Widow and didn't even look at her. Instead, he sealed a few of the youth's acupoints to speed up his body's absorption of the detoxification elixir and increase the speed of detoxification. "Kid, I'm talking to you." The Black Widow's tone was still cold. "Thank you. You have to be careful." The youth with the sword on his back regained consciousness and said to Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded at the youth with the sword on his back and stood up. He looked at the Black Widow and said, "Who do you think you are?" "I, your father, save people if I want it. Do I need your approval?" The Black Widow wanted to kill the youth with the sword just because he said something that made the two women unhappy. One could imagine how vicious her heart was. Yi Xing had already angered her by saving the youth with the sword on his back. Even if he apologized to them like the youth with the sword on his back, the Black Widow wouldn't spare him. The result would be the same as the youth with the sword on his back. He would be scratched by the Black Widow's poisonous claws and poisoned to death. Since that was the case, why would Yi Xing have to wrong himself and beg for mercy from her? Naturally, he would do as he wished. Whatever he wanted to say, he would say it without any scruples. However, Yi Xing's words gave the martial artists on the second floor a fright. Although the martial artists couldn't see his cultivation, They could see that he was only 17 or 18 years old. At such an age, how much cultivation could he have? Daring to speak to the Black Widow like that was simply courting death. The Black Widow's eyes revealed a cold light. Her face revealed a demonic smile as she stared at Yixing and said, "You dare to speak to sister like that? Do you want to die?" The more she smiled, the more dangerous it became. Her lips began to turn purplish-black and her nails began to change color and grow longer. Yixing coldly looked at the Black Widow and said, "If I apologize to you, will you let it go?" The Black Widow said, "You wish." Yixing laughed and glanced at the youth with the sword on his back and said, "Then that's it. Your reaction won't stop here. My end will be his end. Why should I be polite to you, you vicious slut?" When the crowd heard Yixing's words, they carefully thought about it and realized that it made sense. Not to mention apologizing, even if he begged for mercy, the Black Widow might not spare him. Then he might as well be unyielding and curse at her. However, the logic was easy to understand. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have dared to follow Yixing's example. In their hearts, they still hoped that begging for mercy would allow them to be forgiven. If they were unyielding, they would definitely die. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The Black Widow's lips had completely turned purplish-black and her nails had become purplish-black and long. They emitted a black aura and were clearly poisonous. As her voice fell, the Black Widow threw herself at Yixing. Whoosh! Yixing's figure flashed. In an instant he was as fast as a phantom and the Black Widow threw herself at empty air. Pa! At this moment, there was a crisp sound. Yixing didn't seem to have left at all and appeared at his original spot. As for the Black Widow, a blood-red handprint appeared on her face as she was sent flying by Yixing's slap. "Catch up. I'm finally done catching up. I'll start tomorrow." Seeking recommendation tickets. Chapter 360. 7 Treasures Inn, 2nd floor. The Black Widow was sent flying by Yixing's slap, crashing into the tables and chairs on the floor. All the martial artists quickly retreated. At this moment, the 2nd floor was dead silent. All the cultivators looked at Yixing in horror. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. They were shocked at Yixing's guts. He actually dared to slap an Earth Fiend sect disciple in 9 Heaven City. They were in disbelief because they couldn't believe Yixing's strength. He looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old, even younger than the youth with the sword on his back. He was actually able to send a 1-star enlightened master, Black Widow, flying with a slap. When Yixing made his move, his aura was exposed. Only then did the martial artists see Yixing's cultivation, half-step enlightened master. This made the martial artists even more shocked. A 17 or 18-year-old half-step enlightened master sent a 1-star enlightened master flying with a slap. This was simply another Mu Xiaoyue. Furthermore, Yixing had used a sword to cut off the youth's arm. This made them mistakenly think that he was Mu Xiaoyue. But when they thought about it, they realized that he wasn't. Mu Xiaoyue had already broken through the astral realm and became an enlightened master, while Yixing was only a half-step enlightened master. Furthermore, Yixing was obviously younger than Mu Xiaoyue. Mu Xiaoyue was already 19 years old, while Yixing was still a month away from turning 18. "You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me?" The Black Widow, who was sent flying, climbed up and touched her burning face as she screamed. At the same time, Yan Lin, who came with her, also released a terrifying aura that locked onto Yixing. In terms of looks, Yan Lin, who was wearing a fiery red short skirt that revealed her slender white legs, was even prettier than the Black Widow. However, Yixing didn't even look at her. She was the same as the Black Widow. Both of them had the heart of a snake and scorpion. For this kind of woman, even if she stood naked in front of him, Yixing wouldn't even look at her. At most, he would spit on her. Yixing looked at the shrieking Black Widow and said, "That's right. You wanted to kill me, so how could I dare to hit you? I must have been too nervous just now, so my hands and feet didn't listen to me. Come, try again. Let's see if I still dare to hit you." As he spoke, Yixing hooked his finger at Black Widow. Yi Xing's mocking words made the martial artist smile involuntarily. Whether it was his hands or his mouth, this young man was merciless. The Black Widow looked at Yi Xing furiously. Her snow-white breasts heaved up and down violently. However, she did not have the courage to continue attacking Yi Xing. You will pay the price. Black Widow's face twisted as she cursed Yi Xing. Yan Lin walked towards Yi Xing and said, "Brat, how dare you? What's your name? Where are you from? Which sector you from?" Yi Xing looked at Yan Lin and said, "It's none of your business." Yan Lin's face turned green as she asked, "Do you know who I am?" Yi Xing said, "I don't know, and I'm not interested to know." Yan Lin snorted and said, "My name is Yan Lin, a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. I'm 22 years old, and I'm at the peak of the first level of the astral realm. I'm ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking." The top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking were all enlightened masters at the second level of the astral realm. Yan Lin was ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking, which meant that her strength was definitely at the top among the one-star enlightened masters. Even if she wasn't at the peak of the first level of the astral realm, her strength was still first-rate among the one-star enlightened masters. Although the Black Widow was once in the top 20 of the Earth Profound ranking, she was only ranked 19th at the highest. Yan Lin was only 22 years old. She still had 2 years to rush up to the Earth Profound ranking. When she became a 2-star enlightened master, she would even rush into the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking. Compared to her, the Black Widow was not on the same level. Yan Lin reported her identity, cultivation, and ranking on the Earth Profound ranking, which shocked all the martial artists present. After all, not many martial artists knew Yan Lin. Most of them had only heard of Yan Lin's reputation. The true Xian domain was very vast, and there were many martial artists. Very few had seen Yan Lin before. The Fire Cloud cult was one of the 9 great sects. As a disciple of one of the 9 great sects, Yan Lin was also ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. She was an elite among the younger generation of the true Xian domain. When the martial artists found out about her identity, how could they not be shocked? However, Yi Xing was indifferent towards Yan Lin's identity. Not to mention Yan Lin, even a 2-star enlightened master on the Earth Profound ranking would find it hard to enter Yi Xing's eyes. The only ones that could be valued by Yi Xing were the 3 3-star enlightened masters and Mu Xiaoyue. In addition, Shi Wenxie could also be considered half of them. Yi Xing looked at Yan Lin with a normal expression and said, 22 years old, and a 1-star enlightened master. You're only ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. What is there to be proud of? Is it that great? If these words came out of someone else's mouth, it might be arrogant. However, when it came out of Yi Xing's mouth, no one felt that it was inappropriate. A 17 or 18-year-old half-step enlightened master had sent a 1-star enlightened master flying with a slap. This kind of genius was not inferior to Mu Xiaoyue. Mu Xiaoyue was known as the most monstrous genius in the true Xian domain in the past 1,000 years. Yi Xing was not inferior to Mu Xiaoyue, so naturally, it was the same. Then, Yan Lin, who was ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking, was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Xing. The other martial artists thought so, but not Yan Lin. Yi Xing's words made her furious. Yan Lin shouted, "Even Mu Xiaoyue did not dare to speak to me like this when he was a half-step enlightened master. If you want to be arrogant in front of me, you should at least wait until you become a Star Realm enlightened master. Now, you have to kneel." Whoosh, as she spoke, Yan Lin's entire body emitted a layer of illusory flames. A scorching gust of wind instantly blew. Yan Lin's palm struck towards Yi Xing upper-grade martial art, Raging Flame Palm. Yan Lin's palm struck out. The flaming star energy condensed into a flaming palm print. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yi Xing. She used her full strength and showed no mercy. The space on the second floor of the inn was limited. Yan Lin's full-strength attack arrived in an instant, making it difficult for Yi Xing to display his speed. Yi Xing used his speed to send the Black Widow flying with a slap. This was an unexpected effect. Yan Lin came prepared. Yi Xing naturally would not use the same trick. He did not want to dodge, so he immediately used the Flaming Star Fist. "Get out of my way!" At the same time Yi Xing punched out, he shouted. The Flaming Star Fist instantly collided with the Flaming Star Palm. Boom! With a loud explosion, the flame astral star splashed in all directions, and the hot airflow instantly surged in all directions. In an instant, it densely covered the entire second floor of the inn. Everyone felt a wave of hot airflow, and their complexions changed. Along with the scorching air wave, Yan Lin's body was also dispersed. Her strength was not on the same level as Yi Xing's. She was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch. Yan Lin flew dozens of meters and crashed into the wall on the other side. She also fell to the ground. In the Seven Treasures Inn, there were martial artists coming in and out. Fighting was a relatively common occurrence. Therefore, the inn was built extremely sturdy. The walls were reinforced with formations and were not damaged by Yan Lin. Puff! Yan Lin fell to the ground and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. In just one move, she was injured by Yi Xing. The martial artists looked at Yi Xing with incomparable shock. Yan Lin was a one-star perfected person, but she was injured by Yi Xing in one move. This strength was too unbelievable. Even when Mu Xiaoyue was a half-step perfected person, he had defeated many one-star perfected person. However, in the circulating battle records, there was no record of him defeating a one-star perfected person in one move. Yan Lin's strength was at least first class among the one-star perfected person. If Yi Xing could defeat her in one move, wouldn't he be able to contend with a two-star perfected person? A half-step perfected person contending with a two-star perfected person. If they did not see it with their own eyes, the martial artists present would not even dare to think about it. None of the martial artists present knew Yi Xing. Regarding Yi Xing's identity, everyone was extremely curious. Some people secretly guessed, he's so young and has the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. His strength is also so terrifying. I don't even know Yan Lin and the Black Widow. He shouldn't be a disciple of the 9 upper sects. Could he be a genius disciple of a 2-star sect? Although there were no 2-star sects in the true Xian territory and there were very few genius disciples of 2-star sects here, this seemed to be the only explanation. If one were to say that a 1-star sect or an inferior 1-star sect in a certain area, there would be a monstrous genius that was even more powerful than Mu Xiaoyue, none of the martial artists present would believe it. Yan Lin crawled up, and there was a hint of suspicion in her eyes. She also had some doubts about Yi Xing's identity. It seemed that she had to investigate it thoroughly. "Let's go." Yan Lin gave the Black Widow a look. The two of them did not dare to stay and quickly left. Chapter 361. Oh my God! A half-step enlightened being defeated Yan Lin, who is ranked 13th on the Earth Profound list, in one move. This battle power is too heaven-defying. Even Mu Xiaoyue couldn't defeat Yan Lin in one move when he was a half-step enlightened being. Even defeating Yan Lin would be difficult. Do you guys think he's a disciple of some sect in the true Xian domain? If so, then the number 1 genius of the true Xian domain in the past 1,000 years might not be Mu Xiaoyue. Definitely not. Mu Xiaoyue's parents are both high-level astral realm esteemed beings. Moreover, his ancestors have been esteemed beings for several generations. He has an excellent bloodline inheritance, an 8-star yellow fate, and an extremely strong martial talent. This is why he is the number 1 genius of the true Xian domain in the past 1,000 years. Other than the 9 great sects, how could any other sect have such a heaven-defying genius? Then, he should be a genius disciple of some 2-star sect. No wonder he didn't put Yan Lin and the Black Widow in his eyes. Yeah. A 2-star sect is extremely powerful. With supremacies in charge, even the 9 superior sects combined would not be able to compete with a 2-star sect. The Earth Fiend sect is even weaker. If he is from a 2-star sect, the ones who would be in trouble would be Yan Lin and Black Widow. He's so young and has the cultivation of a half-step enlightened being. He also has such terrifying battle power. I'm afraid he's very outstanding in a 2-star sect. Could he be a disciple of a honorable? A disciple of a honorable. That's too scary. If a honorable is angry, he can easily destroy a one-star sect. The martial artists discussed animatedly. They didn't believe that an ordinary sect in the true Shen domain could produce a genius that was even better than Mu Xiaoyue. They all thought that Yi Xing was a genius disciple from a two-star sect. A two-star sect had a honorable. It was on a completely different level from a one-star sect. Moreover, the difference between the two was much greater than the difference in strength between the two-star sects. With the strength of a honorable, it was easy to destroy a one-star sect. It was like an enlightened being destroying a martial saint's force. Thinking of this, all the martial artists looked at Yi Xing, their gazes filled with awe. Yi Xing glanced at the warriors on the second floor indifferently. All the warriors were startled. They were so scared that they immediately looked away, not daring to look at Yi Xing again. Even the astral realm sages were no exception. Yi Xing turned around and walked towards the young swordsman. "How are you?" The sword-bearing youth immediately bowed to Yi Xing to express his gratitude and said, "Yi Xing thanks young master for saving my life. I'm fine now, but..." Looking at the broken arm beside him, Jian Wushuang sighed. His arm was crippled. Unless he could find a spirit pill that could regenerate broken limbs in the future, he would be left with only one arm for the rest of his life. Yi Xing glanced at Jian Wukong's empty right arm and said, "It seems like you only know how to use the sword with your right hand." Jian Wushuang nodded and said, "Without my right arm, my sword skills are crippled. However, I won't give up. Without my right arm, I can still practice the sword with my left hand. I will definitely take revenge for what happened today." Yi Xing said, "The Earth Fiend sect is not to be trifled with. You should avoid them for now and leave Nine Heaven City first." Jian Wushuang nodded and said, "I'm here to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. With my right arm crippled, I no longer have the strength to participate. I will leave now. May I know young master's name and where you are from? Jian Wushuang will remember today's kindness and will definitely repay it in the future." Yi Xing smiled and said, "My name is Yi Xing. I come from a very distant place. You don't need to know. If you want to repay me, we'll talk about it when we meet again in the future. You can leave now." Since others mistakenly thought that he was a disciple of a two-star sect, Yi Xing would naturally use this identity to shock the Fire Cloud cult and the Earth Fiend sect. Naturally, he wouldn't expose his origins to avoid being harassed by the Fire Cloud cult and the Earth Fiend sect. "Young Master Yi, what I said is true. When Mu Xiaoyue was a half-step sage, he really defeated a two-star sage. Moreover, he was a late-stage two-star sage. Mu Xiaoyue's strength is much stronger than the rumors say." Jian Wushuang transmitted his voice to Yi Xing with celestial essence. He then bowed slightly again and said, "Young Master Yi, farewell." After Jian Wushuang left, Yi Xing also left the second floor of the inn and went to room 707 on the 7th floor. He would be staying there for a month. As for the broken tables and chairs on the second floor, the inn could only blame it on their bad luck. They wouldn't ask Yi Xing for them, nor would they dare to go to the Fire Cloud cult and the Earth Fiend sect to ask Yan Lin and the Black Widow for them. Compared to the profits of the Seven Treasures Inn, the value of those tables and chairs was not worth mentioning. There was no need to ask for them. After Yi Xing left, the inn quickly arranged for the coachman to take away the broken tables and chairs. The floor was cleaned up and replaced with new tables and chairs. The guests who came later could only learn from the discussions of other cultivators that such a violent incident had happened here. Yan Lin and the Black Widow couldn't find out Yi Xing's identity for the time being. Both of them were afraid of Yi Xing and didn't dare to cause trouble for him for the time being. Yi Xing stayed at the Seven Treasures Inn leisurely. The next day, Yi Xing left the inn and went to the bookstore to buy some books. They were all books that introduced the geography of the Star Continent. They mainly introduced the Middle Sky Continent and the East Divine Continent. Most importantly, they introduced the true Shen region. Yi Xing's reading speed was very fast. After flipping through the pages, he scanned them all into his super brain. Yi Xing finally had a certain understanding of the Star Continent. The realms of cultivators were divided into the star-tempering realm, star-vortex realm, star-dipper realm, astral-reaching realm, and star-sea realm. They were called ordinary cultivators, star-mark, sage, venerable, and king. Among them, high-level star-marquis was called king-marquis, high-level sage was called sage, and high-level venerable was called lord. There was no introduction to high-level kings. There were no high-level kings in the star continent. The strongest were only mid-level kings, and there was only one in thousands of years. The founder of the Great Yuan dynasty was a mid-level king at the 4th level of the star vortex realm. He was also a 4-star king. Since the establishment of the Great Yuan dynasty 10,000 years ago, only 4 4-star kings had appeared. They were the founder, one appeared 8,000 years ago, one appeared 2,000 years ago, and one appeared 300 years ago. The 4-star king that appeared 300 years ago was the current supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty. His surname was Meng, and his name was Tai. Every time the supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty became a 4-star king, the Great Yuan dynasty would enter a golden age, and geniuses would appear in large numbers. Currently, the Great Yuan dynasty was in a golden age. Venerables were as common as clouds, and even kings were numerous. Even sages were everywhere. Comparing the 9 sect alliances of the true Shen region to the Great Yuan dynasty was like comparing the Purple Mountain County to the 9 Heaven City. The strongest in the Purple Mountain County were martial saints, and there weren't many of them. However, the 9 Heaven City was filled with martial saints. The strongest in the 9 sect alliances were sages, and the Great Yuan dynasty was filled with sages. Because the Spirit Moon sect had been destroyed by the Great Yuan dynasty, Yixing didn't have a good impression of the Great Yuan dynasty. However, when Yixing understood the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty, he couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of the Great Yuan dynasty. After reading the books, Yixing also had a better understanding of the East Divine Continent. The 72 lower regions were divided into many different countries. However, each of the 36 upper regions had a country. They were all 2-star empires, and each 2-star empire had a 2-star sect behind them. Among the 36 2-star empires, there were 3 upper-rank empires, 9 middle-rank empires, and 24 lower-rank empires. Yixing was most concerned about the news of the true Xian region. Originally, he didn't even know about the 9 great sects of the true Xian region, but now he finally knew. The 9 great sects were Big Dipper sect, Boundless sect, White Bone sect, Fire Cloud sect, Spiritual Snake sect, Red Cloud sect, Flying Rainbow sect, Flowing Wind sect, and Golden Sword sect. Among them, Big Dipper sect, Boundless sect, and White Bone sect were the strongest. The other 6 sects were slightly weaker. However, the Fire Cloud sect was one of the strongest among the 6 sects and could be ranked as the 4th strongest sect. Other than the 9 great sects, there were also a few top 1-star middle-rank sects that were not to be underestimated. For example, 9 Heaven Cities Earth Fiend sect, Azure River District's Azure Sun sect, Jiang District's Xian Tian sect, Oyaoyue District's Spiritual Heart sect, Kun and District's Cloud Ocean sect, Feng Chang District's Evil Shadow sect, and so on. These sects all had at least 2 6-star perfected persons. The strongest Sun Moon sect and Azure Thunder sect in the Azure Cloud District only had 1 6-star perfected persons. They couldn't be compared at all. In the blink of an eye, Yixing had been in 9 Heaven City for 10 days. Today, he left the 7 treasures inn again and headed to the east side of the city with the silver-winged demonic eagle. Yixing heard that there were going to be a few auctions in the east side of the city today. He had plenty of star crystals on him, so he went to take a look. Today's news ban. I really want to update 3 times, but my head hurts. I can only update 2 times. I'll work hard tomorrow. Taking advantage of the news ban, I'll ask my brothers and sisters for free recommendation tickets on Monday. Chapter 362. 9 Heaven City was very big. Just the East District alone stretched for 700 miles, and there were many auction houses. 3 of the auction houses were the most famous. They were the Big Dipper Auction House, the Immeasurable Auction House, and the White Bones Auction House. From their names, one could tell that these three auction houses belonged to the Big Dipper sect, the Immeasurable sect, and the White Bones sect. The Big Dipper sect, the Immeasurable sect, and the White Bones sect were the three strongest sects among the 9 great sects. Their auction houses were the safest in the true Xin region. Naturally, they were the most famous. Senior brother, it's him. He's the one who injured me on the 2nd floor of the 7 Treasures Inn. He even slapped the Black Widow. On the street outside the Big Dipper auction house, the Fire Cloud sect disciple Yan Lin stood beside a young man in a red robe and pointed at Yixing's back. That day, after Yan Lin and the Black Widow left, they did not disturb Yixing again. However, they had been secretly investigating Yixing's identity. However, no one in Nine Heavens City knew Yixing. Therefore, Yixing's identity had never been discovered. Yan Lin and the Black Widow suspected that Yixing was a disciple of a 2-star sect. Without investigating Yixing's identity, they naturally did not dare to find trouble with Yixing. Today, the Big Dipper auction house was going to auction a high-grade spirit pill that could strengthen one's body, the body-strengthening pill. Although martial artists rarely cultivated their physical strength after becoming martial saints, no one would dislike having a stronger physical strength. Therefore, many perfected persons had come to the Big Dipper auction house today for the body-strengthening pill. Shui Yan and Yan Lin had also come for the body-strengthening pill. However, they had bumped into Yixing. Beside Yixing was a silver-winged demonic eagle that was more than 3 feet tall. It was very eye-catching as it walked on the street. Yan Lin had noticed Yixing from afar. Shui Yan followed Yan Lin's gesture and glanced at Yixing. Then his gaze landed on the silver-winged demonic eagle beside Yixing. Shui Yan said, "The silver-winged demonic condor can reach level 3 when it reaches adulthood. Its strength is equivalent to a 1-star sage to a 6-star sage. His pet beast is not bad. I wonder if it has reached adulthood." Yan Lin said, "I didn't see this silver-winged devil condor that day, but this guy's strength is very strong. He can injure me in one move. He should be able to fight with an ordinary 2-star sage." Shui Yan's gaze revealed a trace of seriousness. He was ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking and was an elite among the elites of the younger generation of the true Profound domain. However, compared to Yixing, he clearly paled in comparison. Shui Yan said, "Let's go. Let's go meet him." The two of them quickly moved forward and soon caught up with Yixing. "Hey, brother." Shui Yan took a few steps forward and stood in front of Yixing. He said, "I'm Fire Cloud sect's disciple, Shui Yan. Back at the 7 Treasures Inn, my junior sister was a little rash and offended you. Please forgive her." With regards to Yixing's identity, Shui Yan also suspected that he was a 2-star sect's disciple, so he was very polite. Ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking, he was definitely famous in the true Profound domain. When Shui Yan reported his identity, many nearby warriors were shocked and looked at Shui Yan. They were even more surprised by Yixing's identity. He was young and had a silver-winged devil condor by his side, but Shui Yan was actually so polite to him. "I'm Yixing." Since the other party was polite, Yixing also faced him coldly and said, "I accidentally injured your sect's disciple that day. I hope she won't bear a grudge." Shui Yan chuckled and said, "You're too kind. Junior Sister Yan told me that it was because the Black Widow was too vicious that caused young Master Yi to speak up for her. This is a chivalrous act. Junior Sister Yan definitely doesn't bear a grudge against young Master Yi." Yan Lin observed Yixing's expression from the side. She saw that Yixing was very calm and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He didn't feel any pressure because of Shui Yan. She was even more convinced that Yixing had an extraordinary background. Yan Lin said, "Young Master Yi is a peerless genius with heaven-defying strength. How would Yan Lin dare to bear a grudge? As long as young Master Yi isn't angry with Yan Lin, it's fine." Many warriors heard the conversation between the three and became even more curious about Yixing's identity. Fire Cloud sects Shui Yan and Yan Lin were both outstanding figures among the younger generation of the true Profound domain, but they were actually so polite to this young Master Yi. Especially Yan Lin, her tone was even flattering. What was the identity of this young Master Yi that made the two of them be so polite and respectful? The outstanding figures among the younger generation of the true profound domain were all on the Earth Profound ranking, but there didn't seem to be anyone named Young Master Yi on the Earth Profound ranking. Yi Xing sneered in his heart. This silly woman really thought he was a two-star sex disciple. He still remembered how arrogant she was on the second floor of the Seven Treasures Inn. I'm not angry. Yi Xing chuckled and continued walking towards the Big Dipper auction house. As he walked, he said, "The two of you are also here to participate in the auction, right?" Shui Yan and Yan Lin followed and walked side by side with Yi Xing. Shui Yan said, "That's right. I heard that there will be a body-refining high-grade spirit pill, body-strengthening pill, being auctioned at this auction. We're here to try our luck." "Young Master Yi, let's go in together." After walking a few steps, Shui Yan said again, "Young Master Yi is so young and has already reached the cultivation of a half-step perfected person. Furthermore, you have heaven-defying combat strength. I wonder which sect you are from and which senior's disciple are you?" Although Shui Yan believed that Yi Xing was a two-star sex disciple, he wasn't completely sure. Naturally, he had to clarify things. Yi Xing knew that the reason why Shui Yan and Yan Lin were so polite to him was because they suspected that he had a great background. If they knew that he was a disciple of a one-star sect in the Qingyun region, they would probably turn hostile immediately. Yi Xing smiled and said, "I come from a faraway place. Even if I told you, Brother Shui wouldn't know. But it won't be long before Brother Shui understands." Yi Xing was going to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. At that time, his identity would naturally be exposed. Shui Yan naturally didn't know that Yi Xing was referring to the Young Hero Assembly that would take place in half a month. Shui Yan couldn't ask about Yi Xing's background, so he could only feel resentful. The three of them quickly arrived at the Big Dipper auction house. Suddenly, Yi Xing's expression turned cold and he stopped walking. Yi Xing's gaze shot towards the four martial artists not far away. His eyes revealed a sharp aura. Of the four martial artists, two were perfected person and two were martial saints. Yi Xing knew them all. The two perfected person were both elders of the Holy Wind sect. One was a one-star perfected person, Fong Qing, and the other was a two-star perfected person, Feng Yuhan. The two of them were in the Qingyun mountain range and had participated in the killing of the Falling Star Sex team. The two martial saints were Feng Yu and Fang Zhe. Yi Xing had met the two of them in the Qingyun ancient land. Now, Feng Yu's cultivation had broken through to the 8-star martial saint realm and Fang Zhe had become a 7-star martial saint. The two perfected person elders of the Holy Wind sect had brought their two most outstanding juniors to the Nine Heavens City to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. The Nine Heavens City was huge. It had a radius of 1,000 miles and a population of more than 100 million. The probability of Yi Xing meeting martial artists from the Qingyun region in the Nine Heavens City was extremely low. However, because Yi Xing and the four martial artists of the Holy Wind sect had come to participate in the Big Dipper auction house's auction, they had unexpectedly bumped into each other. Shui Yan noticed Yi Xing's gaze and looked towards Fang Qing, Feng Yuhan, Feng Yu, and Fang Zhe. His eyes turned slightly and said, "Young Master Yi, do you know the four martial artists?" Fang Qing and Feng Yuhan were already middle-aged. They were only 1-star and 2-star perfected persons. Feng Yu and Fang Zhe were young, but they were not even 9-star martial saints. The four of them were obviously not worthy of Shui Yan's attention. With Yi Xing's talent, Shui Yan naturally believed that he could be a 2-star sect disciple from another region. However, in Shui Yan's opinion, Fang Qing and the other 3 martial artists were definitely not from another region. Every region was extremely vast. It had a radius of more than 1,000,000 miles, or even a few million miles. There was no reason for the 1-star and 2-star perfected person elders to bring 2 7-star and 8-star martial saint juniors to another region. This was an extremely dangerous act. If the 4 martial artists were martial artists from the true Xian region, then Yi Xing knew them. Didn't that mean that Yi Xing was likely to be a martial artist from the true Xian region? At this moment, Shui Yan and Yan Lin could not help but have this suspicion in their hearts. As soon as Shui Yan finished speaking, Feng Qing, Feng Yuhan, Feng Yu, and Feng Zhe felt Yi Xing and Shui Yan's gazes and turned their heads to look over. When Feng Yu and Feng Zhe saw Yi Xing, they immediately exclaimed, "Yi Xing, you are actually not dead yet." As for Feng Qing and Feng Yuhan, after the initial shock, their eyes lit up. Yi Xing was a huge treasure trove. Since he was not dead and had even come to the Nine Heaven City, wouldn't that mean that he had delivered a treasure to them? Today's outbreak, on Monday, please recommend me. Chapter 363. When the four of them saw Yi Xing, they quickly walked over. Feng Yuhan was a 2-star sage, and the four of them obviously followed his lead. He stopped in front of Yi Xing and said, "Little bastard, the Flying Cloud sect was right. You really didn't die." Feng Qing sneered, "You're really good at running. You actually came to Nine Heaven City. However, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape from us." While speaking, Feng Qing clenched his fist as if he had caught Yi Xing in the palm of his hand. Feng Yu and Feng Zhe had been slapped by Yi Xing in the Qingyun ancient land. The two of them hated and feared Yi Xing. Now that the Falling Star sect had been destroyed and Yi Xing was being chased by several sects, they no longer feared Yi Xing, only hatred. The two of them looked at Yi Xing with gloating expressions. Feng Yu sneered, "Yi Xing, aren't you awesome? Aren't you the #1 genius in the Qingyun region? Now you've become a stray dog. Let's see how you're going to be awesome. Since you've met the elders of my Divine Wind sect, today will be the day you die. Before you die, I'll return the humiliation you've given me 10 times over." Yi Xing stared coldly at the four people of the Divine Wind sect with murderous intent hidden in his eyes. If it weren't for the Heavenly Stars auction house prohibiting fighting, Yi Xing would have let the silver-winged demonic eagle attack and tear the four people of the Divine Wind sect to pieces. Yi Xing, the #1 genius in the Qingyun region? Shui Yan heard the words of the four people of the Divine Wind sect and looked at Yi Xing with a 180-degree change. His expression turned cold. Yan Lin, who was beside him, was livid and her eyes were burning with anger. They thought that he was a disciple of a 2-star sect, but in the end he was a martial artist from the Clear Sky District. The Clear Sky District was only a very ordinary remote district among the 27 districts of the true mystic domain. It was ranked below the 20th place. A junior martial artist from Clear Sky Earthly Cloud had been treated as a disciple of a 2-star sect. When they had spoken, they had even tried to curry favor with Yi Xing. Now that they knew the truth, how could Shui Yan and Yan Lin not be angry? Yi Xing saw the changes in Shui Yan and Yan Lin, but he only glanced at them indifferently, and his gaze continued to fall on the four people of Divine Wind sect. Between Yi Xing, Shui Yan and Yan Lin, there was not much enmity. However, with the Divine Wind sect, there was an enmity of annihilation. In particular, Feng Yuhan and Feng Qing had participated in the assassination of the Falling Star sect's team. The deaths of sect master Lu Tianyuan and War Pavilion elder Qi Dosheng were directly related to the two of them. When Yi Xing saw the two of them, he couldn't wait to kill them on the spot. "You want my life? When the auction is over, I will wait for you outside the auction house." Yi Xing coldly glanced at the four martial artists of Divine Wind sect, and then walked towards the auction hall. Feng Yuhan and Feng Qing looked at each other, and there was surprise in their eyes. Yi Xing dared to ask them to meet outside the auction house after the auction. The two of them couldn't believe it. In their opinion, Yi Xing would seize any opportunity to escape. Feng Qing transmitted his voice to Feng Yuhan. "This kid's escaping skills are top-notch. He may want to paralyze us. Maybe he will escape before the auction is over. We have to keep an eye on him." Feng Yuhan nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at Yi Xing's back and said, "Kid, let's see what tricks you can play." Shui Yan also looked at Yi Xing's back and shouted, "Stop." Yi Xing stopped, but he didn't turn around and said, "What's the matter?" Shui Yan's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Yi Xing. There was a sneer on his face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared coldly at Yixing. Shui Yan said coldly, "Good kid, you've been pretending all along the way." Yixing said, "I'm me, who am I pretending to be?" Shui Yan said, "You know it in your heart." Yixing said, "I'm just a junior martial artist from a faraway place. I don't have any backing in Nine Heaven City, but I'm upright and upright. Who do I need to pretend to be?" Shui Yan's face was ashen. Yixing indeed only said that he came from a faraway place. He never said that he was a disciple of a two-star sect. The reason why Shui Yan and Yanlin thought so was all their own guesses. Qingyun region was nearly 1,000,000 miles away from Nine Heaven City. Wasn't it a very far place? Yixing was right. Shui Yan would only be asking for a rebuff if Yixing was pretending. He skipped the topic and said, "Yixing, you hurt my junior martial sister at the Seven Treasures Inn. How dare you? We have to settle this properly. We can't just let it go like this." Yixing looked at Shui Yan with a faint smile and said, "Didn't you say that your junior martial sister was a little impulsive and offended me, and you want me to forgive her? I won't lower myself to the same level as a woman. I've already forgiven her. What other problems do you have?" Bullsh *T. Yen Lin walked up, her eyes filled with anger and said, "A disciple from a trash sect dares to say that he forgives me? I'm not done with you for the Seven Treasures Inn." Shui Yan looked coldly at Yixing and said, "Kneel down and kowtow to junior martial sister Yan 3 times, and I'll spare your life." Yixing glanced at Shui Yan indifferently and said, "Shui Yan, you think too highly of yourself. If you want to stand up for your junior martial sister, you'll have plenty of chances at the Young Hero Assembly. If you can't wait, I'll wait outside the auction house after the auction. You can come too." After saying that, Yixing continued to walk into the auction house. Shui Yan patted Yanlin's shoulder and glanced at the 4 people from the Divine Wind sect. "Junior martial sister Yan, don't worry. After the auction, as long as he's still alive, I'll make him kneel in front of you and beg for mercy." Yanlin clenched her fists and said with a fierce look, "I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death." Not far away, Feng Qing sent a sound transmission to Feng Yuhan. "It seems that Yixing has offended someone in the Nine Heaven City. We can't let others beat us to it. We have to be the first to kill him and get his storage ring." Feng Yuhan nodded and said, "Let's go. We'll keep an eye on him. He's not a real person, so he's not qualified to enter the VIP room. He can't escape from us." "Young master, demonic beasts are not allowed to be sold in the auction house. Please leave them in the demonic beast area." Yixing was stopped by a noble servant at the entrance of the Big Dipper auction house. Yixing nodded and left the silver-winged demonic eagle in the demonic beast area. Then he entered the auction house. In the Big Dipper auction house, only martial artists from the 9 upper sects or real people in the astral realm were qualified to enter the VIP room. Marquises who were not from the 9 upper sects could only enter the VIP room if they followed a real person. Marquises who were alone could not buy a VIP room even if they were rich. They could only stay in the auction house. The Big Dipper auction house had a large indoor area, which was equivalent to a football field. There were tens of thousands of seats inside. The first floor was the hall, and the second floor was the VIP room. Yixing was not qualified to go to the VIP room, so he bought a seat in the hall that was not too front. In order to keep an eye on Yixing, the 4 people from the Divine Wind sect did not go to the VIP room. Instead, they sat down not far from Yixing. The known treasures on Yixing were a high-grade flying spiritual tool, 2 high-grade spiritual weapons, and a mid-grade storage ring. These treasures were extremely rare even in the 9 Heaven Cities auction house. After a few auctions, there might not even be one of these treasures. Therefore, the 4 people from the Divine Wind sect did not care about what was going to be auctioned. They only wanted to keep an eye on Yixing. When Yixing left the Big Dipper auction house, they would kill Yixing and obtain Yixing's storage ring. That would be the biggest gain. Shui Yan and Yanlin were disciples of the 9 upper sections. They were also real people in the astral realm. Naturally, they bought a VIP room. The VIP room they chose was not far from Yixing. Standing at the window of the VIP room, they could see Yixing clearly. Shui Yen and Yen Lin were the same as the four people from the Divine Wind sect. They were also paying attention to Yi Xing to prevent Yi Xing from slipping away during the auction. In fact, it was not only Shui Yen and Yen Lin who were paying attention to Yi Xing in the VIP room. In another VIP room, there was also a young man and a young woman who were paying attention to Yi Xing. The woman was wearing a tight black robe and was nestled in the man's arms. There was a vertical crack on her chest, revealing two snow-white hemispheres. The man stretched out a big hand and stroked the snow-white hemispheres. His eyes were coldly staring at Yi Xing, who was in the hall on the first floor. There was a third update at midnight. Chapter 364. This brat is just a country bumpkin from the Qingyun region. I thought he was the sixth disciple of the two-star sect who came to the True Xin region to watch the young hero assembly. The Black Widow stared coldly at Yi Xing. At the same time, she gently twisted her body in Shi Wenxie's embrace, purposely moving her exposed breasts closer to Shi Wenxie's hand. "Senior brother, you have to seek justice for me." I was slapped by him and became the joke of the Nine Heavens city. Shi Wenxie was younger than the Black Widow. He was only 22 years old this year. However, the disciples of the sect were ranked by strength. Shi Wenxie was already a two-star enlightened master, and his strength was unrivaled in the same realm. Naturally, he was the senior brother. Yi Xing was seen by Shui Yen and Yen Lin outside the Big Dipper auction house. In fact, he was also seen by Shi Wenxie and the Black Widow who came to the Big Dipper auction house. However, Shui Yen and Yen Lin went up to Yi Xing to get close to him, while Shi Wenxie and the Black Widow just watched from afar. Shui Yen, ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking, peak level 2 astral realm, Fire Cloud sect disciple. Shi Wenxie, ranked 10th on the Earth Profound ranking, had unrivaled battle strength, Earth Fiend sect disciple. Now that Shi Wenxie's cultivation had broken through to astral realm level 2, Shui Yen, a peak 2-star enlightened master, was most likely not his opponent. However, Shui Yen was a Fire Cloud sect disciple. If the two met, Shui Yan's position would definitely be higher than Shi Wenxie's. Shi Wenxie believed that he was stronger than Shui Yen in every aspect. How could he be willing to be suppressed by Shui Yen? Naturally, he wanted to avoid meeting Shui Yen, so he just watched from afar. The four warriors of the Divine Wind sect recognized Yi Xing, and Yi Xing's identity was exposed. Shi Wenxie and the Black Widow saw all of this. Originally, the Black Widow also suspected that Yi Xing might be a disciple of a two-star sect, so she endured and didn't take revenge. Now that she knew that Yi Xing was just a junior from the Qingyun region, how could she let him go? However, the Black Widow was not a match for Yi Xing. If she wanted to deal with Yi Xing, she could only rely on her senior apprentice brother, Shi Wenxie. Shi Wenxie's hand, which was gently caressing her, suddenly exerted force. He squeezed into the Black Widow's clothes through the tear and grabbed one of her snowy peaks, kneading it forcefully. As Shi Wenxie kneaded, he said fiercely, "Little slut, don't worry. He won't be able to escape from my palms." Under Shi Wenxie's kneading, the Black Widow's body went limp and she started moaning. Shi Wenxie kneaded the Black Widow for a while before releasing it. He then boldly sat down on the luxurious leather chair at the side. He was tall and his muscles were like dragons. He looked like a human-shaped machine. Even if he was sitting down, he was almost as tall as Black Widow when she was standing. There's nothing good in today's auction. Only the body-strengthening pellet can catch my eye, and the body-strengthening pellet will definitely be the last item to be auctioned. I'm very free in the early stages of the auction. As he spoke, Evil General Sherwin spread his legs and said, "Little slut, come over here and give me a blowjob." When Yi Xing entered the auction hall, there were already many people seated inside. Moreover, there was an endless stream of people coming in. Not long after, the auction hall, which could hold tens of thousands of people, was full. Although most of them were noble star marquises, there were also quite a number of astral realm enlightened persons. There were at least 1,000 of them. This didn't include those in the VIP rooms. Compared to the Qingyun region, the total number of enlightened persons in the southern and northern sects was only 200 to 300. More than 1,000 astral realm enlightened persons was a huge number. And this was only the number of enlightened persons that the auction had attracted. The number of enlightened persons in Nine Heaven City was far more than this. From this, it could be seen that the Qingyun region was indeed very backward in the true Shen domain. It couldn't even be compared to Nine Heaven City. When the auction hall was full, an extremely voluptuous enlightened person walked out from behind the auction stage. This enlightened person not only had a voluptuous figure, but she was also very tall. She was wearing a tight-fitting silk dress that perfectly outlined her figure. The dress had a slit that extended all the way to her buttocks, revealing her 2 slender legs. It looked very seductive and pleasing to the eye. More than 80% of the martial artists that came to participate in the auction were old masters. When their gazes landed on this enlightened person, their eyes lit up with excitement. One could imagine that this enlightened person didn't even need to stir up the atmosphere. Just by standing on the stage, it was enough to keep the entire auction in an intense state. The enlightened person clearly wasn't just standing on the stage. She first bowed to the crowd. When she bowed, the 2 snow-white lumps in front of her chest surged violently, as if they were about to burst out. Yi Xing immediately heard the sound of countless saliva being swallowed. The enlightened person clearly controlled her movements very precisely. When the 2 lumps in front of her chest were about to pop out, she had already stood up. Although her chest was still trembling, there was no possibility of it popping out. This made many martial artists feel that it was a pity. After the enlightened person bowed, she revealed a sweet smile and said, "Tiangang Auction Hall's number 7 auctioneer, Bicky, at your service. Today's auction has a total of 72 items. The first item is a set of mid-grade star crystals. There are 1,000 of them. The starting price is 50,000 low-grade star crystals. Auction officials, please make your bids. 50,000, 55,000, 60,000, 97,000, 100,000. As soon as Bicky's voice fell, the voices of people bidding rose one after another. Soon, the price rose to 100,000 low-grade star crystals. Yi Xing looked at the crowd and was a little surprised. He had always thought that mid-grade star crystals were the same as low-grade star crystals. He didn't expect that mid-grade star crystals could be auctioned as an item. Moreover, there were many people bidding. Most of the bidders were enlightened persons in the astral realm. Normally, only enlightened persons could use mid-grade star crystals. Other than enlightened persons, only level 3 array masters could use them. Yi Xing knew that the exchange rate between mid-grade star crystals and low-grade star crystals was 100. This meant that according to the normal exchange rate, 1,000 mid-grade star crystals could be exchanged for 100,000 low-grade star crystals. However, according to the intensity of the auction, the actual price should be much higher than that. As expected, the price kept rising. In the end, a 3-star enlightened person bought the set of mid-grade star crystals for 130,000 low-grade star crystals. 1,000 mid-grade star crystals were sold for 130,000 low-grade star crystals. This was a 130 exchange rate, which was much higher than the normal exchange rate. Thus, the true value of a mid-grade star crystal was more than 100 low-grade star crystals. However, according to the amount of star power, 1 mid-grade star crystal was the same as 100 low-grade star crystals. However, mid-grade star crystals could replace low-grade star crystals. However, mid-grade star crystals couldn't replace mid-grade star crystals in many aspects. For example, setting up a level 3 array formation and restoring astral energy were all uses of mid-grade star crystals. Low-grade star crystals couldn't do that. However, every inch had its advantages and disadvantages. Although mid-grade star crystals could completely replace low-grade star crystals, low-grade star crystals were still needed under certain circumstances. For example, a sect couldn't lack low-grade star crystals. Take a 1-star sect as an example. They had a large number of disciples. If they gave each of them a middle-grade star crystal to cultivate, Although it could replace the use of low-grade star crystals, it would be a complete waste. It was simply a reckless waste of natural resources. The Big Dipper sect was a superior one-star sect. It was also one of the 3 most powerful sects in the True Shen region. It had many disciples and consumed a huge amount of low-grade star crystals every year. If mid-grade star crystals were used to replace low-grade star crystals, the Big Dipper sect would definitely go bankrupt. Therefore, the Big Dipper auction would always take out mid-grade star crystals to auction and convert them into low-grade star crystals. This way, the exchange rate was 100 and they could make a lot more money. For an enlightened master, mid-grade star crystals were far more useful than low-grade star crystals. A large number of enlightened masters were willing to spend more than the normal exchange rate to obtain mid-grade star crystals. The second auction item was a high-grade spirit herb. A high-grade spirit elixir usually required several high-grade spirit herbs as raw materials. If a high-grade spirit herb was obtained, one would have to find other spirit herbs as raw materials and then ask an alchemist to refine the elixir. It was very troublesome. Therefore, high-grade spirit herbs were much less valuable than high-grade spirit elixirs. However, for cultivators who were alchemists themselves, every upper-grade spirit herb they could get their hands on was worth it. There would always be a use for them, so there were many people bidding for them. In the end, it was won by a Star Dipper Realm alchemist. Chapter 365. Yi Xing had come to the auction for the final item, the Body Strengthening Elixir. The Body Strengthening Elixir was a high-grade elixir. It could increase a martial artist's physical strength to the level of a 1-star sage. Only martial artists with astral energy in their bodies could withstand the Body Strengthening Elixir. Otherwise, their bodies would explode and they would die. Therefore, martial artists who could consume the Body Strengthening Elixir had to be at least a half-step perfected one. Even though there were restrictions, there were still many martial artists who wanted the Body Strengthening Elixir. Even a Star Realm perfected one would not complain about having a strong physical body. A martial artist who had not strengthened his physical body could use the Body Strengthening Elixir to increase his physical strength to the level of a 1-star sage. Yi Xing's physical strength was already comparable to a half-step perfected one. If he consumed the Body Strengthening Elixir, his physical strength would definitely be stronger than other martial artists who consumed the Body Strengthening Elixir. This meant that after Yi Xing consumed the Body Strengthening Elixir, his physical strength would exceed that of a 1-star sage and could even contend with a 2-star sage. An increase in physical strength also meant an increase in physical strength, allowing one to withstand a stronger impact. This would be very beneficial for Yi Xing's participation in the Young Hero Assembly. In the entire auction, Yi Xing only bid a few times. All the level 3 array materials were bought by Yi Xing. In the auction, other than middle-grade star crystals that could be bought with low-grade star crystals, the other treasures could only be bought with middle-grade star crystals. During the auction, the Big Dipper auction would collect middle-grade star crystals and then auction them off to obtain more low-grade star crystals to maximize the profits. Yi Xing had a lot of middle-grade star crystals on him. This auction was not very high-grade. The perfected ones who came were all beginner Star Realm perfected ones. None of them could compete with Yi Xing in terms of middle-grade star crystals. Therefore, once Yi Xing bid, he was determined to win and never failed. After obtaining a few level 3 array materials, Yi Xing spent a lot of middle-grade star crystals. The martial artists present were amazed. They thought that this young martial artist had a lot of wealth. This brat obtained the sect master's ring of Theso. He should have at least 6,000 to 7,000 mid-grade star crystals. In this auction, he spent at least a third of it. What a spendthrift! The elder of the Divine Wind sect, Feng Yuhan, said angrily in his heart. Even though he was a 2-star perfected person, he had no more than 1,000 mid-grade star crystals on him. The middle-grade star crystals of the entire Holy Wind sect should be similar to that of the Falling Star sect. However, Feng Yuhan was only an elder of the Holy Wind sect, while Yi Xing possessed the wealth of the entire falling star sect. Naturally, there was no comparison between the two. At the thought of Yi Xing's treasures, Feng Yuhan was both jealous and excited. In Feng Yuhan's opinion, Yi Xing was dead for sure after the auction. All of Yi Xing's treasures, be it the flying spirit artifact, the upper-grade spirit artifact, or the Starfall Sect Master's Ring, would fall into his hands. Time flew by. 4 hours later, the last item of the auction was about to be auctioned. All the martial artists cheered up. They knew that the next item to be auctioned was the body-strengthening elixir. A large number of perfected persons and half-step perfected persons wanted to obtain this upper-grade spirit elixir. Auctioneer Bicky raised her hand and a white jade medicine bottle appeared. Everyone's eyes were focused on the white jade medicine bottle in Bicky's hand. Bicky nodded and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the 72nd item of today's auction. It is also the last item of today's auction. As the last item of today's auction, its value must be the highest among the 72 items." Bicky smiled brightly and continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, you should already know that this is the upper-grade spirit elixir, the body-strengthening elixir. The body-strengthening elixir can increase a martial artist's physical strength to that of a 1-star perfected person. For martial artists who have already cultivated their physical strength, the effect is even better. The starting price is 1,000 mid-grade star crystals. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your bids." The starting price was 1,000 mid-grade star crystals. This made most of the martial artists shrink back at the sight of it. Not to mention half-step perfected persons, there were many perfected persons who did not even have 1,000 mid-grade star crystals on them. For example, Feng Yuhan and Fang Qing of the Divine Wind sect. There were many people like Feng Yuhan and Fang Qing who came from remote 1-star sections. Although they wanted this body-strengthening elixir, they did not have enough money and could only give up with a sigh. With this starting price, at least 20% of the true masters would be excluded from the list of bidders. However, some of the perfected persons who came from mid-grade 1-star sects or even 9 Heaven City were much richer than the perfected persons who came from remote 1-star sections. These perfected persons accounted for more than 70% of the perfected persons in the auction house. There were still many of them. As soon as Bicky finished speaking, many perfected persons made their bids. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 100, 1,100, 1,200, 1,200, 1,300, 1,350. Many people made their bids at the same time for each bid. The starting price was 100 mid-grade star crystals, which was 10,000 low-grade star crystals. However, when the price rose to 1,300 mid-grade star crystals, the price started to slow down. Even so, the price still shot up to 1,500 mid-grade star crystals. Most of the previous auction items started at 100 mid-grade star crystals, and the final price was only 200 to 300 mid-grade star crystals. Even the more expensive items started at 300 to 500 mid-grade star crystals. The final price was less than 1,000 mid-grade star crystals. Compared to the auction of the body-strengthening elixir, the first 71 items were simply too weak. When the price of the body-strengthening elixir reached 1,500 mid-grade star crystals, Yi Xing made his first bid. 1,800. The increase in the bid was decreasing. Yi Xing raised the price by 300 mid-grade star crystals in one go. This was enough to deter most of the perfected persons who were preparing to bid. As expected, all the perfected persons in the auction hall looked at Yi Xing. They were wondering how this kid was so rich. He had already spent more than 2,000 mid-grade star crystals in the previous auction. Now, he was still able to bid 1,800 mid-grade star crystals. Even some perfected persons who came from mid-grade 1-star sects only had about 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. The richer ones had about 3,000 mid-grade star crystals. They had hundreds of thousands of low-grade star crystals or even more. However, during the auction, they could only use mid-grade star crystals to bid. If they increased the bid by 1,800 mid-grade star crystals, most of them would go bankrupt. A small number of them would be severely injured. They were already perfected persons. Although the body-strengthening elixir had increased their physical strength was still incomparable to the strength of a star astral. It was clearly not worth it to go bankrupt to buy a body-strengthening elixir. Even if it was to auction it for a half-step perfected persons of the younger generation, allowing the younger generation to rank higher in the young hero assembly, they still had to consider whether it was worth it to spend so many mid-grade star crystals. They did not have much time to consider. Soon someone made a bid. 2,000. The person who made the bid was Shui Yen from the VIP room. As a genius disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, it was not difficult for him to obtain 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. Although he was already a 2-star perfected persons, the body-strengthening elixir would not reach the strength of a star astral even if it strengthened his body. However, the increase in his physical strength greatly increased his defense. With an increase in defense, he would be able to withstand more powerful attacks and be able to last longer in battle. When the difference in strength was not too great, these 2 points were enough to turn the tide of a battle. This was very beneficial for Shui Yen when he participated in the Young Hero Assembly. He was determined to obtain the body-strengthening elixir. The perfected persons in the hall drew a cold breath. The price had increased to 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. They had all given up on the thought of bidding. They could not afford to compete. 2,500. Just as the warriors were surprised that someone in the VIP room had made a bid of 2,000 mid-grade star crystals, someone from another VIP room made a bid not far away. Gasps could be heard. This person's bid had increased from 2,000 mid-grade star crystals to 2,500 mid-grade star crystals. Mid-grade star crystals were not something that could be found on the streets. Even if it was calculated according to the standard exchange rate, 1 mid-grade star crystal was equivalent to 100 low-grade star crystals. 500 mid-grade star crystals was equivalent to 50,000 low-grade star crystals. A single increase in price was 50,000 low-grade star crystals. All the perfected persons present felt their breathing quicken. They could not bear it. The person who made the bid of 2,500 mid-grade star crystals was Sherwinshia. Not only was his star astral strength powerful, but he also cultivated his physical body. Just his physical strength alone was enough to wipe out half-step perfected persons. He could even compete with a 1-star perfected persons. If he obtained the body-strengthening elixir, his physical strength would increase by another level. The double monthly votes had only started for 3 hours, and the Archer God had already been beaten twice. Brothers, that's too lame. Don't hide the monthly votes. Please vote for the Archer God. Begging for a monthly vote. Begging for passion. Monthly votes, plus chapters with no limit to the outburst. Chapter 366. Sherwinshia raised the price of the body fortification elixir to 2,500 mid-grade star crystals. The entire auction house quieted down. Only the sound of people gasping could be heard. Less than 10% of the perfected persons present had more than 2,500 mid-grade star crystals. Almost 90% of them couldn't even afford this price. The price of the body fortification elixir was already considered high when it reached 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. After all, martial arts cultivation was the most important thing for a martial artist. The body fortification elixir wasn't a spirit elixir that could increase one's martial arts cultivation. It could only increase one's physical strength. However, the Young Hero Assembly was about to begin. For those outstanding young geniuses, the most important thing was to get a higher ranking in the Young Hero Assembly. Therefore, a body fortification elixir could be auctioned at a higher price than usual. Sherwinshia was born with divine strength and a strong physique. While he cultivated martial arts, he also cultivated body techniques. This body fortification elixir was very useful to him. He was determined to get it. Therefore, he raised the price by 500 mid-grade star crystals to Shui Yan's price. He was willing to spend mid-grade star crystals for the body fortification elixir. Shui Yan frowned in the VIP room. Yan Lin said, "It's Sherwinshia." Shi Wenxia's voice was rough. Both of them knew Shi Wenxia, so they could naturally recognize him. Shui Yan naturally knew that the other party was Shi Wenxia. Ever since Shi Wenxia's cultivation had broken through to the second level of the astral realm, the martial artists in the true Xian domain had said that Shi Wenxia would be invincible among the 2 stars of the true Xian domain and would replace Shui Yan's 4th place on the Earth Xian ranking. This made Shui Yan very unhappy. Without a real fight, Shui Yan naturally didn't believe that Shi Wenxia could defeat him. In his opinion, the most likely reason why Shi Wenxia was auctioning the body fortification elixir was to defeat him in the Young Hero Assembly and replace his 4th place on the Earth Xian ranking. Shui Yan naturally couldn't let him have his way. Shui Yan said, 2,600. Shui Yan had less than 3,000 mid-grade star crystals. He didn't dare to raise the price by 500 like Shi Wenxia. Shi Wenxia came prepared. After Shui Yan raised the price, he immediately said, 3,000. 3,000 mid-grade star crystals were equivalent to 300,000 low-grade star crystals. If it was auctioned in the Big Dipper auction house, it might be sold for 390,000 low-grade star crystals. To a beginner true master, 3,000 mid-grade star crystals was a huge sum. 99% of the true masters in the auction hall wouldn't be able to take out such a sum. Shui Yan punched the tea table beside him and snorted angrily. He only had a little over 2,800 mid-grade star crystals. Shi Wenxia had offered 3,000. How could he compete with him? Although the Fire Cloud sect was one of the 9 high sects and was extremely wealthy, Shui Yan, as a 2-star perfected one, had more than 2,800 middle-grade astral crystals with him. This was already a lot. It was something that many early-stage perfected ones could only look up to. Unfortunately, Shi Wenxia had brought more mid-grade star crystals than him. Furthermore, although the Earth Carnage sect was inferior to the Fire Cloud sect, Shi Wenxia's status in the Earth Carnage sect was much higher than Shui Yan's status in the Fire Cloud sect. In terms of mid-grade star crystals, Shui Yan was inferior to Shi Wenxia. When Yan Lin saw Shui Yan's expression, she knew that Shui Yan didn't have any more mid-grade star crystals on him. She said, "Senior brother, I still have 1,000 mid-grade star crystals. You can use them first." Shui Yan's eyes lit up as he nodded towards Yan Lin. The gloominess in his heart instantly dissipated. He had more than 2,800 mid-grade star crystals on him. Including Yan Lin's, he had more than 3,800 mid-grade star crystals. Shui Yan shouted, 3,500. He also raised the price by 500 mid-grade star crystals in one go. There was only one word to describe the feeling: exhilarating. On the auction stage, Bicky's lips curled into a deep smile. As an auctioneer, she loved this kind of situation the most. 3,500 mid-grade star crystals had already far exceeded the price of a body-strengthening elixir. Shui Yan thought to himself, "Little guy, you can't afford to play anymore." However, the exhilaration in Shui Yan's heart didn't last for more than 3 breaths. Shi Wenxia's bid made him feel even more depressed. Shi Wenxia called out, "For 1,000." Shi Wenxia didn't have many mid-grade star crystals on him. However, a victorious smile appeared on his face. Through Shui Yan's bid, Shi Wenxia was very certain that Shui Yan's bid of 3,500 mid-grade star crystals was already a spent force. If Shi Wenxia bid 4,000 mid-grade star crystals, Shui Yan wouldn't be able to afford it no matter what. That was indeed the case. Shui Yan only had 3,800 mid-grade star crystals on Yan Lin. Shi Wenxia had already bid 4,000 mid-grade star crystals. How could he afford it? Shi Wenxia. Shui Yan shouted, sounding very unhappy. "It's me." Shi Wenxia replied. "You win." Shui Yan said coldly. Although his words were cold, it was clear that he had given up on the competition. "You want to compete with me?" Shi Wenxia sneered in his heart. Even though Shui Yan was a disciple of the 9 upper sects, in Shi Wenxia's eyes, Shui Yan couldn't be compared to him. In terms of talent, combat strength, and potential, Shui Yan couldn't be compared to him. Even in terms of tactics, Shui Yan couldn't compare. Although Yen Lin was respectful in front of Shui Yen, she was far from being obedient to Shui Yen. In front of Shi Wenxie, Black Widow would do whatever Shi Wenxie wanted her to do. She was obedient and obedient. Since Shui Yen had withdrawn from the competition, Shi Wenxie naturally regarded the body-strengthening elixir as his. He sneered in his heart. Shui Yen, do you think that I'm bidding for the body-strengthening elixir to deal with you? You don't deserve it. Far from it. When the Young Hero Assembly begins, I'll let everyone know how powerful I, Shi Wenxie, am. You all think that I'm aiming for the 4th place on the Earth Profound ranking list? But what I want is the 1st place. On the auction stage, Bicky also thought that no one else would bid. She said, "Congratulations to VIP room 222. Just as Bicky started to speak, she was interrupted by Yi Xing. 4,500. Yi Xing had tens of thousands of mid-grade star crystals on him. Furthermore, the Falling Star sect had a mid-grade star crystal mine. There were at least 1 million mid-grade star crystals in it, or even a few million. To Yi Xing, it didn't matter how many mid-grade star crystals he had to spend. The key was to bid for the body-strengthening elixir. Previously, he had bid once, but Shi Wenxie and Shui Yen were competing, so he didn't interrupt. However, just because he didn't interrupt, it didn't mean that he didn't want it. Shi Wenxie wanted to bid for the body-strengthening elixir, but Yi Xing didn't agree. Yi Xing's sudden bid stunned everyone. The body-strengthening elixir had already been auctioned for 4,000 mid-grade star crystals. This was a sky-high price, yet there was still someone who wanted it? Yi Xing's bid had exceeded everyone's expectations. This bastard is really a prodigal. Feng Yuhan cursed in his heart. He was heartbroken. From Feng Yuhan's point of view, Yi Xing's things would soon be his. Now that Yi Xing had spent 4,500 mid-grade star crystals to bid for a body-strengthening elixir, it was simply a waste of his treasures. This kid is really strange. Not only is his combat strength incredible, but he also has so many mid-grade star crystals on him. However, this is also good. If this kid wins the body-strengthening elixir, it will be mine in a while. Shui Yen curled his lips and thought to himself. The martialists in the auction hall looked at Yi Xing in shock. Bicky, who was on the auction stage, was also surprised. She said, "This auctioneer really bid 4,500? Whether it was her or the other martialists, none of them dared to believe that Yi Xing still had 4,500 mid-grade star crystals on him after spending more than 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. Yi Xing nodded and said, "How can it be fake? This kid also dares to compete with me." Shi Wenxie stared coldly at Yi Xing through the window. He looked very unhappy. The VIP room was supported by a formation. Although one could see outside through the window, those outside could not see inside. However, Yi Xing still keenly sensed a sharp gaze fixed on him. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the VIP room where Shi Wenxie was. Shi Wenxie did not bid again. He said loudly, "Let him have it." The martialists were shocked. Shi Wenxie was obviously determined to get the body-strengthening elixir. Why would he give it to this young martialist sitting in the hall? Besides Shi Wenxie, Black Widow was puzzled. She asked, "Senior brother, why are you giving him the body-strengthening elixir?" Shi Wenxie smiled coldly and said, "What's the difference if the body-strengthening elixir is in his hands or mine? Moreover, I can save 4,000 mid-grade star crystals." Oh. Black Widow reacted. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Senior brother, you have calculated well. This kid is here to deliver the elixir to you." Shi Wenxie gave up on bidding. No one bid higher. This body-strengthening elixir was naturally won by Yi Xing for 4,500 mid-grade star crystals. My butthole is swollen. Is there any justice in this world? Double the monthly votes. Brothers, you can't be so useless. Go and add 980 votes. Even if you can't do it today, you have to rush to 1,060 votes so that I can add 2 chapters. Roll on the ground and beg for double the monthly votes. Chapter 367. With the completion of the auction for the body-strengthening elixir, the auction came to an end. After Yi Xing obtained the body-strengthening elixir, he left the auction hall and walked out of the Big Dipper auction house. The silver-winged demonic condor, who was in the demonic beast area, received Yi Xing's order and flew over, following Yi Xing. Behind Yi Xing, there were many martial artists. Many of them had evil looks in their eyes. How high could such a young martial artist's cultivation be? How strong could his demonic beast be? Some perfected persons and even half-step perfected persons thought of Yi Xing as a pushover. Since Yi Xing could take out nearly 6,000 mid-grade star crystals, he must have more on him. They were plotting against Yi Xing. Shui Yan, Yan Lin, Shi Wenxie, and the Black Widow were all secretly following him. Of course, the ones who followed Yi Xing the most were the 4 martial artists from the Divine Wind sect. They were brazenly following behind Yi Xing. As long as Yi Xing left the Big Dipper auction house's perimeter, they would attack him. Just as Yi Xing left the Big Dipper auction house, the 2-star perfected person, Feng Yuhan, shouted, "Stop him! Don't let him escape!" Fang Qing led Feng Yu and Fang Zhe and immediately ran forward to intercept Yi Xing. As for Feng Yuhan, he still stood behind Yi Xing, surrounding Yi Xing. The martial practitioners following Yi Xing in the distance all stopped and watched from afar when they saw someone making a move. Shui Yan and Yan Lin glided in the air and landed on the roof of a house nearby. Shui Yan looked at Yi Xing and smiled. Yan Lin said coldly, "Kid, you're dead today." Yi Xing glanced at Shui Yan and Yan Lin and said, "Why? Do you want to attack together?" Feng Yuhan wanted to kill Yi Xing and obtain Yi Xing's items. He did not want Shui Yan and Yan Lin to interfere. Feng Yuhan cupped his fists at Shui Yan and Yan Lin and said, "Young Master Shui, Miss Yan, we have a life-and-death feud with Yi Xing. Please don't interfere." Shui Yan spread his hands and said, "Do whatever you want. I'll watch this kid die. Young Master will see it soon. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Feng Yuhan and Yi Xing said at the same time. Shui Yan shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression, meaning that even if the 4 Divine Wind sect cultivators didn't kill Yi Xing, it didn't matter. In any case, as long as Shui Yan was here, Yi Xing would die without a doubt. Disappointed? Feng Yuhan looked at Yi Xing and said with a smile, "Yi Xing, you're good at running for your life. But today, you won't be able to escape. Even if you have a flying beast, you'll still die." Yi Xing looked cold and said, "The ones who won't be able to escape are you 4 idiots. You 2 idiots should have seen me using demonic beasts in the Green Cloud Palace of the Green Cloud Ancient Land. You know that I have the silver-winged demonic eagle, but you still dare to come forward to die. I really admire your courage." Feng Yu and Fang Zhe's faces changed. They had indeed seen it. However, there were 2 elders of the Divine Wind sect beside them. Among them, Feng Yuhan was a 2-star sage. They did not believe that the silver-winged demonic eagle beside Yi Xing would be a match for a 2-star sage. Feng Yuhan looked serious. He carefully looked at the silver-winged demonic eagle and said, "You're just an 8-star martial saint. How strong can a demonic beast be? The fire cloud lion you controlled last time was comparable to a 2-star sage. How strong can this silver-winged demonic eagle be? Do you think you can scare us with that? Kid, stop daydreaming." Feng Yuhan was at the late stage of the 2nd-star realm. The fire cloud lion Yi Xing controlled was comparable to an early-stage 2-star sage. It was far from being a match for Feng Yuhan. Naturally, he did not put the silver-winged demonic eagle in his eyes. Yan Lin, who was in the hall, was slightly shocked. Feng Yuhan said that Yi Xing was only an 8-star martial saint, but she knew that Yi Xing was a half-step sage. Although there was no difference between an 8-star martial saint and a half-step sage to her, she felt uneasy. It seemed that the difference between Yi Xing and a half-step sage was unusual. At this moment, Yi Xing looked at Feng Yuhan and laughed disdainfully. "Daydreaming? That's right. It's time for you to wake up. Silver demon, tear him apart." Receiving the order, the silver-winged demonic eagle let out a sharp shriek. He no longer restrained his demonic power. His aura surged out and shook the surroundings. In the distance, a martial artist exclaimed, What a strong aura. It's comparable to that of 3-star sage. As a 2-star sage, Feng Yuhan was more sensitive. When the silver-winged demonic eagle's aura burst out, his face turned pale. A demonic bird equivalent to that of 3-star sage? How is this possible? How is this possible? Feng Yuhan exclaimed with fear in his eyes. The demonic bird flew very fast. It was extremely difficult to capture it. In order to obtain a demonic bird equivalent to that of 3-star sage, the sects in the southern part of the Qingyun region had to spend a lot of effort to find a demonic bird and slowly raise it. It was very difficult to directly control a level 3 demonic bird. Even the Blood Ghost sect, which was highly skilled in eye techniques, could not do it. However, Yixing was able to control a demonic bird equivalent to that of 3-star sage. How could Feng Yuhan not be shocked and fearful? Unfortunately, it was too late to be fearful now. The silver-winged demonic eagle was as fast as lightning. It turned into a silver light and charged towards Feng Yuhan. Divine Wind Step. Feng Yuhan shouted. A ray of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows. It turned into a hurricane and shot to the side. The Divine Wind sect was known for their speed. Feng Yuhan had the hurricane and was even faster. He was unparalleled among his peers. He barely avoided the silver-winged demonic eagle's attack. However, the silver-winged demonic eagle was a demonic bird. Speed was also its forte. Moreover, it was even faster than Feng Yuhan. In an instant, it flapped its wings and charged towards Feng Yuhan. Whoosh! The silver wings broke through the air and swept across like a silver blade. The silver-winged demonic eagle's wings were as strong as a spiritual weapon. They were extremely sharp and their power was no less than that of an upper-grade spiritual weapon. The silver wings were too fast. Even though Feng Yuhan's speed was outstanding, he could not avoid the silver-winged demonic eagle's silver wings. He could only block them. Whoosh! A middle-grade spiritual weapon saber appeared in Feng Yuhan's hand. With surging astral energy, he slashed down at the silver wings. With a loud clang, the spiritual weapon saber bounced back. The silver wings were like blades. They swept forward with unstoppable force. Silver light flashed past Feng Yuhan's neck. Feng Yuhan's head was separated from his body and flew up. In an instant, blood gushed out from Feng Yuhan's headless neck and splashed in all directions. It was a gory scene. Feng Yuhan's strength was not outstanding among his peers. However, the silver-winged demonic eagle's strength was one of the best among the 3-stars venerables. In a head-on confrontation, Feng Yuhan naturally died. Feng Yuhan had lost his life. Feng Qing, Feng Yu, and Feng Zhe were scared out of their wits. As a venerate, Feng Qing was better off. He screamed and fled into the distance like lightning. When Feng Yu and Feng Zhe saw Feng Yuhan's head cut off by the silver-winged demonic eagle, they screamed and collapsed to the ground. They were completely scared out of their wits. Whoosh! As soon as Feng Qing fled, Yixing chased after him like a bolt of lightning. The manifestation stage Heavenly Bat Steps contained subtle wind potential. Yixing's speed was more than double that of a 1-star venerate like Feng Qing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Feng Qing. The black dragon spear instantly appeared in Yixing's hand. He used the divine light flash and thrust out his spear. Feng Qing, who was running away, only felt the aura of death behind him. He was terrified and didn't realize that Yixing had caught up to him so quickly. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his chest. He subconsciously looked down and saw the bloody spear point. His expression immediately turned to horror. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream. However, he could no longer make a sound. The black dragon spear shook and was instantly pulled back. With a flash of cold light, there was not a single drop of blood on it. A fist-sized hole appeared in Feng Qing's body. Blood gushed out and he fell to the ground. Feng Qing died. Feng Yu and Feng Zhe also died at the same time. The silver-winged demonic eagle had crushed their heads with its claws. In the blink of an eye, 2 venerate elders and 2 martial saints of the Divine Wind sect had died. When Yixing killed Chou Buohong, he said that he wasn't the first nor would he be the last. Today, the enemies of the Falling Star sect had killed another 4 people. At this moment, all the martial artists on the street were shocked. They stared at Yi Xing and the savage silver-winged demonic eagle, completely silent. Yi Xing swept his eyes over the surrounding martial artists. Then his eyes fell on Shui Yan and Yan Lin. He said, "If you want to fight, then come." Chapter 368. Shui Yan and Yan Lin looked at the silver-winged demonic condor with a serious expression. In the enlightened person realm, every level was a huge difference in strength. It was extremely difficult to challenge someone of a higher level. Although Shui Yan was a 2-star enlightened person, he was not a match for a 3-star enlightened person. The strength and aura that the silver-winged demonic condor had displayed were all at the level of a 3-star enlightened person. Even if Shui Yan and Yan Lin worked together, they would still not be a match for it. However, although they were afraid of the silver-winged demonic condor's strength, Shui Yan and Yan Lin were at the top of the Earth profound ranking. Moreover, they came from one of the 9 superior sects. Naturally, they would not show weakness in front of Yi Xing. Shui Yan snorted and said, "You are just relying on your demonic beast strength to show off. I will spare your life today. In the Young Hero Assembly, you are not allowed to bring your demonic beast to battle. When the time comes, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will take your life." Shui Yan and Yan Lin left behind these vicious words to give themselves a way out. Then they immediately left. Shui Yan and Yan Lin's retreat was within Yi Xing's expectations. He asked the silver-winged demonic condor to move the bodies of Feng Yuhan, Feng Qing, Feng Yu, and Feng Zhe to the side. Yi Xing took their storage rings and used the star fire to burn the 4 bodies to ashes. When Yi Xing was about to leave, a muscular man who was 2 meters tall blocked his path. This muscular man was very young. He was only in his early 20s. However, the muscles on his body were bulging like dragons. He was filled with power and intimidating. Beside the muscular man, Black Widow was looking at Yi Xing coldly. Needless to say, this young muscular man was the genius disciple of the Earth Fiend sect, Shi Wenxie. Yi Xing scanned with his superbrain and found out Shi Wenxie's cultivation. With Black Widow beside him, Yi Xing naturally guessed his identity in an instant. Yi Xing looked at Shi Wenxie. "Shi Wenxie?" Shi Wenxie said frivolously, "Yes, I am." Yi Xing said indifferently, "Do you think you're a match for Silver Devil?" Shi Wenxie was extremely confident as he said, "It's only equivalent to 3-star venerable." Yi Xing, for the sake of the silver-winged demonic condor, hand over the body-strengthening pill, and I won't make things difficult for you today. If you're unlucky enough to meet me at the Young Hero Assembly, I'll teach you a lesson. Yi Xing squinted his eyes. Shi Wenxie clearly knew that the silver-winged demonic condor was equivalent to Reverend 3 stars, yet he was still so confident. Could it be that his strength was not only unrivaled in the same realm, but also able to fight against Reverend 3 stars? The rest of the warriors had the same thought as Yi Xing. They were all shocked. There were not many geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level, especially after reaching the enlightened master of enlightenment realm. In the eyes of martial saints, those who could reach the enlightened master realm were all geniuses. It was extremely difficult to defeat them in the astral star realm. Among the younger generation geniuses on the Earth Profound ranking, Mu Xiaoyue was the only one who was recognized as having the combat strength to challenge those in the astral realm. This was because Mu Xiaoyue had defeated Reverend 1 stars many times when he was just a half-step reverend. If a half-step reverend could defeat a Reverend 1 star, then after becoming a Reverend 1 star, defeating a Reverend 2 stars would not be a problem. However, Shi Wenxie's strength had always been unrivaled in the same realm. There had never been any news of him challenging those in the astral star realm. If Shi Wenxie could also challenge those in the astral star realm, then as a Reverend 2 stars, wouldn't he have the ability to reach the top 3? If this was true, then it would definitely be shocking news. Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Bai Tsang, the 3 reverends of the younger generation in the true Shen domain, would be challenged. Although Shi Wenxie's tone revealed that he did not care about Reverend 3 stars, Yi Xing still had a lot of confidence in the silver-winged demonic condor's strength. There were strong and weak reverends in the 3 stars. The strongest could defeat the weakest in an instant. The silver-winged demonic condor's strength was at the peak of the 3 stars' reverence. Even if Shi Wenxie really had the strength to challenge Reverend 3 stars, he would not be a match for the silver-winged demonic condor. Yi Xing said, "If you can defeat my silver devil, then I'll give you a body-strengthening elixir." "You want me to fight?" Shi Wenxie's eyes revealed an ominous glint. He stared at Yi Xing and said, "You have to think carefully. Once I fight, I won't just want a body-strengthening elixir." Yi Xing looked confident and said, "Who doesn't know how to boast? If you have the ability, then talk after defeating the silver devil." Shi Wenxie said coldly, "This is what you asked for." As he spoke, Shi Wenxie raised his hand and a huge black sword appeared in his hand. The length of the sword was more than 1.7 meters. It was almost as tall as an ordinary adult. Its width was more than 10 centimeters. If one looked at it closely, it would not look like a sword, but more like a door plank. However, this sword should not be underestimated. It was a high-grade spiritual weapon. Although the aura it emitted was not sharp, it was extremely heavy. It was a heavy weapon. Shi Wenxie was tall and sturdy to begin with, like an iron tower. Now that he had a black heavy sword in his hand, he looked even more dignified and imposing like a mountain. Yi Xing waved his hand and the silver-winged demonic condor stood between him and Shi Wenxie. Shi Wenxie also waved his hand and the Black Widow immediately retreated. She knew Shi Wenxie's true strength. It was much more terrifying than the rumors. Ordinary 3 stars spiritual masters were not Shi Wenxie's match. Moreover, Shi Wenxie's attacks were extremely violent. Once he attacked, the area around him would be faced with a terrifying power attack. One could not get too close. "If you think that I'm only invincible among my peers, then you're wrong," Shi Wenxie shouted. He held the heavy sword with both hands and slashed at the silver-winged demonic condor. Heavy mountain condenses. Whoosh! As the sword slashed out, the wind howled. The heavy black sword was not sharp, but its power was shocking. As the sword slashed down, the astral energy condensed and turned into a mountain peak. It slashed down with the sword. It was hard to imagine what kind of impact this sword would receive if it hit. The sharp blade could cut a person in half. This sword could not cut a person, but it could cut a person into meat paste. It was even more terrifying. The silver-winged demonic condor had the strength of a 3 stars spiritual master. Even if Shi Wenxie's sword was shocking, it was not afraid. Whoosh! Spreading its silver wings, it instantly transformed into a sharp silver blade. It slashed out horizontally and ruthlessly slashed towards the heavy sword that was slashing towards it. In an instant, the silver wings and the heavy sword collided. Boom! There was a deafening explosion. The silver-winged demonic condor's silver wing attack was fast and sharp, while Shi Wenxie's strength was power. In a head-on collision, the silver-winged demonic condor's weakness and Shi Wenxie's strength clashed. The silver-winged demonic condor screeched and was forced back 2 steps by the terrifying impact. Although its wings were protected by thick demonic energy and were as strong as spirit weapons, they were not real spirit weapons. In the fierce collision, a few feathers fell. Shi Wenxie's expression was also shocked. The heavy sword in his hand sent a terrifying rebound force, and he could not help but take a step back. However, this was already very impressive. Shi Wenxie was only a 2-star spiritual master, but he was not at a disadvantage in a head-on collision with the silver-winged demonic condor, who had the strength of a 3-star spiritual master. He even had the upper hand. Gasps could be heard from the spectating cultivators in the distance. Shi Wenxie's strength was even more terrifying than the rumors. He actually had the strength to challenge a 3-star spiritual master. Yi Xing knew better than the warriors watching the battle from afar that Shi Wenxie did not only have the strength to challenge a 3-star spiritual master. He probably had already surpassed most of the 3-star spiritual masters. The silver-winged demonic condor's strength was at the top of the 3 stars' spiritual masters. Even if its silver wing slash was its weakness, it was not something an ordinary 3 stars spiritual master could compare with. However, such a terrifying attack had been forced back by Shi Wenxie. One could only imagine how terrifying Shi Wenxie's strength was. The outside world's evaluation of his strength was too low. However, although Shi Wenxie's strength was strong, it was still not enough in front of the silver-winged demonic condor. The silver-winged demonic condor was forced back by Shi Wenxie and immediately changed its tactics. Xiao 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 xiao, the silver-winged demonic condor moved. Silver light flashed and its speed was extremely fast. It attacked Shi Wenxie from different angles with its silver wing slash. Shi Wenxie had the upper hand in a head-on battle. However, facing the silver-winged demonic condor's fast attacks, he was somewhat powerless. Before he could gather his strength to the strongest state, the silver-winged demonic condor's attacks had already arrived. Furthermore, each attack was from a different angle, making it difficult for Shi Wenxie to defend himself. Seeing that he was about to be defeated, Shi Wenxie immediately retreated and left with the Black Widow. His voice came from afar, "Don't let me meet you at the Young Hero Assembly. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death." Chapter 369. Looking at Shi Wenxie's departing figure, Yi Xing's expression turned grim. With the silver-winged demonic condor's speed, it could definitely catch up with Shi Wenxie and Black Widow. However, Yi Xing did not let the silver-winged demonic condor chase after them. So what if they caught up? In Nine Heaven City, if Yi Xing killed Shi Wenxie and Black Widow, he would definitely die. The Earth Fiend sect was a powerful sect with a 6-star venerable. Any one of them could easily kill Yi Xing. Without sufficient strength, he would not have the initiative. If Shi Wenxie wanted to kill him, he could resist, but he could not kill Shi Wenxie. If Shi Wenxie died, there would be stronger people coming to kill him. He had to bear with it. There will be another strong opponent in the Young Hero Assembly. Yi Xing thought to himself. Previously, he treated Yang Gang, Meng Ji, Bai Cong, and Mu Xiaoyue as his opponents. Shi Wenxie was only half of them. But now, his opinion had changed. The strength Shi Wenxie displayed was considered strong among the 3 stars venerable. Not only could he be considered as a strong opponent with the 4 people in front of him, but he was also one of the strongest. The Young Hero Assembly was the focus of attention. Yi Xing was not suitable to use the black hole astrology or Sagittarius astrology. However, if he did not use these 2 trump cards, Yi Xing did not have the confidence to fight against the 3 stars venerable. Unless his cultivation could break through to the astral realm. I will first refine and absorb the body-strengthening elixir to increase my physical strength. Then, I will try to break through to the astral realm before the Young Hero Assembly. I must get first place in the Young Hero Assembly. I must get the resurrection elixir. Yi Xing clenched his fists and made up his mind. Riding the silver-winged demonic condor, Yi Xing returned to the South City district. However, he did not return to the 7 Treasures Inn. Instead, he went to the more famous Big Dipper Inn. Big Dipper Inn was the property of the Big Dipper sect. It was absolutely safe to stay there. Although Shui Yan and Yi Xing said that they would deal with him during the Young Hero Assembly, Yi Xing could not guarantee that they would not ask the elders of the sect to take action. The 7 Treasures Inn could not stop the Earth Fiend sect and Fire Cloud sect, but the Big Dipper Inn could. Although the Big Dipper Inn's fees were slightly higher and the 7 Treasures Inn's fees couldn't be refunded, Yi Xing still prioritized safety. Big Dipper Inn, Room 527. Yi Xing sat cross-legged. After calming his mind, he took out an astral body pill and consumed it. Soon, the vigor pellet in Yi Xing's body turned into a stream of heat that spread throughout his body along his meridians. It seeped into his flesh and blood, strengthening Yi Xing's flesh, tendons, bones, meridians, organs, and everything else. The vital body pill could raise a martial artist's physical body to the level of a 1-star enlightened master. That was a complete transformation that required a very long time. While Yi Xing was using the vigor pellet to strengthen his physical body in the Big Dipper Inn, two pieces of news spread rapidly in Nine Heaven City. The first was that Shi Wenxie, who was ranked 10th on the Earth Profound ranking, actually had the strength to challenge those of a higher level in the astral realm. As a 2-star Enlightened Master, his strength was actually not weaker than a 3-star Enlightened Master. He had the qualifications to compete with the 3 big shots of the Earth Profound ranking. The second was that a monstrous genius had risen from the younger generation of the true Xian region. This monstrous genius was called Yi Xing. He was only 17 or 18 years old and came from the remote Qingyun region. He was only a disciple of a 1-star inferior sect, but he had already cultivated to the level of a half-step Enlightened Master. Furthermore, he had the strength to challenge those of a higher level and was even stronger than a 1-star Enlightened Master. He was almost another Mu Xiaoyue. These two pieces of news caused the martial artists in Nine Heaven City to be extremely shocked. Shi Wenxie was originally a younger generation genius of the true Xian region, who in Nine Heaven City did not know of him. Now, there was suddenly news that Shi Wenxie's strength was even stronger than the rumors. He actually had the qualifications to challenge the top 3 of the Earth Profound ranking. When the martial artists in Nine Heaven City heard this, they were naturally extremely shocked. As for the second piece of news, it caused them to be deeply shocked. What kind of person was Mu Xiaoyue? An 8-star yellow fate heaven's mandate. He had the heaven-defying battle strength to challenge those of a higher level in the astral realm. He was hailed as the #1 genius of the true Xian region in 1,000 years. Since he was the #1 genius of the true Xian region in 1,000 years, it could be seen how rare he was. It was hard to find one in 1,000 years. However, Mu Xiaoyue had only been famous for 2 years. Suddenly, a half-step Enlightened Master who was even younger than him appeared out of nowhere and could also challenge a 1-star Enlightened Master. Furthermore, this monstrous genius called Yi Xing was not a disciple of the 9 great sects, nor was he a disciple of a 1-star inferior sect. He was only a disciple of a remote Qingyun region's 1-star inferior sect. This was too unbelievable. How could a once-in-1,000 years monstrous genius suddenly appear on the streets? Other than Mu Xiaoyue, there were 2 more of them? Yi Xing was after all an illustrious name. The martial artists in Nine Heaven City could still believe him. However, when it came to Yi Xing, almost all of the martial artists who heard the news maintained an attitude of suspicion. However, the news had been verified to be absolutely true. This was because in front of everyone, Yi Xing had defeated a 1-star Enlightened Master twice and killed a 1-star Enlightened Master once. Furthermore, the 2 1-star Enlightened Masters that Yi Xing had defeated both had great backgrounds and were rather famous. One was the Fire Cloud sect's Yan Lin, who was ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. The other was the Earth Fiend sect's Black Widow, who was ranked 19th on the Earth Profound ranking. As for the 1-star Enlightened Master that Yi Xing had killed, he was a martial artist from the Qingyun region. The martial artists in Nine Heavens City basically did not know him. Furthermore, Yi Xing had taken advantage of the opportunity to chase after the 1-star Enlightened Master to kill him from behind. This point, perhaps, did not prove how strong Yi Xing was. However, just based on the fact that Yi Xing had defeated Yan Lin and Black Widow in one move, his name was enough to shock everyone. It quickly spread throughout Nine Heaven City. Other than Mu Xiaoyue, there are also Shi Wenxie and Yi Xing, 2 monstrous geniuses whose talents are not inferior to his. Oh my God, the 3 of them are geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years. To think that they appeared in the same generation. This year's Young Hero Assembly will be interesting to watch. It's a pity that their cultivations are not in the same realm. They are respectively a half-step Enlightened Master, a 1-star Enlightened Master, and a 2-star Enlightened Master. There is no doubt about their strength. If they were in the same realm, it would be amazing. Yeah, monstrous geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years. Just thinking about it makes me excited. After the Young Hero Assembly, the Earth Profound rankings will probably change greatly. In the past, I thought that this generation of geniuses would be the most prosperous one in 1,000 years. Now, it seems that we have greatly underestimated the talents of this generation of geniuses. That's right, 3 monstrous geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years are in the same generation. I'm afraid that this is something that has never happened in the true Shen domain in the past 10,000 years. I can't wait to see the talents of this generation of geniuses. I must watch the young hero assembly. Shi Wenxie was furious. Yi Xing was also furious. Among the geniuses of the true Shen domain, there used to be 3 tycoons, Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Baizong. The 3 of them were 3-star enlightened masters. Now, there were 3 monstrous geniuses, Mu Xiaoyue, Yi Xing, and Yi Xing. The 3 of them were monstrous geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years in the true Shen domain. Yang Gang, Meng Ji, Baizong, Mu Xiaoyue, Yi Xing, and Yi Xing. As the young hero assembly was about to begin, these 6 people were the most influential figures among the geniuses of the true Shen domain. Even though Yi Xing had just been known, his battle record was too eye-catching. After a few days, his fame had completely overshadowed Shui Yan's, who was currently ranked 4th on the Earth Profound ranking. In this generation of geniuses, there were Mu Xiaoyue, Yi Xing, and Yi Xing, the 3 monstrous geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years. Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Baizong, the 3 3-star venerables who were not even 24 years old, were also extremely outstanding. They were hailed as the strongest generation in the true Shen domain in the past 10,000 years. In the past few days, Yi Xing's name had spread throughout the 9-heaven city. However, Yi Xing himself was completely unaware of it. The medicinal efficacy of the body fortification pill was surging. Yi Xing spent a few days to completely absorb the medicinal efficacy. His body was reborn and underwent a qualitative change. Big Dipper in Room 527. Yi Xing was still sitting cross-legged. However, the sound of water crashing against the shore could be heard from within his body. This was the sound of Yi Xing's blood and qi circulating. His body was strong and his blood and qi was vigorous. When he circulated his blood, it was like a surging river and waves surging to the sky. It contained a terrifying power. At this moment, Yi Xing opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as he stood up. All the bones in his body crackled. He waved his hand and took a step forward. The sound of wind could be heard as if he was a human-shaped machine moving. Feeling the surging power in his body, Yi Xing's eyes revealed a confident gaze. The monthly votes list exploded again. Tears begging for double the monthly votes. Chapter 370. The young hero assembly was about to begin. In the last few days, Yi Xing tried to break through to the astral realm. To his surprise, the barrier to the astral realm seemed to have loosened. This meant that as long as Yi Xing persisted in breaking through to the astral realm, he would definitely be able to break through. It was just a matter of time. Unfortunately for Yi Xing, he was still unable to break through the barrier to the astral realm until the day of the young hero assembly. If he was given 3 more days, Yi Xing was confident that he would be able to break through the barrier to the astral realm and become an enlightened being. However, time waits for no man. The young hero assembly would not be delayed for 3 days because of Yi Xing. On this day last year, Yi Xing broke through to the star vortex realm and became a martial saint. He had just turned 17 years old. Due to the awakening of the black hole astrology, the entire star continent was shrouded in darkness. The Grand Tutor of the Diyuan dynasty, Si Kongyan, deduced that this was an extremely bad omen. He proposed to the Supreme King, Meng Tai, to find the demon star during the genius selection. The genius selection would be held 3 times. The first one would be held a year later by the various regions. The second one would be held 2 years later by the various continents. The third one would be held 3 years later by the Diyuan dynasty. Today was exactly 1 year later. He would be 18 years old. On this day, not only the true Shen region, but all the regions of the Diyuan dynasty were holding the genius selection. Yi Xing had gone to bed early last night. He woke up early in the morning and headed to the inner city in high spirits. The Young Hero Assembly was held by the 9 sect alliances at the 9 Heaven Fighting Arena in the inner city of the 9 Heaven City. The 9 Heaven Fighting Arena occupied an area of 10 miles. The fighting arena was 2,000 meters in the middle. The arena was surrounded by ring-shaped viewing platforms that could accommodate millions of spectators. People could freely enter and exit the outer city of the 9 Heaven City by flying. However, except for the martial artists of the 9 sect alliances, flying was prohibited in the inner city. Furthermore, one had to pay an entrance fee to enter the city. The entrance fee was not high. It was only 10 low-grade star crystals per person. There were countless warriors who had entered the inner city to watch the Young Hero Assembly. There were 10 city gates in each of the 4 directions of the inner city, but there was still a long queue of people entering the city. Today was a special day. Every city gate was guarded by a middle-ranked true sage. Naturally, there were many people. Naturally, no one went up to collect inferior-grade astral crystals from the crowd. Instead, a large box was placed at the city gate and the cultivators entering the city had to take the initiative to throw in 10 inferior-grade astral crystals. The martialists who entered the city ran all the way to the city gates and threw out 10 low-grade star crystals. Their speed was very fast. Although there were tens of thousands of people lining up at each city gate, using this method, it didn't take long for everyone to enter the inner city. There was a mid-level true master standing guard at the side. It was obvious whether the people who entered the city had thrown in 10 low-grade astral crystals or not. If anyone threw in less, they would be caught by the mid-level true master. The consequences would be dire. Naturally, no one would take this risk for a mere 10 low-grade star crystals. Although the entrance fee was not high, there were at least a few million people entering the inner city today. The 9 sect alliances had to collect tens of millions of inferior-grade astral crystals just to collect the entrance fee. It was simply an astronomical figure. Even though the 9 sect alliances had taken out many precious treasures to reward the top 10 juniors in the Young Hero Assembly, the Young Hero Assembly this time was likely to be a profitable one. Yi Xing was a junior genius participating in the Young Hero Assembly. There were special passageways in the 4 directions of the inner city for the junior geniuses participating in the Young Hero Assembly to enter for free. When they arrived at the 9 Heaven Fighting Arena, the junior geniuses participating in the Young Hero Assembly directly entered the arena. As for the other warriors, they entered the spectator stands and looked for their own seats. When Yi Xing arrived, there were already hundreds of junior geniuses in the arena. Their cultivation was at least at the 7-star Martial Saint realm. More than 50% of the seats in the surrounding fighting arenas were already occupied by cultivators. Moreover, the number of junior geniuses and spectators was still increasing. Especially the spectators, there were at least 10 people entering the arena from the 4 directions at all times. Soon, the spectator stands in the arena were filled with warriors. Many warriors did not manage to get a seat and could only sit on the steps or stand at the side to watch. Yi Xing sized up the junior geniuses in the arena. There were already more than 1,000 people. The Qingyun region was only a remote region in the true Xian domain. There were dozens of 7-star martial saints below the age of 25. There were 27 regions in the true Xian domain. Some of the regions ranked at the top had more 7-star martial saints below the age of 25 than the Qingyun region. Especially the regions where the 9 high sects were located, the number of 7-star martial saints below the age of 25 would definitely be more than 100. Therefore, the total number of 7-star martial saints was not only more than 1,000 people, but also more than 1,000 people. It should be around 1,450 people. When Yi Xing was sizing up the others, he sensed that many warriors were sizing him up as well. Many of them were astral realm perfected persons. In the past few days, Yi Xing's name had spread throughout the 9 Heaven City. The astral realm perfected persons all saw him as a strong opponent. Yi Xing could also feel that Yi Wenxie and Shui Yan were looking at him with fierce gazes. If he met them in the competition, they would definitely be ruthless. Yi Xing did not place Shui Yan in his eyes. However, Shi Wenxie gave him a lot of pressure. He was a very strong opponent. Furthermore, in Yi Xing's opinion, there was a high possibility that he would meet Yi Wenxie in the competition. There would definitely be a battle between the two of them. Other than Shi Wenxie and Shui Yan, there were a few other junior geniuses that also attracted Yi Xing's attention. One of them was a youth in white with a sword on his back. He was about 20 years old. He did not reveal a strong aura, nor did he reveal his cultivation. Outsiders could not see through him. However, there was an aura around him. It seemed like there was an extremely sharp chi blade that constantly sliced the air around him. His white clothes did not have any patterns other than pure white. It could be seen that he was a very pure person. Once this kind of person entered a business, he would definitely achieve amazing results. Although the youth in white did not reveal his cultivation, Yi Xing could guess that he was the Golden Sword Sect's monstrous sword genius, Mu Xiaoyue. Not far from Mu Xiaoyue, there was a youth in black. He looked much older than Mu Xiaoyue, about 25 or 26 years old. However, since he was able to participate in the Young Hero Assembly, it meant that he was not yet 25 years old. It was just that he looked a little older. His face was resolute, as if it was carved by a knife. His clothes were fluttering without any wind. It seemed like his body was constantly emitting a shocking power. Yi Xing guessed that this person should be the Heavenly Dipper Sect's Yang Gang, ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking. On Yang Gang's left was a youth in green. He was not as domineering as Yang Gang, but he also had a shocking aura. Looking at him was like looking at an endless sea, or looking at the endless sky. On Yang Gang's right was a youth in white. This person's white clothes were different from Mu Xiaoyue's. There were a few pale skulls embroidered on it, and his skin was also strangely pale. It could be seen that the one wearing the white skulls was the White Bone Sect's Bai Tsung. The youth in green was naturally the Boundless Sect's Meng Ji. The only ones who could stand together with Yang Gang were the two powerhouses of the Earth Profound ranking, 3-star spiritual masters. In addition, there were many other powerful junior geniuses. However, Yi Xing did not pay much attention to them. The only ones that he cared about were Yang Gang, Meng Ji, Bai Tsung, Mu Xiaoyue, and Yi Wenxie. No matter how strong the others were, they could not be stronger than Shui Yan. And Shui Yan was not one of Yi Xing's strong opponents. In the northern part of the Nine Heavens fighting arena, there was a pavilion built in the spectator stands. When all the junior geniuses in the fighting arena had arrived, an old man in his 60s walked out of the pavilion. This person walked in the air with a pair of green wings on his back. It was a high-grade flying spiritual weapon. "Greetings, Master Wu Yu." When this person appeared, many people below immediately greeted him respectfully. Yi Xing was surprised. He looked up and saw that the old man in his 60s was actually a venerable master. Master Wu Yu nodded at the martial artists below. He stood in the air and said, "Let's go." Juniors, in this Young Hero Assembly, the 9 sect alliances have prepared generous rewards for the top 10 junior geniuses. Furthermore, the top 10 junior geniuses can represent the true Xian region and participate in the great competition of the East Divine Continent next year. They can compete with all the junior geniuses of the East Divine Continent. Don't lose in the last 2 days. I'm begging for double the monthly votes. Chapter 371. At this point, esteemed Master Wu Yu paused. Although the 9 high sects already knew that the top 10 geniuses could participate in the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament, the majority of the martial artists didn't know. Now that they knew that the top 10 geniuses had the chance to compete with all the geniuses in the East Divine Continent, many of the martial artists were excited. The true Xian region was vast in the eyes of the martial artists, but it wasn't much in the entire East Divine Continent. It was only one of the 108 regions in the East Divine Continent. Moreover, the true Xian region was one of the 72 lower regions. Perhaps the true Xian region was more outstanding in the lower regions, but it couldn't be compared to the 36 upper regions. It was undoubtedly an honor for the geniuses of the true Xian region to participate in the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament. Only with competition could there be improvement. If one wanted to go further on the path of martial arts, not only did they need talent and resources, they also needed the motivation to become stronger. Only with competition could one be motivated. The more ambitious a martial artist was, the more interested they were in participating in the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament. For example, Yi Xing. He didn't just want to compete with the geniuses of the East Divine Continent, he wanted to compete with the geniuses of the entire Star Continent. If he wanted to become a king in the future, he had to be at the forefront of his generation. Esteemed Master Wu Yu was very satisfied with the reaction of the martial artists. As for the rewards for the top 10, I'll announce it now. The 7th to 10th place will be rewarded with 2,000 mid-grade star crystals and a Saint Spirit pill. The 4th to 6th place will be rewarded with 4,000 mid-grade star crystals, a Saint Spirit pill, and a star energy pill. The 2nd and 3rd place will be rewarded with 6,000 mid-grade star crystals, 2 Saint Spirit pills, and a star energy pill. The 1st place will be rewarded with 10,000 mid-grade star crystals, 2 Saint Spirit pills, a star energy pill, and a Supreme Spirit pill, the Resurrection pill. When the martial artists heard the rewards announced by esteemed Master Wu Yu, they were all envious. Just the mid-grade star crystals were enough to make many perfected masters excited, let alone the high-grade spirit pills. The Saint Spirit pill was a medicinal pill that aided the cultivation of enlightened masters. The Astral Energy pill was a medicinal pill that could quickly restore astral energy. The Resurrection pill was a medicinal pill that could heal injuries. All of them were extremely precious. This was especially true for the Resurrection pill, which was a top-grade spirit pill that could allow a person to regrow their limbs. It could even allow someone who had died not long ago to come back to life. It was a treasure that could only be discovered by chance. When Yi Xing heard the words Resurrection pill, his heart skipped a beat. His goal for participating in the Young Hero Assembly was the elixir of resurrection. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. He was determined to get first place. After Wu Yu finished announcing the rewards, he paused for a moment before continuing. The rewards are very generous, but only the most outstanding geniuses can receive the rewards. Furthermore, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. It's the golden age of the martial Tao in today's world. The number of geniuses in your generation is far more than in the past. It's the most in the past 10,000 years in the true Xian domain. There are too many young warriors participating in the Young Hero Assembly this time. It's too troublesome to have all of them compete. Therefore, before the Young Hero Assembly begins, we have to conduct a small test to eliminate some of them. Wu Yu's words immediately made the 7-star and 8-star martial saints nervous. The elimination process would definitely start from the weak. Wu Yu continued, the number of people participating in the Young Hero Assembly will be limited to 128. Among them, 24 perfected persons of the younger generation do not need to participate in the test. To the east of the arena, there is a mountain called the Crouching Tiger Peak. There are already people from the 9 sect alliances on the Crouching Tiger Peak. The rest of the people will depart immediately and head to the Crouching Tiger Peak. Collect the participation tokens from the perfected persons of the 9 sect alliances and return to the arena. The fastest 104 people will pass the test and participate in the Young Hero Assembly with the 24 perfected persons of the younger generation. The rest of the people will be eliminated. There were more than 1,000 young warriors present. Even if the 24 perfected persons of the younger generation were eliminated, there were still more than 1,000 people. If only the first 104 people were eliminated, more than 90% of the young warriors would be eliminated in this test. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As soon as Wu Yu finished speaking, other than the perfected persons of the younger generation, the rest of the warriors rushed out of the arena. The Earth Profound ranking only recorded the 72 young geniuses of the true Xian domain. These 72 people were definitely among the 128 people participating in the Young Hero Assembly. Most of the warriors would not be able to enter the top 10 and obtain the rewards of the Young Hero Assembly. However, they were very concerned about whether or not they could enter the Earth Profound ranking. The young geniuses who did not enter the Earth Profound ranking were destined to be unknown. Once they entered the Earth Profound ranking, even if they were ranked 72, their names would be known by all the warriors in the true Shen domain. Of the younger generation cultivators in the dueling ground, the weakest was a 7-star martial saint. All of them were very fast. In just over 20 breaths of time, more than 1,000 younger generation cultivators had all rushed out of the dueling ground, heading for Crouching Tiger Peak, which was 5 kilometers to the east. In terms of speed, even the beginner-perfected persons could not compete with Yixing. Among the young warriors heading to the Crouching Tiger Peak, the strongest was only a half-step perfected persons. How could their speed be compared with Yixing's? Whoosh! Yixing performed the heavenly bat steps. He did not even use the power of the wind. He was far ahead and was almost half the speed of the second place. He was the first to arrive at the Crouching Tiger Peak and received his participation token. On the way back, Yixing was stopped by 3 9-star martial saints. Although Yixing's name was very famous, it had not been long since he had risen. Moreover, most of the warriors had not seen him before. Therefore, the 3 9-star martial saints did not know that the young man in front of them was the legendary Yixing. Kid, hand over your participation token. Since you are so fast, you can get another one. The leader was a late 9-star martial saint. He pointed at Yixing and shouted. The other 2 9-star martial saints stood on the left and right to prevent Yixing from rushing past them. Idiot! Yixing glanced at the 3 of them indifferently. His speed was so fast, surpassing that of all the half-step veritable personages. No matter how weak he was, he would not be too weak. These 3 9-star martial saints actually dared to snatch his participation token. If they were not idiots, what were they? They were simply looking for a beating. Tut, put, put. Yixing's figure flashed. Before the 3 could react, Yixing gave each of them a slap. They cried out miserably and flew to the side. Yixing continued forward. He did not stand out too much. He purposely slowed down, waiting for the second place to catch up before entering the dueling ground. Yixing was the first to return. The expressions of some of the warriors who knew him changed slightly. They thought to themselves, no wonder he has the strength to fight against a 1-star veritable personage. He is indeed extraordinary, far surpassing those of the same cultivation. As for the warriors who did not know Yixing, most of them had heard of Yixing's deeds over the past few days. At this moment, they roughly guessed Yixing's identity. Yixing's cultivation was at the half-step veritable personage, but he had the strength to defeat a 1-star veritable personage. It was inevitable that he would stand out among the younger warriors who did not have a veritable personage. Soon, the second and third, a large group of warriors rushed into the dueling ground. At the entrance, a mid-stage veritable personage stood. When the 104th warrior of the younger generation entered the dueling ground with his participation token, the mid-stage veritable personage stopped the younger warriors behind him. He said, "The quota is full. The people behind, please head to the spectator stand to watch this young hero assembly." The younger warriors who were stopped by the mid-stage veritable personage had a look of pity. Especially the 105th person, he was so anxious that he jumped up. He was just a little bit away from catching up to the person in front. However, he was just a little bit away. The person in front would be qualified to participate in the young hero assembly. He could only go to the spectator stand and be a spectator. At the north of the dueling ground, Wu Yu flew out from the pavilion again. He spread his green wings and stood in the sky. Wu Yu said, "The 128 quotas are full. The young hero assembly will now begin. Juniors, please head to the edge of the dueling ground and sit down. After your names are called, you will enter the dueling ground to compete." After Wu Yu finished speaking, he returned to the pavilion. The 128 warriors of the younger generation retreated to the edge of the dueling ground. There were empty seats there, so they each chose a seat and sat down. Yixing walked to an empty seat. Before he could sit down, Yuanxie had already come to his side and said, "Yixing, I hope you can last a little longer. When you land in my hands, I will let you know what it means to be smashed to pieces. Last 24 hours, please vote." Chapter 372. In every round of the competition, half of the participants would be eliminated. The longer they lasted, the higher the chances of Yi Xing and Shi Wenxie fighting. Yi Xing looked at Shi Wenxie and said, "I'll wait for you." Although Shi Wenxie was strong, Yi Xing was not afraid at all. Both of them looked at each other without showing any signs of weakness. Shi Wenxie sneered and sat down with the disciples of the Earth Fiend sect. The name list of the 128 juniors participating in the Young Hero competition was quickly compiled by the 9 sect alliances. A mid-level perfected one walked out from each of the 4 directions of the arena. There were many participants in the first 2 rounds of the competition. The 4 mid-level perfected ones divided the arena into 4 areas so that they could host 4 battles at the same time. In less than 4 hours, the first 2 rounds of the competition had ended. The top 32 had been decided. Other than the 24 Astral Realm perfected ones, 6 of the other 8 were half-step perfected ones. The other 2 were a mid-level 9-star Martial Saint and a peak 8-star Martial Saint. Among the juniors, other than the 24 Astral Realm perfected ones, there were more than 20 half-step perfected ones. The mid-level 9-star Martial Saints and peak 8-star Martial Saints were able to surpass many half-step perfected ones and enter the top 20. They were considered dark horses and attracted the attention of many martial artists. Especially the peak 8-star Martial Saint, who was at the 9th level of the Astral Vortex realm, could still defeat a half-step perfected one. It could be seen that his ability to challenge those of a higher level was very strong. After becoming a half-step perfected one, he might be able to challenge a 1-star perfected one. Everyone remembered his name, Yang Ming. He was a disciple of the Sun Moon sect, a mid-level 1-star sect in the Qingyun region. The most shocking thing in this young hero competition was the juniors of the Qingyun region. Last year, only Yang Ming from the Qingyun region was on the Earth Profound ranking, and he was only ranked 68th. This year, there were actually 2 juniors from the Qingyun region who had entered the top 32. Moreover, both of them were challenging those of a higher level, especially Yi Xing. At such a young age, he was already a half-step perfected one and had the ability to defeat a 1-star perfected one. Young Master Yang Ming looked very proud. Entering the top 32 had already achieved his goal. As for the top 16, that was impossible. Among the young geniuses, there were 24 Astral Realm Enlightened Masters. In other words, in the 3rd round of the competition, 8 Enlightened Masters would be eliminated. Although Yang Ming's cultivation had increased from the early stage of Celestial Vortex Stage 8 to the peak of Celestial Vortex Stage 8, he still couldn't compare with a real perfected being. He didn't dare to dream of being in the top 16. Yi Xing glanced coldly at the arrogant Yang Ming. Yang Ming immediately felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His hair stood on end. Regarding Yi Xing's news, Yang Ming had heard that the 4 martial artists of the Divine Wind sect had all died at the hands of Yi Xing. Moreover, Yi Xing had also defeated 2 1-star sage. Yang Ming feared Yi Xing from the bottom of his heart. In the 3rd round of the competition, there would be battles between the juniors of the Enlightened Masters. This could be considered an important segment. There would no longer be 4 battles at the same time. Instead, there would only be 1 battle at a time. In this round, even among the juniors of the Enlightened Masters, there would be 8 battles. Yi Xing's opponent was at least a 1-star Enlightened Master. There was also a chance for him to meet a 2-star or 3-star Enlightened Master. The names of the battles were quickly announced. Yi Xing's opponent was a 1-star Enlightened Master, Huang Fufeng. Huang Fufeng was a disciple of the Evil Shadow sect, a 1-star sect in the Fengchang area. He was ranked 21st on the Earth Profound ranking. Yi Xing had defeated Yan Lin, who was ranked 13th on the Earth Profound ranking. Huang Fufeng was ranked 21st. To Yi Xing, there was no pressure at all. Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Baicang naturally defeated their opponents and advanced easily. Mu Xiaoyue and Shi Wenxie's opponents were both 1-star Enlightened Masters. Both of them had terrifying strength and defeated their opponents in 1 move. Shui Yan, Nen Xinyue, Du Feiyun Shidu, Kai Xia, Mu Ziyue, and the rest of the two-star enlightened masters also defeated their opponents and advanced to the top 16. Other than Mu Xiaoyue and Shi Wenxie, there were no other enlightened masters who could fight above their level. When a one-star enlightened master met a two-star or three-star enlightened master, they naturally lost. However, there were 4 one-star enlightened masters who were very lucky. Their opponents were all half-step enlightened masters, so they naturally won and advanced to the top 16. There were already 15 people in the top 16. The last battle was between Yi Xing and Huang Fufeng. The winner would advance to the top 16. There was a reason why Yi Xing and Huang Fufeng were arranged for the last battle. Although there were battles between enlightened masters in this round, in order to avoid strong opponents, it was either one-star enlightened masters fighting against two-star or three-star enlightened masters, or one-star enlightened masters fighting against half-step enlightened masters or martial saints. There was no suspense in the outcome. The battle that the audience was looking forward to the most was undoubtedly the battle between Yi Xing and Huang Fufeng. Although Yi Xing was also a half-step enlightened master, he had defeated a one-star enlightened master. Therefore, the audience did not treat him as a half-step enlightened master, but as a real enlightened master. Could Yi Xing really fight above his level? What you hear is false, but what you see is true. No matter how reliable the rumors were, it was not as good as witnessing it with one's own eyes. Therefore, when Yi Xing and Huang Fufeng stepped onto the stage, the audience became spirited and their eyes lit up. Even the young geniuses were paying close attention to the battle. Many people were still doubtful about Yi Xing's combat strength. Now, they could witness with their own eyes whether the rumors about Yi Xing's strength were true. Huang Fufeng was tall and thin, like a bamboo pole. He stared coldly at Yi Xing and said, "You're too weak. Perhaps you have defeated Yan Lin and the Black Widow, but don't even think about defeating me." Huang Fufeng chuckled and continued, "Our evil shadow sect's speed is unparalleled. Even if you are strong, you won't be able to touch the corner of my clothes." Yi Xing's lips curled into a smile and said, "Are you sure?" "Of course." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Fufeng's figure flashed and vanished on the spot, and he transformed into a few afterimages as he said, "You can't even touch the corner of my clothes. I'm in an invincible position in this battle. It's either a tie or victory." In the midst of his words, Huang Fufeng's figure kept flickering. While changing his position, Huang Fufeng did not forget to execute the upper-tier spiritual martial art, Sinister Wind Finger. In the blink of an eye, 3 rays of light attacked Yi Xing from different directions. Whoosh! Yi Xing took a step forward and executed the Heavenly Bat movement art. How fast was the Heavenly Bat movement art of the transformative stage combined with the advanced wind force? Huang Fufeng's 3 rays of light all missed. At the same time, he was shocked as Yi Xing had disappeared from his sight. How could a person disappear completely? No matter how fast he was, he would still be able to see some afterimages. Huang Fufeng's mind spun as he thought of a possibility, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. It was impossible for Yi Xing to disappear, and he could not see Yi Xing. Therefore, Yi Xing could only be behind him. Just as Huang Fufeng thought of this possibility, Yi Xing's voice came from behind him, "You still need to improve your speed." Huang Fufeng was moving quickly, but Yi Xing was following closely behind him. The distance between the two was only 1 step. When Huang Fufeng heard Yi Xing's voice, it was already too late. As Yi Xing spoke, he waved his hand and slapped Huang Fufeng's back 9 times in a row. Huang Fufeng let out a furious roar. When Yi Xing's voice came, he immediately turned around and executed the Sinister Wind Finger, attacking wildly. However, Yi Xing's figure was nowhere to be seen. Huang Fufeng's attacks had all missed. Yi Xing stopped a few hundred meters away and said, "Do you still want to fight? If it was a battle of life and death, you would already be dead." Huang Fufeng naturally felt Yi Xing's 9 palm strikes on his back. However, he could not accept that his greatest strength was so weak in front of Yi Xing. "It's not over yet." Huang Fufeng roared. In an instant, starlight flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a wind elemental star. The high-grade wind elemental star increased Huang Fufeng's speed by another level. Yi Xing frowned. Since Huang Fufeng did not admit defeat and the judge did not say that he had won, he had to make a move. Boom! Yi Xing put on the fiery gloves and punched out. Even though Huang Fufeng's speed had increased, he was still no match for Yi Xing. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's fist was right in front of him. He could not dodge it. Sinister wind finger! Huang Fufeng roared. Wind elemental astral energy fell from his celestial body and merged with the astral energy to form a dazzling astral finger that pointed forward. Bang! With a loud explosion, astral energy splashed in all directions. Terrifying air currents shot out in all directions. Huang Fufeng was sent flying backward, spitting out blood. He was sent flying a few hundred meters by Yi Xing's punch. Chapter 373. In terms of speed, Huang Fufeng wasn't Yi Xing's match. In a head-on clash, Huang Fufeng was far from a match. Seeing Yi Xing send Huang Fufeng flying with a single punch, none of the warriors present doubted Yi Xing's strength anymore. Yi Xing wins and advances to the fourth round. The referee announced Yi Xing's victory. Yi Xing smiled faintly and retreated to the edge of the arena before sitting down in his seat. He could feel countless pairs of eyes looking at him at this moment, especially the younger generation geniuses nearby. Apart from Yang Gang, Meng Ji, Bai Cong, Yi Wenxie, and Mu Xiaoyue, who only glanced at Yi Xing indifferently before looking away, the rest were carefully sizing up Yi Xing. Even the majority of the two-star perfected ones treated Yi Xing as an opponent worthy of attention. After all, from the battle where Yi Xing defeated Huang Fufeng, be it in terms of speed or strength, he far surpassed the one-star perfected ones. Even the two-star perfected ones didn't dare to underestimate him. The top 16 were determined. Among them, there were 3 3-star perfected ones: Big Dipper Sex Yang Gang, Boundless Sex Meng Ji, and White Bone Sex Bai Cong. 7 2-star perfected ones: Fire Cloud Cults Shui Yen, Flying Rainbow Sex Nen Xinyue, Flowing Wind Sex Du Feiyun, Spirit Snake Sex Shidu, Golden Sword Sex Muziyue, Red Cloud Sex Kai Xia, and Earth Carnage Sex Wenxie. 5 1-star perfected ones: Golden Sword Sex Mu Xiaoyue, Big Dipper Sex Murong Xiao, Fire Cloud Cults Yen Lin, Flowing Wind Sex Yu Yuan, and Cloud Ocean Sex Su Miaoyun. In addition, there was the half-step perfected ones, Yi Xing. In the top 16, Big Dipper Sect, Fire Cloud Cult, Flowing Wind Sect, and Golden Sword Sect each had 2 people. Junior geniuses represented the future of the sect. The more junior geniuses there were, the stronger the sect would be in the future. The future of the Heavenly Dipper Sect, Fire Cloud Sect, Flowing Wind Sect, and Golden Sword Sect was very good. In next to no time, the list of battles for the 4th round was announced. Yang Gang against Su Miaoyun, Meng Ji against Yen Lin, Bai Cong against Murong Xiao, Nen Xinyue against Kai Xia, Mu Xiaoyue against Shidu, Shi Wenxie against Du Yunfei, Shui Yan against Yu Yuan, and Yi Xing against Mu Ziyue. Yi Xing was once again arranged for the final battle. Moreover, his opponent was a 2-star sage, Mu Ziyue. The battle for the top 8 was extremely intense. There were more than 8 enlightened 3 stars and enlightened 2 stars. It could be seen that there would be enlightened 2 stars eliminated in the 4th round of the competition. Soon, the first battle began. Yang Gang vs. Su Miaoyun. Su Miaoyun was not a disciple of the 9 great sects. She was lucky enough to make it to the top 16 among Reverend 1-star. Of course, she was no match for Reverend 3-star Yang Gang. The second and third battles were the same. Reverend 3-star against Reverend 1-star. There was no suspense. Yen Lin and Murong Xiao were both defeated. Meng Ji and Bai Cong advanced to the top 8. When the 4th battle began, the spectating martial artists finally became excited. Nan Xinyue and Kai Xia were both Reverend 2 stars. They were both disciples of the 9 great sects. Moreover, They were also one of the few female geniuses of the younger generation. They were both very beautiful. A battle between two beauties, and one of them would be eliminated. Of course, it attracted the attention of the spectators. The two of them soon began to fight. The weapons they used were both upper-grade spiritual weapons. Nan Xinyue's weapon was a whip. The whip was like a rainbow. It was 3 feet long, and when it was waved, it looked like rainbows were dancing in the air. Kai Xia's weapon was a sword. The sword light flashed and filled the sky like a red glow. It was dense. Both of them were considered strong among Reverend 2 stars. However, Nan Xinyue was still stronger. The whip was long and suitable for long-range attacks. Kai Xia understood this. However, Nan Xinyue waved the long whip. No matter how hard Kai Xia tried, even if she used her astrology, she could not get close to Nan Xinyue. When Nan Xinyue also used her astrology, Kai Xia was naturally defeated. Nan Xinyue advanced to the top 8. The next battle was between Mu Xiaoyue and Shi Du. The spectators were also very interested. When Mu Xiaoyue was a half-step reverend, he had defeated Reverend 1 star many times. The spectators guessed that after he became a Reverend 1 star, he would definitely have the strength to defeat Reverend 2 stars. However, Mu Xiaoyue had just broken through to the astral realm. He had not defeated a Reverend 2 stars yet. Guessing was one thing. Witnessing with one's own eyes was another. Therefore, even though there was no suspense in the outcome of this battle, all the spectators were in high spirits. They wanted to see with their own eyes what level Mu Xiaoyue's strength had reached. In the arena, Mu Xiaoyue's clothes were as white as snow. He carried a sword on his back. His temperament was otherworldly. The air around him moved without wind. It was as if his body was constantly emitting a sharp sword qi. Mu Xiaoyue's expression was normal. He was calm and composed. In front of him, the spiritual snake sect disciple, Shi Du, felt the pressure even though he was a 2-star reverend. Shi Du took a deep breath and said, "It's a pity that pet beasts are not allowed to enter the arena. Otherwise, with my snake controlling skills, the one who will lose will definitely be you." Mu Xiaoyue said indifferently, "In front of me, it's the same whether you can control snakes or not." Arrogant. Shi Du snorted and his face turned ashen. At the age of 23, he had broken through to 2-star reverend and was ranked 7th on the Earth Profound ranking. In the entire True Xian domain, Shi Du was a famous genius of the younger generation. When had he ever been looked down upon? But now, he was being looked down upon by Mu Xiaoyue, a rising star who was 1 level lower than him. How could Shi Du not be angry? Shi Du raised his hand and a metal flute appeared in his hand. It was an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Usually, when Shi Du played the metal flute, it could make a sound that could control snakes. But when he was not controlling snakes, the metal flute was also a powerful weapon. Shi Du pressed a switch and a 1-foot-long sword blade suddenly rushed out from the metal flute. It was shining with a cold light. Shi Du said, "Mu Xiaoyue, even if I don't control snakes, you won't be able to defeat me easily." Mu Xiaoyue raised his hand and the spiritual weapon sword on his back trembled. It flew out and landed in his hand. Pointing the sword at Shi Du, Mu Xiaoyue's aura surged like a peerless sword being unsheathed. He said, "I only need 1 sword to defeat you." 1 sword? Everyone was stunned. Although they knew that Mu Xiaoyue was powerful, a 1-star reverend against a 2-star reverend couldn't possibly defeat him with 1 sword, right? Shi Du's eyes revealed a cold light. He said angrily, "You've gone too far. Let's see how you'll defeat me with 1 sword." As he spoke, Shi Du used his astrology. A high-grade astrology descended with surging astral power. As he spoke, Shi Du had already taken the initiative to attack Mu Xiaoyue. The metal flute blade shot out a bright light like a long spear. It pierced towards Mu Xiaoyue with lightning speed, instantly tearing through the void. Golden light sky-splitting sword. Facing Shi Du's attack, Mu Xiaoyue's expression was still calm. Whoosh! Mu Xiaoyue waved the upper-grade spiritual sword in his hand. A golden sword aura instantly shot out and split the void in front of him in half. With a swing of the sword, the heavens and earth shook. The clouds in the sky surged and the sand and stones on the ground flew. The sword aura shot out by the metal flute blade instantly collapsed. As the golden light broke through the sky, Mu Xiaoyue held his sword and moved forward like a flash of sword light. When the golden light disappeared, Mu Xiaoyue had already appeared a few hundred meters behind Shidu. On Shidu's chest, his clothes had been torn in half. A sword wound ran from his right chest to his left shoulder, and fresh blood flowed out. The wound wasn't deep. It was clear that Mu Xiaoyue had held back. Otherwise, with the sharpness of the upper-grade spiritual sword, the power of this sword would have been enough to split Shidu's body in half. There was no longer any anger in Shidu's eyes. There was only fear. Even though Mu Xiaoyue had already put away his sword, he could still feel a sharp aura surrounding him. It was the remnant sword aura. At this moment, there was a burst of gasps. The martial artists watching the battle were shocked. Mu Xiaoyue defeated Shidu with one sword. Moreover, he didn't use his astrology, but he defeated Shidu with one sword. The strength of that sword technique was appalling and terrifying. Although Shidu couldn't control snakes and wasn't considered strong among the 2 stars enlightened masters, he was still a 2 stars enlightened master. Mu Xiaoyue had easily defeated him with one sword. Just how strong was Mu Xiaoyue? All the 2 stars enlightened masters, whether they were seniors or juniors, looked at Mu Xiaoyue with fear. Among the juniors, Yang Gang, Meng Ji, Bai Tsang, and Yi Wenxie's eyes lit up. They were ready to fight Mu Xiaoyue. Mu Xiaoyue's strength had already surpassed the level of a 2 stars enlightened master. He was a threat to the 3 big shots. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes. He had a premonition that Mu Xiaoyue might be his strongest opponent. Thank you, brothers, for your monthly votes. Thank you, Tycoon Wu Yuan Buddhist World, for your 30,000 coins. In the last half an hour, I will continue to beg for monthly votes. I'm still a little short of the 3rd update. I'm trying my best to write. It will be out in half an hour. What a good activity for a pie in the sky. I'm waiting for you to get a cool phone. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type KDRED, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow KDRED's official account on WeChat. Chapter 374. Mu Xiaoyue advanced to the top 8. The next battle was between Shi Wenxie and Du Feiyun. Compared to Mu Xiaoyue's battle against Shidu, Shi Wenxie's battle against Du Feiyun was much less attractive. Shi Wenxie originally had the strength to defeat those of the same level. Recently, it was rumored that Shi Wenxie could even defeat a 3-star enlightened master. As a 2-star enlightened master and ranked 6th on the Earth Profound ranking, Du Feiyun was 1 rank higher than Shidu. However, he was obviously not on the same level as Shi Wenxie. Although Shi Wenxie was only ranked 10th on the Earth Profound ranking, that was a ranking from a year ago and could not be used as a basis for strength. After the Young Hero Assembly, the Earth Profound ranking would change immediately. At that time, the Earth Profound ranking would be determined based on the actual battles of the Young Hero Assembly. It would be obvious who was stronger. This battle was not out of the expectations of the crowd. As soon as the battle began, Shi Wenxie crushed Du Feiyun. Even though Du Feiyun had used a high-grade spirit artifact and used his astrology, Shi Wenxie had defeated Du Feiyun in a few moves with only his bare palms. He had not even used his astrology. Shi Wenxie also advanced to the top 8. Shi Wenxie and Du Feiyun retreated and the 7th battle began. Shui Yan and Yu Yuan walked into the arena. Compared to the previous battle, this battle was even less exciting. Shui Yan and Yu Yuan could not challenge those of a higher level in the astral realm. Shui Yan was a 2-star enlightened master while Yu Yuan was a late 1-star enlightened master. Shui Yan easily defeated Yu Yuan and advanced to the top 8. The 4th round of the competition quickly ushered in the last battle. It was also the battle that the crowd was looking forward to the most. Half-step enlightened master Yi Xing versus 2-star enlightened master Mu Ziyue. This battle was very crucial. No matter what the result was, it would be shocking. If Yi Xing won, It would mean that a half-step enlightened being had defeated a two-star enlightened being. This result was unimaginable to the martial artists. In the history of the true Shen domain, there were only a handful of geniuses with such heaven-defying combat strength. In the past 10,000 years, there were no more than 4. If Mu Ziyue won, then there would be 2 Golden Sword sect disciples in the top 8. Not only that, but these 2 Golden Sword sect disciples were blood brothers. For 2 blood brothers to be ranked in the top 8 of the true Shen domain's junior geniuses, this was a rarely seen event in several thousand years. Therefore, no matter what the result was, it would be a once-in-a-thousand-years event in the true Shen domain. The spectating martial artists were naturally very interested in this battle. Yi Xing and Mu Ziyue both walked into the arena, facing each other from a distance. Both of them looked relaxed and confident. Yi Xing's dark spirit spear art had broken through to the transformation stage and killed 2-star enlightened Master Chou Buhong without using any of his trump cards or his astrology. Later on, Yi Xing's dark force had broken through to the minute subtlety realm, and the power of his dark spirit spear art had taken another step forward. With Yi Xing's current strength, unless his opponent had the combat strength of a 3-star enlightened being, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. A half-step enlightened being against a 2-star enlightened being. In the eyes of other martial artists, this was an unbelievable matter. It was hard to find a martial artist with such heaven-defying combat strength in several thousand years. However, for Yi Xing, this was nothing. In terms of combat strength, if he used all of his trump cards, even if it was a 3-star enlightened being, Yi Xing was confident that he could kill him. Compared to the two, defeating a 2-star enlightened being was nothing. Although the two of them had relaxed expressions, Mu Ziyue looked at Yi Xing and felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. In his opinion, Yi Xing should be nervous in front of him and should be under a lot of pressure. Mu Ziyue's eyes were filled with arrogance. He looked at Yi Xing with a condescending attitude and said, "Yi Xing, I have to admit that you are the biggest dark horse in this hero assembly. I also admit that you are a rare genius, especially in the Qingyun region. It is not easy for you to grow to such an extent. But I have to tell you that your glory has come to an end. The top 16 is your final result. There are half-step enlightened being who can defeat a 2-star enlightened being. My younger brother is one of them, but you are not. All this time, I have been teaching my younger brother the way of the sword. Later on, my younger brother surpassed his master and his swordsmanship surpassed mine. However, my swordsmanship is also very powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible for my younger brother to be so outstanding. You were lucky enough to see my swordsmanship and be defeated by my sword. This is your honor. Now, feel this honor." As he spoke, a treasured sword appeared in Mu Ziyue's hand. It was a high-grade spirit weapon. In the Qingyun region, high-grade spirit weapons were rare. A low-grade 1-star sect would treat high-grade spirit weapons as their sect's most precious treasure. However, in the 9 great sects, high-grade spirit weapons were also precious treasures. However, there were many more of them. The enlightened beings of the 9 great sects' younger generation all used high-grade spirit weapons. After listening to Mu Ziyue's long speech, Yi Xing's expression remained the same. He lightly said, "I heard that swordsmen pay attention to cleanliness and nimbleness. Don't you think that you talk too much? No wonder your younger brother surpassed your swordsmanship." At the edge of the martial arena, the indifferent Mu Ziyue listened to Yi Xing's words and the corners of his mouth slightly rose. He had always felt that his brother talked too much and was not pure enough. Therefore, although his brother's talent was good, his swordsmanship was surpassed by his brother's. In Mu Ziyue's words, Mu Ziyue was proud of Mu Ziyue's swordsmanship surpassing his master. However, when Yi Xing said that his swordsmanship was surpassed by his younger brother, he felt very unhappy. Mu Ziyue coldly snorted and said, "Although my swordsmanship is not as good as my brother's, it's more than enough to deal with you." As his voice fell, Mu Ziyue's aura exploded. A sharp aura soared into the sky and changed the color of the wind and clouds. "Golden sky-splitting sword." Mu Ziyue shouted and waved the high-grade spirit sword in his hand. A golden sword aura slashed out and instantly split the air in half as it charged towards Yixing. Just now, Mu Ziyue had used this move to defeat a 2-star enlightened being. Shidu Mu Ziyue was using the same move. This move was the ultimate move of the Golden Sky Sword technique. Mu Ziyue's Golden Sky Sword technique had reached the perfection stage and his swordsmanship was divine. Although Mu Ziyue's swordsmanship was not as good as Mu Xiaoyue's, he had also reached the perfection stage. Moreover, his cultivation was higher than Mu Xiaoyue's and his star aura was stronger. Therefore, the power of this sword was extremely terrifying. Even a 2-star enlightened being of the same stage would find it difficult to resist. Flame Aura Fist. Yixing was like a volcano erupting. His hot aura surged out in all directions like a wave as he blasted out a powerful fist. Boom! With a loud explosion, the fist aura and the sword aura collided and energy splattered everywhere. Amidst the explosion, Mu Ziyue took a step forward. The high-grade spirit sword slashed out horizontally and collided with the burning flame gloves. Sparks flew and Yixing's body suddenly shook as he floated back 100 meters. A half-enlightened being was too far away from a 2-star enlightened being. Although Yixing's flame aura fist was only a little bit away from the perfection stage and in terms of power, it was not inferior to the Golden Sky Sword technique at the perfection stage. However, due to the difference in stage, Yixing's star aura was far inferior to Mu Ziyue's. Therefore, he was sent flying by his sword. Most of the warriors watching the battle were on Mu Ziyue's side. They did not believe that Yixing could fight a 2-star enlightened being. They had expected that Yixing would be repelled. However, Mu Ziyue frowned as he had a bad feeling about this. The Golden Sky Splitting Sword was not only powerful, it was also very skillful. For instance, when Mu Xiaoyue defeated Shidu, the sword in his hand had passed through his opponent's weapon and left a sword mark on his opponent's body. Mu Ziyue also had this idea a moment ago. But in the nick of time, Yixing had seen through his sword and blocked his sword with his fist. Thus, this sword had only sent Yixing flying. It hadn't touched Yixing's body. Such an exquisite sword had actually been blocked by Yixing. This was beyond Mu Ziyue's expectations. Yixing's mortal body was formidable. Even after being sent flying 100 meters, he was still safe and sound. Compared to Mu Ziyue's frown, Yixing actually faintly smiled. He said, "Your sword technique is indeed good, but, compared to my spear technique, it is still far worse." As he spoke, the high-grade spirit weapon, the Black Dragon Spear, appeared in Yixing's hands. A 2-star enlightened being was not easy to deal with. Yixing would have to bring out some of his true ability. As Yixing's words fell into Mu Ziyue's ears, the latter was immediately enraged. Mu Ziyue disdainfully said, "Far worse than your spear technique? My Golden Sky Sword art has already reached perfection. Could it be that your medium-grade spirit spear technique has already reached perfection?" When a martial art reached the level of spirit martial arts, wanting to reach perfection was harder than ascending to heaven. Mu Ziyue certainly didn't believe that Yixing's medium-grade spirit spear technique had already reached perfection. On the first day of May, double the guaranteed monthly votes. This is a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. I'm waiting for you to get a cool phone. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type KDRED, and immediately participate. Everyone has a prize. Immediately follow the official account KDRED on WeChat. Chapter 375. It wasn't just Mu Ziyue who didn't believe, but the vast majority of martial artists didn't believe Yixing's words. Spiritual martial arts that ascended to divinity were far too difficult, especially for a medium-grade spiritual martial artist. By relying on their cultivation advantage, a true master might be able to cultivate a medium-grade spiritual martial artist to perfection. But ascending to divinity in martial arts wasn't something that could be achieved with a cultivation advantage. It also required spiritual comprehension. Only by reaching the 4th level of heart force could one easily cultivate a medium-grade spiritual martial artist to the manifestation boundary. Otherwise, It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The fourth level of heart force was not easy to reach. One had to be at least a middle-step true master to comprehend it. If one could comprehend it ahead of time, they would absolutely be a monstrous martial talent. Yi Xing wasn't a true master yet, so no one believed that he could comprehend heart force to the fourth level. Thus, no one believed that his medium-grade spiritual martial artist had reached the manifestation boundary. With the black dragon spear in hand, Yi Xing's momentum was like a lonely peak breaking through the heavens. A sharp light burst out from his eyes. He said, "Take my spear." As his words fell, the black dragon spear shot out a jet-black astral light that pierced towards Mu Ziyue. As this spear thrust out, the void behind Yi Xing suddenly turned dark. Even the clouds in the sky turned pitch black, as if dark clouds were covering the sky, pressing down on Mu Ziyue. The potential of darkness fused into this spear, causing Yi Xing to be like a son of darkness. As his spear thrust out, the winds and clouds changed color, as if day had turned into night. Outsiders could only see that the darkness originated from Yi Xing's spear potential pressing down on Mu Ziyue. As for Mu Ziyue, he was directly impacted by this potential of darkness. In his eyes, Yi Xing's spear had turned pitch black. All that was left in front of him was darkness. He couldn't see anything else. But Mu Ziyue was well aware that in this darkness, Yi Xing was thrusting his spear towards him. All of the hairs on his body stood on end as he felt a fatal danger. Mu Ziyue immediately retreated backwards. At the same time, a streak of starlight flew out from between his eyebrows. It was an earthen yellow star. The Earth element's superior astral phase had an extremely high defensive power when it poured down surging Earth element astral energy. Golden Shield Sword. Mu Ziyue instantly displayed a defensive sword technique. A golden sword aura condensed into a single piece, just like a golden shield in front of him. Not only that, this golden sword shield was also covered in a layer of earthen yellow light. This was the power of the astral projection, which increased the defensive power of this attack by several times. Mu Ziyue had just used the golden sword shield when the darkness created by Yi Xing's spear descended from the sky, enveloping Mu Ziyue. Boom! There was a deafening explosion as the spear collided with the sword shield. Astral light splashed in all directions, and the turbulent airflow was like a wave, instantly rushing in all directions. The intense astral light made it hard for the cultivators to look directly at it. Aside from the sages with 3 stars and above, only a few people clearly saw the changes in the collision. The spear shattered and the sword shield also broke apart. The black dragon spear and Mu Ziyue's high-grade spirit sword fiercely collided. Astral light exploded, covering up the crisp sounds of the spear and sword striking each other. But from the violent shaking of the high-grade spirit sword and Mu Ziyue's body instantly shooting backwards, it could be seen that in this battle, Yi Xing had the upper hand. The manifestation boundary dark spirit spear art and the subtle potential of darkness, just how terrifying was its power? Mu Ziyue could only be considered an ordinary 2-star sages, he couldn't be considered at the peak. How could he possibly resist Yi Xing's spear? In that instant, Mu Ziyue was sent flying back 100 meters. Mu Ziyue's mortal body couldn't compare with Yi Xing's. After he landed, the impact of the black dragon spear hadn't even been resolved yet. Instead, Mu Ziyue was forced back dozens of steps. Mu Ziyue's body shook and he nearly fell down. Only by stabbing his high-grade spirit sword into the ground did he manage to stabilize himself. Mu Ziyue gasped for breath. His eyes were filled with dread and shock. He never imagined that Yi Xing's strength would be so formidable. Not only had his medium-grade spirit martial realm reached the manifestation boundary, but his potential of darkness had also reached the subtle boundary. The medium-grade spirit martial realm was the manifestation boundary. This was the boundary that Mu Xiaoyue had reached when he was a half-step true master. By relying on this boundary, Mu Xiaoyue was able to jump ranks and defeat a 2-star true master. Mu Xiaoyue had become a half-step true master at 19 years of age and was able to defeat a 1-star true master. This was why he was hailed as the #1 talent of the true Shen region in the last 1,000 years. But Mu Xiaoyue's true combat strength was on a higher level than the rumors of martial artists. In fact, he was able to defeat a 2-star true master. Not only was he the #1 talent of the true Xian region in the last 1,000 years, but he was also a rare monstrous genius. It was because Mu Ziyue knew Mu Xiaoyue's true combat strength and knew just how talented he was. At this moment, as he saw Yi Xing, who was only 18 years old, reach the same cultivation and combat strength as Mu Xiaoyue when he was 19 years old, just how shocked was this? In that instant, Mu Ziyue lost all faith in fighting Yi Xing. Fear filled his heart. Similarly shocked were the surrounding martial artists. A half-step true master with the combat strength of a 2-star true master. In the history of the true Xian region, this was far too rare. Even the master in the attic on the north side of the gladiator arena was shocked and looked at Yi Xing in a new light. Yi Xing grasped the black dragon spear and pointed it towards the heavens. He looked at Mu Ziyue from afar and said, "Do you want to receive my next spear?" Yi Xing hadn't even used his astrology. From this, it could be seen that in that spear strike just now, Yi Xing hadn't completely revealed his strength. Yi Xing's true strength was far greater than that spear strike just now. "I admit defeat." Mu Ziyue furrowed his eyebrows, unwilling to admit defeat. The martial artists were in an uproar. They didn't think that Mu Ziyue would directly admit defeat. In their opinion, if Mu Ziyue fought Yi Xing with all his strength, then Yi Xing would have to erupt with an even greater strength. Even if Mu Ziyue couldn't win, he would still be able to probe the limits of Yi Xing's strength. But Mu Ziyue didn't want to do this. There was no need to persist in a battle that he was bound to lose. That would only cause him to lose even more face. Yi Xing put away the black dragon spear. With a faint smile on his face, he walked towards the edge of the martial arena. As for Mu Ziyue, his face was burning hot. He dejectedly left the stage. The final battle of the 4th round had ended. Yi Xing had advanced to the top 8. The top 8 were Yang Gang, Meng Ji, Bai Cong, Yi Xing, Mu Xiaoyue, Shui Yan, Nen Xinyue, and Yi Xing. 3 3-star true masters, 3 2-star true masters, 1 1-star true master, and 1 half-step true master. With a half-step true master cultivation, he had defeated a 2-star true master and advanced to the top 8. Yi Xing's limelight had nearly overshadowed Mu Xiaoyue's. Every martial artist present was shocked by Yi Xing's strength. Even Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Bai Cong, the 3 big shots of the Earth Profound Decree, were sizing up Yi Xing. They no longer ignored him, but rather had dignified expressions. First, there was Yi Wenxie, someone who could threaten their status as 3 big shots. Then there was Mu Xiaoyue. And now, there was Yi Xing. Yang Gang, Meng Ji, and Bai Cong didn't believe that Yi Xing, Mu Xiaoyue, and Yi Xing's current strength could surpass theirs. But with the latter 3's combat strength, as long as their cultivation increased, it wouldn't be difficult for them to surpass theirs. On the east side of the arena, Qi Zhuo and Yin Qiushui of the Sun Moon sect had dignified expressions. Especially Qi Zhuo, his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Qi Zhuo and Yin Qiushui were both 3-star true masters. The 2 of them had led the genius disciples of the Sun Moon sect to participate in this young hero assembly. The Sun Moon sect was also one of the culprits behind the destruction of the Falling Star sect. They had an irreconcilable enmity with Yi Xing. Yi Xing's survival had already shocked Qi Zhuo. Today, seeing that Yi Xing's strength had already reached the level of a 2-star true master, Qi Zhuo was even more worried and fearful. If Yi Xing grew up, he would definitely be a nightmare for the Sun Moon sect. Qi Zhuo was very clear that Yi Xing had just broken through to the level of an 8-star martial saint 3 months ago. Now he was already a half-step true master. His combat strength wasn't inferior to that of a 2-star true master. This speed of growth made Qi Zhuo fearful. He had a premonition that if Yi Xing didn't die, it wouldn't take long for him to grow to the point where he could threaten the Sun Moon sect. Therefore, whether it was Qi Zhuo or Yin Qiushui, both of their eyes were filled with intense killing intent. This kid will definitely become a great person in the future. He will be able to threaten the 1,000-year-old foundation of the Sun Moon sect. We can't let him live for long. When the young hero assembly ends, as long as he leaves the inner city, we will kill him. Qi Zhua and Yin Qiushui transmitted their voices to each other. The martial artists who were watching the battle, as well as the martial artists from other sects in the Qingyun region, were all stunned. They had a new understanding of Yixing. It's really hard to write when I'm at my relative's house on the 1st of May. I can only update once today. I owe one chapter. I'm going back to Shenyang tomorrow, but I have to make a trip to the lighthouse in the afternoon. I'm very busy. I won't be able to make up for it tomorrow. I don't know if there will be a talent event on the 3rd. I'll make up for it on the 4th. What a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Kdred, and participate immediately. There's a prize for everyone. Follow Kdred's official account on WeChat. Chapter 376. In the northern pavilion of the battle arena, a few esteemed lords from the 9 sect alliances were seated. The 9 sect alliances placed great importance on this young hero assembly. All the 9 sects had sent their esteemed lords. The true Xian region was ruled by the 9 sect alliances formed by the 9 sect alliances. However, this didn't mean that the 9 sect alliances were united and monolithic. Where there were people, there would be the underworld. In the underworld, there would be conflicts and grudges. Among the 9 sect alliances, there was competition and cooperation. As the sects had different philosophies, the 3 strongest sects, Tiangang sect, Boundless sect, and White Bone sect, were the leaders. They were divided into 3 camps. Flowing Wind sect and Flying Rainbow sect collaborated with Tiangang sect. Golden Sword sect and Red Cloud sect collaborated with Boundless sect. Fire Cloud cult and Spiritual Snake sect collaborated with White Bone sect. Tiangang sect, Flowing Wind sect, and Flying Rainbow sect walked the righteous path. Their philosophies were to maintain justice and support the righteous path. What they emphasized was helping the world. White Bone sect, Fire Cloud cult, and Spiritual Snake sect walked the unorthodox path. Their philosophies were to seize by force and use any means necessary. What they emphasized was conquering the world. Boundless sect, Golden Sword sect, and Red Cloud sect didn't walk the righteous path or the unorthodox path. They emphasized on taking care of themselves and not helping or conquering the world. Among the top 8, other than Yi Xing and Shi Wenxie, the other 6 were disciples of the 9 sect alliances. Coincidentally, each camp had 2 disciples. It seemed like the 3 camps were balanced, but that wasn't the case. The happiest ones were the unorthodox sects led by White Bone sect. This was because Earth Carnage sect was also an unorthodox sect. They were in the same camp as White Bone sect, Fire Cloud cult, and Spiritual Snake sect. Including Shi Wenxie, 3 of the top 8 were disciples of the unorthodox path. When this generation of disciples matured, it was obvious that the unorthodox forces would have a great advantage. If there were no accidents, the unorthodox forces of the true Xin region would flourish in less than 20 years. However, there were always accidents. Yi Xing's sudden rise was an accident. His growth was enough to affect the future of the true Xian region. Whether it was the Heavenly Dipper sect's camp or the Boundless sect's camp, if they could rope in Yi Xing, then they would be able to contend against the White Bone Gates camp, especially in the camp led by the Boundless sect. They had a heaven-defying genius like Mu Xiaoyue. If they also had Yi Xing, then 20 years later, they might be able to suppress the corrupt camp and become the strongest faction in the true Xian region. Esteemed Master Wu Yu of the Heavenly Dipper sect and esteemed Master Wu Ji of the Boundless sect were both thinking of ways to rope Yi Xing into their own factions or even their own sections. Yi Xing was a disciple of Thean Inferior One-Star sect in the Qingyun area. According to the 9 sect alliances, the Falling Star sect had already been destroyed 3 months ago. Therefore, esteemed Master Wu Yu and esteemed Master Wu Ji both believed that it would not be a problem to rope in Yixing. Esteemed Master Wu Yu and esteemed Master Wu Ji both understood that the key was that they were not the only ones who wanted to rope in Yixing. How could they make Yixing choose their side? Although they both wanted to rope in Yixing, esteemed Master Wu Yu and esteemed Master Wu Ji did not show any change in their expressions. They only secretly communicated with the esteemed masters of the same camp. Esteemed Master Qin Feng of the Flowing Wind sect and esteemed Master Qing Hong of the Flying Rainbow sect both agreed with esteemed Master Wu Yu's suggestion. They also expressed that they could give Yi Xing the benefits of an extreme grade spiritual martial art. If Yi Xing agreed to join their sects, they were even willing to pass on an extreme grade spiritual martial art inheritance to Yi Xing. On esteemed Master Wu Ji's side, esteemed Master Zixia of the Red Cloud sect also agreed to rope in Yi Xing immediately. However, esteemed Master Jianjue of the Golden Sword sect was not interested. Esteemed Master Jianjue communicated with esteemed Master Wu Ji and esteemed Master Zixia. Ordinary geniuses can influence the situation of the world with their numbers. The true top geniuses can lead and influence the situation of the world by themselves. In the true Xian region, our disciple Mu Xiaoyue is a top genius who can influence the situation of the true Xian region by himself. As long as Mu Xiaoyue grows up, he will definitely belong to our camp in the future. Esteemed Master Wu Ji also communicated with esteemed Master Wu Ji. Yi Xing's potential is not ordinary. If we don't use him, he will definitely be used by others. Therefore, let's try to rope him in. Because the Boundless sect already had a monstrous genius like Mu Xiaoyue, their determination to rope in Yi Xing was not as strong as the Big Dipper sect's camp. Esteemed Withered Bone of the White Bone sect also wanted to rope in Yi Xing. The younger generation of their Evil Path camp was very strong. They occupied 3 of the top 8 spots. If they could rope in Yi Xing, they would occupy half of the top 8 spots. In this way, the Evil Path camp would definitely become the strongest camp in the true Xian region in the future. Esteemed Master Wu Yu, esteemed Master Wu Ji, and esteemed Withered Bone were the leaders of the 3 camps present. They looked at each other and did not speak. However, from their gazes, they could see through each other's thoughts. They smiled slightly and revealed looks of confidence. After the top 8 had been determined, there was no rush to proceed to the 5th round of the competition. Instead, the 8 people who had been eliminated in the 4th round would duel to determine the 1st and 2nd to enter the top 10. When the 9th and 10th places were determined, the referee announced the names of the top 8 duels in the 5th round. First round, Yang Gang vs. Nan Xinyue. Second round, Meng Ji vs. Shi Wenxie. Third round, Bai Tsang vs. Mu Xiaoyue. Fourth round, Shui Yan vs. Yi Xing. When the names were announced, the martial artists around the fighting arena were in an uproar. The names of the duels in the 5th round were beyond the expectations of the martial artists. In the eyes of the martial artists, since Shi Wenxie could challenge those at a higher level, he should at least have the strength of a 3-star venerable. In this round, Shi Wenxie and the 3 younger generations of 3-star venerables should be considered as the seeded contestants and be divided into 4 duels. However, the arrangement of the 9 sect alliances was to have Meng Ji versus Shi Wenxie. The martial artists felt that it was unreasonable. Meng Ji was a 3-star venerable, and Shi Wenxie's strength was also equivalent to that of a 3-star venerable. In this round, one of them would definitely be eliminated. However, in this round, the duel between Shui Yan and Yi Xing would definitely result in one of them entering the top 4. One was a 2-star venerable who did not have the strength to challenge those at a higher level, while the other was a half-step venerable who was at the peak of a 2-star venerable. In the eyes of the martial artists, no matter who won between Yi Xing and Shui Yan, they would not be able to compare to either Meng Ji or Shi Wenxie. The Young Hero Assembly this time was organized by the 9 sect alliances, and the rewards were also provided by the 9 sect alliances. The list of duels for this round was arranged by the 9 sect alliances. Therefore, no matter how unreasonable the spectators thought it would not affect the change of the duel list. Some martial artists expressed their dissatisfaction and shouted that there was a conspiracy behind this round of competition. However, as long as one had a brain, they would not think so. This was a competition organized by the 9 sect alliances. Even if there was a conspiracy, it would only be to protect the disciples of the 9 high sects. However, was there such an intention in this round of competition? In the duel between Shi Wenxie and Meng Ji, there was a risk that Meng Ji would lose. However, if another 2-star venerable was arranged for Meng Ji, he would definitely win. In the duel between Yi Xing and Shui Yan, Yi Xing had a high chance of winning. However, if Yi Xing's opponent was one of the 3-star venerables, no martial artist believed that Yi Xing would win. In these 2 duels, Shi Wenxie and Yi Xing should have gained the most benefits. Since it was not the disciples of the 9 high sects who had gained the benefits, how could there be a conspiracy? Would the 9 sect alliances deliberately suppress the disciples of the 9 high sects? This was impossible. The only possibility was that the 9 sect alliances had their own reasons for making such arrangements. When the Reverend Judge saw that the martial artists in the audience were dissatisfied with the duel arrangement, he said loudly, "The duel arrangement for this round was decided by the 9 venerables. There is no room for disagreement or change. Now, the first duel begins. Yang Gang, Nen Xinyue, come up." The venerables were definitely taboo existences in the true Xian domain. They stood at the peak of martial arts in the true Xian domain, and the rest of the martial artists could only look up to them. On the spectator's stand, the uproar among the martial artists immediately stopped. Since it was a decision made by the 9 venerables of the 9 sect alliances, it was naturally not something they could object to. Even among the younger generation of martial artists, there were many who felt that this arrangement was inappropriate. However, since it was a decision made by the 9 venerables, no one dared to object. Anyway, gold would always shine. The further one progressed, the stronger the opponent would be. Even if one was lucky enough to encounter a weaker opponent and win one duel, he would definitely encounter a stronger opponent in the next duel. The reward for the top 10 wasn't just 1 reward per rank. Instead, it was 1 reward per rank, 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 and 1 reward per rank. Therefore, it was useless even if one was lucky enough to enter the top 4. If one's strength was not enough, he could only be ranked 4th, and the rewards he would receive would be no different from the 5th or 6th rank. Calculate the debt. I owe 1 chapter on the 1st, 2 chapters on the 2nd, and 3 chapters on the 3rd, so I owe a total of 5 chapters for the month of May. In addition, I still owe 5 chapters for the month of April. I will pay back the chapters 1-0 as soon as possible. Some readers are slandering me for not paying back the chapters 1-0 during the new year just because I owe more chapters. This is wrong. On the 17th of April, chapter 341, the outbreak of the Great War, I have already paid back all the chapters 1-0 previously. In addition, on the 20th of April I have already added chapters, and I did not count the additional chapters as an outbreak. Again, I will pay back what I owe. I will not accept malicious slander. This is a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type KDRED, and participate immediately. There will be a prize for everyone. Follow KDRED's official account on WeChat now. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.